Good afternoon, everybody. It is Friday the 13th. Ooh, scary, scary. Um, I missed you guys yesterday. Obviously, I got off a little bit early yesterday, so there was a lot. Oh, hold on, let me make this screen bigger. There was a lot that happened yesterday. As a matter of fact, I was just too tired to be able to get on, so I'm gonna go through some of that happened yesterday as far as Michigan, Virginia, and California. I don't know if too much was being said about California, but they had sent out the Doomsday plane. They had said that there was drones heading towards Cali. I'm not 1,000% as to everything that's going on right now with it because it's just a lot. There was like 80 different things. I was trying to take it all in, as well as an explosion in Texas that I still don't know too much about. So that'll have to be for the next show. But we still have homegrown stuff going on. So yeah, I'm basically just going to go down that rabbit hole. And then Pete Hegseth spoke today. We'll see what he says about what's going on with Iran. We'll go down that little rabbit hole for a minute, and then I'll chop it up with you guys, and I'm going to get off for the Cavs game. So hope everybody's having a great day. And I am going to go ahead and start this little show that I got for y'all. So let's get this popping. Um, Here we go. I can't see the chat, so if there's people in there right now, I'm in the background, so I'm sorry. I can't see the chat at the moment. I will get with you guys though before I will get with you guys for sure. All right.
Neighbors around Fresno looked to the sky Sunday afternoon to see a large, unmarked airplane flying unusually low, circling the area. The plane, identified as a Boeing E-6B Mercury, is known as a Doomsday plane.
These planes were designed during the Cold War. And just to give you a little perspective, this is how big I am, and this is how big the Doomsday planes are.
Essentially, it's an airborne control for all of the nuclear triad or the nuclear systems of the United States.
That's retired Air Force Major General Clay Garrison. He told us what these planes are used for.
Manages the nuclear forces from an airborne command post in the event that the command post on the ground at Offutt was taken out in a surprise attack, if you will, or if it's just out of service.
The planes are built to withstand electromagnetic pulses, like what would come from a nuclear reaction. They can stay in the air for long periods of time, even refuel up there, and operate as a nuclear command center from the sky.
So they can control the bombers. If the bombers are on alert, they can control the missiles because the missiles are always on alert. And obviously they can control our ballistic missile submarines. It's all combined into one.
The reason for the flight over Fresno is still unknown. Major General Garrison said, mission or not, these planes require constant training.
Hey, we've got a lot of people back there who are professionals who need training, and we're going to go out and we're going to train. And there's a reason why we're as good as we are as a military, and it's not because we sit in a house and play Xbox, you know.
Well, I sort of believe that there's more to what this guy's saying than just to see how everything's going. What's up, Dave? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Clutch? Click here. What's up, Clutch? My dude, David. What's up, brother? David Smith. Billy Donkey. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Who else do we got in here? Anybody else that I missed? Nobody? Good. How's everybody doing? I'm glad to be back in here. See you guys. Trying to wake up over here and give you guys a little something. There was a lot to take in yesterday, you know? A lot to take in. So that the guy said he's not too sure exactly why he's flying around. They're flying around California. Well, this is why. This is my next story. And now, does anybody got any good poll questions that would relate to Iran other than do you support America? Or is that just a good one to ask because it separates, you can tell who's who and what's what? I want to know what you guys say in the chat. I couldn't think of one. This was what I got of why Doomsday plane was out. Let's check it out.
Again, we want to begin tonight with an
about
FBI
potential
alert.
retaliatory attacks on the West Coast orchestrated by Iran. There's no information being released on possible targets, but as KTVU's Henry Lee reports tonight, law enforcement agencies across California are on alert.
Conflict in the Middle East now leading to potential threats of drone strikes by Iran in California. On Wednesday, Bay Area police agencies confirmed to KTVU they've received what's described as a cautionary warning with no evidence of any imminent attacks. The San Jose, Oakland, and San Francisco police departments all issuing statements saying they've been in contact with federal law enforcement about alleged drone threats that could impact the Bay Area, as first reported by ABC News. Oakland police say they were told there may be a heightened risk because of the situation in the Middle East and will monitor developments to determine if there's a need to increase police presence. I've confirmed that local agencies were told by the FBI that Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California, in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. In San Francisco, the FBI declined to comment, but Mayor Daniel Lurie spoke out on the issue.
I've heard the same report, and we feel confident that we are on top of it, and we will always keep the people of San Francisco safe.
Governor Newsom saying he too is aware of the drone alert and the state is prepared for any emergency.
Drone issues have been always top of mind, and we've assembled some work groups specifically around those concerns.
Newsom says he's directed the State Office of Emergency Services to elevate its security posture and to continue sharing information around the clock.
I think the threat is minimal.
Andrew Black is a former FBI agent in San Francisco who's now public safety chief at the University of Hawaii at Manoa.
I'm very doubtful they have the capability of striking the U.S. from unmanned aerial vehicles off the coast of California.
I'm not dismissing the possibility that it could occur.
Sharif Ibrahim is a former member of the UC Berkeley bomb squad.
But if it could elicit the fear of terror in the population of California, that has a greater impact than potentially the harm of a hobby drone carrying some kind of device.
So communication here is key, with local law enforcement saying they're working with state and federal law enforcement powers to digest any threats that come their way. Henry Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
And tonight, the New York Times is reporting a preliminary U.S. military report found it was a U.S. Tomahawk missile that struck a girls' school in southern Iran, killing 175 people, most of them children. The report outdated targeting information, confusing the girls' school for an Iranian military facility nearby. The president was asked today if he took responsibility for the airstrike. He responded by saying, quote, "I don't know about it." Well, as the war persists, Iranian officials today announced that its national soccer team will not be competing in the upcoming World Cup. The country's sports and youth minister said taking part in the World Cup is not safe for Iranian players. The decision has led FIFA to be forced to scramble and reorganize Group G matches. FIFA's rules around what country would replace Iran are vague, and no decision has been made. Iran was scheduled to play in Los Angeles and Seattle coming up in June.
No, I'm not surprised at all. This is what happens when sport and geopolitical conflict collides. We're seeing where athletes right now are being forced to choose between the sport that they love and ultimately what is happening in their home country.
Meantime, the war is also affecting the women's team, who took part in the Women's Asian Cup football tournament in Australia. 5 of its members chose to seek asylum in that country, while 2 others chose to return to Iran. We have reached out to FIFA for a comment, but have not yet heard back. Well, the war in Iran continues to push up the price of crude oil, and that's leading to higher gas prices. But late today, the Trump administration said the U.S. would be releasing 172 million barrels of oil from the country's strategic petroleum reserve in an effort to try to bring down those prices. According to AAA, the national average is $3.57 a gallon, but here in the West, prices are much higher. In Arizona, the statewide average is about $4 a gallon, with prices slightly higher in Phoenix. Washington, Oregon, and Nevada are seeing similar prices, while California drivers are paying an average of $5.35 a gallon. Industry analysts say increasing oil prices will likely push inflation higher and could influence interest rates when the Fed meets again next week. Well, today, the FBI added a Washington man to its 10 most wanted list. 33-year-old Samuel Ramirez Jr. is wanted in connection with a 2023 double murder. Police say he killed 2 women who worked at the Stars Bar and Grill in Federal Way. The owner of that business says she is glad to hear Ramirez is now on the list.
He's done a crime. He needs to pay for it. It's time. I'm so afraid that something like that may happen again.
The reward in this case has now been increased up to $1 million. Ramirez was last spotted in Tijuana, Mexico. He is considered armed and dangerous. Anyone with information should reach out to the FBI or local police. A new report by California researchers is shedding light on crime rate.
Okay, nobody really cares that much about California. Sorry, guys. We do care if something happens to you, but all the rest of the stuff, you know, it's very little on our radar. Now we're gonna go into this. Now we're gonna get into, man, I'm slow today, you guys. You gotta bear with me. I am slow. The coffee's not working. I'm trying to get on. Trying to work myself up to get back, get some energy going. All right.
Synagogue Thursday has been identified as a naturalized U.S. citizen originally from Lebanon, 41-year-old Ayman Mohammed Ghazali. Ghazali crashed his explosive-laden car into the building, and he kept driving about 50 feet down a hallway before armed security opened fire and killed him. A source told the Detroit News that some of Ghazali's family members were recently killed by Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. Now, the bomber's car, which, mind you, was filled with mortar shells, didn't detonate, but the attack sparked a blaze, and the scene was horrific. Rubble everywhere, smoke billowing from the building. The anti-Semitic attack at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, about 25 miles outside of Detroit, unfolded with 140 students inside. All of those students managed to make it out alive. According to a post from the Department of Homeland Security, Ghazali was married to a U.S. citizen, entered the country through Detroit in 2011, became a U.S. citizen himself in 2016 under the Obama administration. Now, no one other than the driver, Ghazali, died in the incident, though a lead member of the Temple security detail was hit by the car and rushed to a nearby hospital. He is expected to recover. An ISIS-supporting former National Guard member opened fire at Old Dominion University in Virginia Thursday, killing a retired military officer and injuring 2 others. Mohammed Baylor Jallo reportedly shouted Allahu Akbar before launching his deadly attack. The shooting went down inside of an ROTC class and killed the instructor, but a quick-thinking and really brave student in that classroom fatally stabbed the gunman, preventing further carnage. Now, Jallo was a naturalized U.S. citizen originally from Sierra Leone. He'd previously been convicted of trying to support ISIS and was sentenced to 11 years in prison. He was released from custody in 2024. The FBI is currently investigating this shooting as an act of terrorism and announced it would be opening a tip line to assist in the investigation. Senate Democrats have once again blocked a bill to fund the Department of Homeland Security. It's the 4th time they've done that in the past month. Their latest negotiation offer is to separately fund individual sub-agencies, excluding any that handle immigration enforcement, because, as I'm sure you haven't forgotten, that is their sticking point. Now, Dems want new and more stringent regulations around ICE, like banning masks and requiring judicial warrants for migrant arrests in response to things like the Minneapolis crackdown. As the partial shutdown drags on, the most publicly facing impacts are at the nation's airports, specifically the TSA. The Post's Washington bureau chief, Josh Christensen, told me what that means for travelers and if there's any end in sight.
We've seen, according to some reports, as many as 300 TSA agents. These are the people who are checking you through security, screenings and that sort of thing to get you to your flight. Many of those agents have been quitting amid this funding freeze, according to some stats that I've seen. Since the fiscal year started, this would have been October 1st of last year, 43% of that time period, TSA has been in a furlough. So there's been all of the employees not receiving their paychecks on time. And yet again, this week, we are going to see paychecks withheld from a lot of these agents. The Democrats have claimed that they are in the reasonable position of asking for individual funding for sub-agencies. So they say, we'll put down one bill for TSA, one bill for FEMA, that sort of thing. And the Republicans have said, well, we've offered you this before, you've declined it. We've offered at least, nearly half a dozen times now, just a clean funding bill.
Bro, that is not AI, bro. That is New York Post. I don't know why you would think that's AI. People, y'all can't tell the difference between AI and real video no more. That's scary. I would never use AI, yo. Why would I use AI? That doesn't even make sense. I don't need AI. There's so much going on in the world that AI doesn't even make sense. Like, if you use AI, then if you're using AI to try to make your point, then you got something wrong with you, because there's just too much going on, dude. 2 children have been unalived in Lebanon for this. That's why he went crazy. Maybe you're talking to this guy above you, because he does sound like AI. Maybe that's who you're talking to. I don't know. But I don't know. It's definitely not AI. So now we're going to just go into the live time what happened yesterday. I'll get to Iran. I just wanted to run through our home, and then we'll get to Iran. This is what the Michigan police said afterwards yesterday.
It appears it's still very, very early. Everything's preliminary. At least one individual came to the temple. Security saw him, engaged him in gunfire. The scene, we're not getting any active stimulus at the moment. We have everything here that we need, including,
Wow, Kevin, you're a bright one. Kevin said, you're basically playing the news. No, I am playing the news. Not basically. I am giving you the news. Basically, I am doing it. What do you mean, basically? That was very high IQ, buddy. Thanks for the noticing.
medics and tactical gear. We're looking to see if there's more than one person. We're still trying to figure that out. We're trying to get access to the video. At the moment, we just tell people that shelter in place for at least a mile area until we determine that there's no one else that maybe was on foot and fled the area, until we figure out exactly what's going on. Number one. Number two, reunification will be at the JCC, the Jewish Center, and that's where parents will go to pick up their kids. It's going to be secured by law enforcement, so no fear there. If you have nothing to do with the situation, don't go there. Don't come to the area. It's active and it's busy, and we're still trying to figure it out.
Guys, can you say anything about any potential casualties, anyone hurt?
Nobody at the moment has been confirmed to be hurt, except potentially the shooter.
Any ties potentially to terrorism with the
That's
president?
still way early to talk about. We have no idea because we don't even know who the person is at the moment.
Has that person been neutralized?
We don't have that person in custody.
So they're still on the run.
It's a work in progress. So that's why we're sheltering in place until we figure it out. It's a big facility with a lot of land around it. Until that gets secured and everybody's comfortable that there's no active threat in that spot, stay away from it, shelter in place.
We're told there's a daycare, preschool, are all those kids out?
Yeah, everybody's been moved out of the school. We've got a ton of people here. As I said, West Bloomfield got on scene in a heartbeat. Everybody else came from everywhere. Actually, the chief and I have been communicating for almost 2 weeks. Every time I've gotten some intelligence from the national level, I've been sharing. We've been talking for 2 weeks about the potential, sadly, of this happening. So there was no lack of preparation. In addition, all Jewish facilities in the area are going to have a lot of extra presence around it until we figure this out.
What about the school up the street, Pleasant Lake? Is it safe over there?
What-
Pleasant Lake Elementary is right here?
Well, again, we would tell everybody to shelter in place.
Okay. Was there any security at this temple, as you mentioned?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
And they engaged the threat.
So there was one person that approached the security guard and,
That's still a work in progress.
okay, and then shots were fired?
Shots were fired.
There are reports that somebody crashed with a vehicle into the building. Is that
A vehicle was involved.
Did it breach the building?
We're going to get into more details when there's time for that, and the chief will lay out exactly, specifically what happened. But we just want everybody to kind of know what's happening as we get it. More will come to you.
You've been listening to the Oakland County Sheriff there, a man named Michael Bouchard, walk people through what is known at this early hour about an active shooter situation at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, about 40 minutes outside of Detroit. We've got a lot of information there, and I want to bring in our Justice correspondent, Scott McFarland, who's with me now, has been listening alongside. Scott, what stood out to you?
One immediate concern, one broader concern. First of all, the sheriff, who's been there for decades, said that there's somebody suspected of opening fire at a Jewish facility. That person has not been caught, so they've had to boost their presence at other facilities, religious facilities throughout Oakland County, Michigan. So there is somebody being sought who potentially is targeting religious facilities. That's the immediate concern. The broader concern comes from FBI bulletins we've been reading over the last few weeks and months. They have been issuing warnings from the FBI and Department of Homeland Security about extra potential targeting of Jewish institutions across America. In just the recent months, they warned that foreign terrorist organizations may try to exploit narratives related to the conflict in the Middle East to inspire attacks in the United States by Americans. That warning has gone to local police and other federal officials nationwide. Also, in recent months, they've warned of increased bomb threats by malicious actors targeting Jewish facilities, community centers, schools, other religious institutions, all of that in recent months. And none of this is happening in a vacuum, Tony. It was in June in Boulder, Colorado, where several people at a pro-Israel gathering were attacked. And it was just months ago here in Washington, D.C., where 2 Israeli embassy staffers were shot and killed. The man responsible, according to the feds, is facing trial.
Scott McFarland for us as we piece together what happened and is happening at West Bloomfield, Indiana, or Michigan, rather. You're looking at pictures now of what appear to be members of the SWAT team. Earlier, you might have seen pictures, an overhead shot of the temple itself and the school facility attached to it. It's a large building. It appears there is smoke of some kind pouring out of the vents. We don't have information of exactly what that is, although we did hear from the sheriff that a vehicle rammed the building, so it could be tied to that. I want to bring in Jonah Kaplan, a CBS News correspondent who has spoke to members of this Temple Israel community there. Jonah, if I have you, what did they tell you? Did anybody witness what happened?
You know, Tony, a Thursday morning is not a time where you would have a lot of religious services, but many synagogues, including this one, are also preschools and religious schools. And this was a preschool day. So there were students and teachers inside. But what I've heard from witnesses and from members of that community, people who belong to that synagogue, all the kids and all the teachers are accounted for. They've been evacuated and brought to another nearby community center. And look, for members of the Jewish community across the country, this is going to be shocking but not surprising. And synagogues, day schools, any kind of Jewish institution, they've been preparing, sadly, for something like this, which is why if this alleged gunman or whoever assailant to take a car and ram it in to a synagogue, frequently you'll see some barriers in front of synagogues. You'll see heavily fortified doors, and many preschools will have armed guards with them. So again, a shocking scenes to see, but they're not going to be surprising to many members of the Jewish community. Of course, the immediacy of this is even if you have a conflict 5,000 or 6,000 miles away, this is when you see a war felt very much at home.
Yeah, Jonah, we're looking at the overhead pictures. It really does look like a tight-knit community. There's the temple, and even in just a slight pullback of a shot, you can see the community around it, their homes. It's nestled in an area there. The sheriff said that there were no injuries, which is very fortunate, except possibly the shooter. Do you have information about the alleged suspect, the possible shooter? Was he taken down?
I think the information that we're getting right now is from at least one teacher who was inside the building. Right now, I think for them, a lot of it is rumor. Yes, they've heard maybe the shooter was taken down, but we also hear from sources at the FBI that's saying a shooter might still be on the loose. Everything remains on lockdown, I'm told, also because of the potential for accomplices. And are there any other people working with this gunman, driver? We don't know. We know that West Bloomfield, Michigan is home to a very strong Jewish community. About a third of the population there is Jewish. This is also one of the largest synagogues in the country. So what is happening here is going to reverberate among Jewish communities across the country.
Yeah, that's for sure, Jonah. And I let our viewers know sometimes the best thing you can say in a situation is you don't know. And there is a lot we don't know at this time, but we do know you've got smoke pouring out of this large Reformed Jewish community in West Bloomfield, Michigan. You've got the sheriff saying there was a shooter, there was a ramming, shots were fired, and there's now a shelter in place and a very significant police turnout. But we do reiterate, we don't know who is responsible for this incident in West Bloomfield, and we don't know if it's tied to the unfolding situation in the Middle East. But we are monitoring it, and I want to bring in Anna Schechter, who is our crime and public safety producer, part of that unit. What stands out to you with what we're learning so far, and what more do you want to know?
Well, listen, we're less than a week out from this incident in New York City, where we had two ISIS-inspired individuals allegedly throw these IEDs on the Upper East Side, not something you usually see on the Upper East Side. That just happened. Now we're seeing this. In fact, there was another shooting just a couple of hours ago at a university in Norfolk, Virginia. It just seems like this is what a heightened threat environment looks like. It's not just a heightened threat environment. This is an active attack environment that we're in right now. It's really remarkable.
It's a remarkable picture to see on a Thursday morning in the United States of America. Let's go back to Scott McFarland, who's got new information on this. Scott?
Let's start off with the new FBI statement just issued by the director of the FBI saying FBI personnel are on the scene now with their law enforcement partners in Michigan, responding to the apparent vehicle ramming and active shooting situation at Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield. FBI, by nature, if not by rule, responds to potential shooting incidents or to any targeting of a religious facility. It's no surprise they're there. But you have to also open the question here, because the sheriff hasn't been very clear there was a shooter, but that there was a shooting. This raises the prospect that somebody may have been attacking the temple in that vehicle, and perhaps somebody in security or otherwise may have tried to stop the person in the vehicle. So we're not terribly certain right now that there's a shooter, but that there was a shooting. But nobody inside the facility was injured or has been killed by this, according to what the sheriff has said. Nevertheless, there's clearly a federal investigation in addition to the local investigation of what happened and where is the person believed responsible for this.
Yeah, you see a school bus in the background. Scott, thank you very much for the pictures we're looking at. There's a reunification center. There were kids on site. There were teachers on site. We're told they've been taken off-site and are gathering. And as we look for new information here, we have a tweet from the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, who says she's tracking these reports. She refers to the incident overall as heartbreaking. Michigan's Jewish community should be able to live and practice their faith in peace. Anti-Semitism and violence have no place in Michigan, and she is hoping for everyone's safety. Anna Schechter is still with me. Anna, you mentioned the broader context here.
Yeah. So we had a shooting in Austin, and we had a man who had a history of mental health issues, but who was wearing an Iranian regime flag on his person at the time of an attack, a deadly attack in Austin. That was right after the launch of this war with Iran. And then several days later, you have this incident in New York City. Now this, less than a week later, you have apparently an attack on one of the largest synagogues in the country. So this is very concerning. And, when I talk to counterterrorism officials, they are always combing through their main.
I didn't know that it was one of the largest synagogues in the country. it makes you really think, like, are these events staged or not? It's really hard to question at this point, but if I were a betting man, I would probably say yes. Heighten all of our fear.
Job is looking for red flags online, looking in Telegram, looking on all the social media platforms, but it's impossible to catch everything. And you've had people like, for example, this apparently a vehicle ramming attack, possibly a shooting. It's really hard to identify those lone wolves, and all of these have been lone wolf attacks.
Yeah, and then there's a wider population of people who might have ill thoughts, but the population who take action is much smaller, fortunately. Michael Bouchard, the Oakland City Sheriff there, to your point, he was not surprised in that briefing he had with reporters. This was something that they had been concerned about for weeks, he was saying, leading up to this. I want to go back to Jonah Kaplan.
Clutch. They're all going to Michigan, brother, because that's where we have the most Muslim. I think it's the largest Muslim community in the whole country is in Dearborn, Michigan. I do know that they also go to Kent State right outside of Ohio. I know that that's a hub because there's a bunch of what are they called? Mosques in Kent State. So back when the guy went to the mosque and then went into New York, parked his car and started running people over or whatever, shooting people, whatever he did in New York, he stopped at a Kent State mosque on his way there. So there's sleeper cells, which is what we're talking about throughout our whole country. You know, and they do use religion to hide these sleeper cells. Michigan has the largest Muslim community outside the Middle East, and the most of the Jays in America. That's not on either coast. This will be a hotbed. Yeah, I agree, Ronald. That's what I was saying. I didn't even read your comment, but yeah, that's where I was going with it. Basically, you know. Oops.
Who's joining us again by phone? Jonah, you have new information?
Yeah, there's a message that's being sent to congregants of that synagogue that the lockdown is still in place, but an active shooter has been taken down. The lockdown is going to be in place until they know the shooter was working alone. Again, reiterating that all kids and all staff are accounted for. And again, the truck rammed into the front door, opened fire. And also it's possible that the security guard, an armed security guard at the synagogue, was the one who was able to take down the shooter. Of course, we're going to need confirmation from that.
Okay, two things to point out there too. Dude, that's why it's so important to have armed security guards. Like, you should have them at the schools. Did you see how quick they took that guy out? Not one kid was hurt. You need protection. The fact that the city schools are just open targets is crazy to me. They need protection. That's why these synagogues and mosques and even churches now, they have guards that carry pew-pews that make sure that their people are safe because of these type of events. I think we've got a good idea on what happened at the time. Now here's today, the Michigan police. This is the Michigan, I think, governor coming out and doing a press, and this will kind of inform us more on what happened. Hold on. Where is she at? No. What's her name? Gretchen? Gretchen, Michigan Governor Gretchen. Doesn't everybody love her? Isn't she the one that got like fake kidnapped or something? I'm pretty sure she is.
Safely were home last night with their families as we continue today to spend a lot of time thinking and processing and talking. We are here to have a little conversation and answer some questions, but I'm going to pass it over to Governor Whitmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your leadership yesterday, and
Who the heck just said it was a white guy as usual? What type of stupid comment did I just read? Oh, who said that? Where did I see that on my way back up to the dang thing? It was, dude, Clinique said it was a white guy as usual. No, it was not. It was not a white American. Stop your BS. Ryan, I don't know how that dude's comment is still even in there, bro. Everybody knows better than that. The guy's name, I can't even pronounce it. Get out of here, bro. You're dumb. Stupid people got to be out of this chat, bro. It can't be sitting in here making false shit. Nah, go. Stupid. You wish he was white. You wish he was white, bro.
How much my heart goes out to everything that you and your family and all of the families involved and the Jewish community writ large are going through. You know, I wanted to come today for a briefing, which we just concluded, to get up to speed on where things stand. I want to thank our state and local law enforcement, the first responders, our federal partners for their swift work to keep people safe and to investigate. I want to thank Temple Israel's security personnel. They were selfless in their courage and they saved lives. These heroes threw themselves in harm's way, engaging the suspect. And let's be very clear, yes, this is a place of worship, but at the time that this attack was occurred, it was a school. 104 children, age 5 and younger here. So I want to thank all of Temple Israel's staff who acted quickly to evacuate students and reunite families. The state of Michigan will wrap our arms around this community and support our local and federal partners every step of the way to keep people safe. I want to share prayers from my colleague, Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania. Josh reached out yesterday to check in and see how people were doing. And I want Michigan's Jewish community to know that we are with you. Violence in our houses of worship and in our schools and in our daycare centers like this hits especially hard. Temple Israel is a pillar of the community. It's one of the largest Reformed Jewish congregations in North America, with Friday night Shabbat services attracting over 1,000 people. People celebrate bar and bat mitzvahs, weddings, and holidays here. Parents bring their children to daycare and school, and it's a place of peace, unity, light, and life. Yesterday's attack was anti-Semitism. It was hate, plain and simple. We will fight this ancient and rampant evil. We will stand together as we do it, and we will call it out. We must lower the rhetoric in this state and in this country, especially at this moment where we've seen such a rise in anti-Semitism and more attacks on the Jewish community. We must keep each other close. This community is on the edge, very understandably. We've seen a rise in attacks, especially over the last decade, especially over the last 10 months. And so it is important for us to stand up, to stand against it, and to thank the people who showed up to support the community, but also call out where we see acts of anti-Semitism, where we see threats, where we see something, how important it is to say something, and to recognize that each of us has a responsibility. People like the person that attacked this community yesterday get fomented by rhetoric that they see online and that they see on television and they hear on the radio. It radicalizes people and it endangers our fellow Michiganders. We cannot let this continue. And so each of us has a duty to take action where and how we can. And with that, I'll hand it over to Senator Slotkin, and then we'll take a couple of questions.
Thank you, Governor. And just want to reiterate, I think it's clear that if it were not for the private security and the staff at Temple Israel, and then the first responders, first on the scene, local law enforcement, if they had not all done their jobs almost perfectly, we would be talking about an immense tragedy here today with children gone. This could have been much, much worse. So I give incredible credit to law enforcement and the people who were in the room, putting themselves and their own families at risk. I think, you know, the governor said it very, very well on the way this community has responded. It's been incredible to watch neighbors in the community here, both organizations and just regular old citizens open up their homes literally yesterday to help care for people who were fleeing from this. And this is a place that I have a very personal connection to. I feel I've spent a lot of my time growing up in and out of this temple, and I feel just an immense amount of pain, as does the rest of the community, that incidents like this even happen. And I think it's just important.
Listen, you whiny little SJW bum ass buster. So when it's offshore, it's okay. When did I say it was okay ever, bro? Huh? Why are you still, Ryan? If you're not gonna mod, bro, don't mod. But don't let these idiots comment, bro. You're stupid, bro. You've said nothing. I can't pay attention to you and what I'm doing. My God. So now you're worried? No, I'm not worried at all. At all. Not worried. At all. Graham, go take your SJW ass to another channel. Go watch CNN, bro. Nobody's worried here. As a matter of fact, I beg for a problem to come this way. Nobody's worried, bro, at all, on either side of the track.
To be clear, as the governor said, that whether anti-Semitism is coming from the left or the right, whether it's coming from some group that you like or don't like, you have a responsibility to call it out. Because when you don't, it gives permission for people to climb that escalation, that ladder of escalation that goes from saying hateful things online to saying them in person, to graffiti, to ultimately violence. And the Jewish community suffers 10 times the number of hate crimes than any other community in this country. So it is an epidemic. And until we push back on that permission, we're going to see incidents like this continue to proliferate. The Jewish community spends over $1 billion across the country securing their houses of worship, their schools, their institutions. No community in America should be fearful of having their own kind congregate for things like education and worship. So I stand here proud of the community, but angry that we even are put in this position. Thankful to law enforcement, but asking the average citizen out there, if you have a friend, a colleague, coworkers who are using anti-Semitism in their daily life and feel like it's just normal, please call that out wherever you see it. Thank you.
I'm going to say a few words. Yes. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Morshay. I'm the township supervisor here in West Bloomfield. For those of you unfamiliar with township government in Michigan, my position's like the mayor of a city, elected by the voters, but I'll stop the civics lesson. I think it's fair to say that none of us went to bed Wednesday expecting to wake up Thursday's events. But thanks to the preparation and training of Temple Israel's security team and the West Bloomfield Police Department, the unexpected did not turn into tragedy. Yesterday's incident at Temple Israel is deeply concerning for everyone in West Bloomfield, Michigan, across the country, as well as Jews everywhere. I live in West Bloomfield, and my wife and I are members of Temple Israel, so I have a keen understanding of the effects on the community. We are thankful for the courage and professionalism of our first responders and our partner agencies who move to protect lives and work towards stabilizing the scene. Our thoughts are with all members of Temple Israel and their families. No community should ever feel unsafe gathering in a house of worship or sending their children to school. I want to thank all the officials, colleagues, and members of the public who have reached out to me in solidarity. I would also like to thank the Shenandoah Country Club for hosting the Operations Center and being the site where the preschoolers and parents were reunited. Shenandoah is a wonderful community partner, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart. We'll continue to work closely with law enforcement and community leaders as more information comes available. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Happy to open it up for a few questions. Yes.
Is there any indication indication that the suspect may have expressed his intent or motive, whether online or to a loved one, what they planned to do yesterday?
I appreciate the importance of your question. I am not the appropriate person to answer that. We'll have to defer to the FBI as there's an ongoing investigation. Yeah, Joe.
Governor, do you think this happened because of the conflict in Iran?
I'm not putting my theories into the press is not going to help an investigation, so I'm going to refrain from that. I do know that we have seen a rise in anti-Semitism. We have seen it over many years, predating the conflict, but certainly it is at a historic high, and I worry that that will continue. And so it's why I am calling on anyone with a platform to be very responsible with their rhetoric, not to identify or target the Jewish community. That is anti-Semitism writ large, and I don't think that any of us should permit or allow that to stand. And that's why I'm asking people to turn down the rhetoric.
Governor, on that note, Josh Lane, Fox 2 Detroit, we have a very diverse community, Jewish, Arab, and so on and so on. When it comes to lowering the temperature, because we talk to each other, we work together, we build families amongst each other, what's the message you can deliver to help lower the temperature?
We are Michiganders. This was a school. These are 0 to 5-year-olds that were targeted yesterday, 104. My friend Brian said this could have looked a lot more like Sandy Hook, right? Like, let's not lose sight of that. This is not a political moment. This is not a political debate.
Okay, I've seen enough. I've made my assumptions or opinion, and it seems like a whole victim mentality to me. Be responsible with the way you talk, and it's just a whole another victim route, and to make everybody wow. Can't even really. I'll talk about it more at the end, but it seems very victim-y to me. It seems very planned. None of this happened until just recently. No, I'm not shocked because of what's going on, that it very well could be legit or homebrewed. But the way they're talking and the way they're pushing this like victim mentality, I just don't. I'm not buying it. I'm gonna get off this topic now. I think I get it now. I was too tired last night to take it all in. I watched it, but now I actually get it. And it's the same as all the rest of the world stage news. It's obvious. So let's move on to the next world stage show, which is Iran. And we'll watch Peter Hegseth talk about what happened. I mean, I don't know what else to say about this one, guys. That one seems a little sketchy.
Good morning. I'll start, as we often do here at the Department of War, with the bottom line up front. For the world to hear and the press to actually admit that the United States is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago, the combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our air force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day, picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up,
The IRGC and Iranian regime sees only two things on the side of aircraft: the stars and stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more. Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere. Now taxes.
We know the new so-called not so supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently, killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline: Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do: hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday: war widening. Here's a real headline for you, for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? So you see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses. Our will, it is unshakable. Our options, maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said from the start, President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the president demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be, yet again, the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up. And quantity has a quality of its own as we continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber, of space, EW, counter UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy. Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too. And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those. All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear, decisive, achievable. And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions, you name it. We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos. And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes, all of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in.
But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee, we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you and keep going. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again, was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the Joint Force. We're also aware of a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay, and we're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons. We've made progress, but Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces and commercial shipping. And our work on this effort continues. But I want to make something clear. The only thing preventing commercial traffic and flow through the Straits right now, which there is some through the Straits, is Iran. They are the belligerents here holding the Straits closed, although there is some traffic moving through there. We've made it a priority to target Iran's mine-laying enterprise, their mine layers, the naval bases and depots, in addition to the missiles that could influence the Straits. And CENTCOM continues to attack those efforts. And we continue to make progress on the industrial base to include factories, weapons, warehouses that are stored in, and we will continue to do so in the coming days, especially today. Now, as I often do, I want to share a little bit about our incredible joint force. Today, I'm going to talk about our incredible artillery force comprised of American soldiers and Marines who've been sinking ships, destroying depots, and launching Army tactical missile systems, or ATACMS, precision strike missiles, or PrSMs, and high mobility rocket systems, or HIMARS. From outside Iran, our Army and Marine artillerymen are hitting sites that Iran relies on to project power beyond their borders and protect our deployed. In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory. They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine, and they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon systems. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of speaking with some of our young soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, 27th Field Artillery Regiment out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the unit and the crew that fired the first precision strike missiles. The soldiers I met came from all over this great country: New York, Texas, Delaware, California. One had been in the Army only 6 months and been in the unit for 2 months and was already deployed. He was the youngest at 20, but you would not know it from the way that they talked about their mission. The others were 22 and 28 years old. They spoke with the sense of calm pride, purpose, and clarity that tells you clearly they understand the weight of what they're doing and the people who depend on them.
Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol.
I asked them to walk me through a fire mission. I asked not just what they do, but what they feel, especially those first crew members on this particular mission. These soldiers basically live in these vehicles behind us. The cab, very tight, two folks sit next to each other with the crew commander behind them. It's jammed inside there with their personal weapons and kit. And they sit and wait for a fire mission. And when that fire mission comes, they close the armored doors and begin to program the systems. They then throw 3 simple toggle switches, and 10 to 15 feet behind them, a rocket motor ignites, and the round is headed downrange to do the nation's work. I asked these youngsters, these young, awesome Americans, what does that feel like? And one of them just looked at me and said, it's awesome. No drama, no hesitation, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, in the sun, the rain, in the snow, flawless execution. Their Marine counterparts are out there doing the same thing every night. Same work, same pressure, same expectations, same results. And we hand tremendous and enormous responsibility to these young Americans. And they carry it with a level of maturity, grit, professionalism, and tenacity that makes me incredibly proud to be a part of their joint force. Their parents and families would and should be incredibly proud. And their leaders and I trust them to do the deeds that they must do in difficult circumstances every single time. I also want to touch today I want to touch for a moment today on their leadership. These young Americans are led by extraordinary young leaders out at the tactical edge. Yesterday, the battery commander and her NCO were there with this crew on the same video screen. The two of them hardly said a word. They didn't have to. In their eyes, and in particular, the commander's eyes, you could see the quiet trust and confidence she had in these soldiers and the rest of their battery. It came through loud and clear, and we appreciate their leadership. When I asked these soldiers yesterday, what is it that you need from the secretary and I, they looked at each other, paused for a moment, and looked back at me and said, more rounds, sir. It was awesome. So thank you to those soldiers and Marines out on the firing line supporting our mission, and thank you to their families. Our joint force will continue today to deliver dynamic fires against the enemy from the land, sea, and air. We remain deeply grateful for their service. And for the third time today, I'll mention that today will be our busiest day. This mission remains complex, dangerous, and difficult, and every service member has a family waiting for them to return home. And I want to thank all of the families today who are supporting their deployed forces and those doing the work here in the States. On a personal note today, I also want to thank the joint staff and the team that I have the pleasure of working with. Some of them right here in this room. They are working 24 hours a day to deliver the options that we must to the Secretary and to the President. Today, as I close, I ask that we remember our fallen and those participating in the recovery operations to bring home our lost KC-135 crew, that we keep those service members and their families in their thoughts and prayers. Those are very, very, very tough days when that knock comes on the door for people on both sides of the door. Again, thank you to our deployed, thank you to our fallen and to their families and to the joint force. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully operational again? And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon if they continue to align with our adversaries?
So I'll take it and chime in, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like it all. I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose as one of our primary objectives to destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do to fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part. And the second question was on the nuclear capability. As we've said from the beginning, their strategy shifted just from defense of their nuclear facilities to a conventional umbrella of so many missiles that no one would challenge their ability to the opportunity to defeat their nuclear capabilities. And it was growing by the day. So with Iran at its weakest moment, going at that ballistic missile capability creates an opportunity to ensure at any point in time that Iran give up their nuclear capabilities, or if need be, you prevent them from doing it, as the president has done once already with Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating those capabilities. So the conventional side is a huge part at getting at denying nuclear capabilities. If you have anything you want to add.
Appreciate the question. I'm not going to comment on what we may or may not be thinking about any options that the Joint Force could be tasked to do in the future, whether it's on the nuke matter or anything else. Thank you.
But we have options.
The mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them.
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety of problems. And that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So
absolutely.
Thank you.
Taxes was so taxing.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with Daily Wire. Thank you both for the update. ABC News has updated its story from yesterday, clarifying that the FBI report on Iran possibly striking California was unverified. I just want to ask you, what impact did that original reporting have on the public? And does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then just really quickly on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president on this conflict? Can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so well. Ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over, looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time, thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. And as far as the vice president, he's an incredible member, leader of this team as well, alongside the president and the Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president and the vice president every single day is a key voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie. Yes.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones, military industry. You haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum to ensure that they never do. And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without what those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities. That set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So the president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options, up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up, which of course we would welcome. They weren't willing to do in negotiations. I would never tell this group or the world what we're willing to do or how far we're willing to go, but we have options for sure. Right next to him.
Me?
No, right there.
Right here, sir? Right here? I'll take it for
Quarter
sure.
zip right there. Yep. No, you. Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can you please provide some guidance? It's been 13 days in. Can you please provide some guidance, both of you, about the strike on the girls' school? There has been reporting that indicates that preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians. Literally never targets civilians. I look at the process that's used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target, Iran does. We will investigate, we'll get to the truth, and we'll share it when we have it. Absolutely. And what was the second
About the Strait of Hormuz, about the Navy. Secretary Wright.
It's a tactically complex environment. Before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our current military objectives to do that safely and smartly. So we're continuing to develop.
And we do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is dynamic, but this is, I think, almost by 20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it, which
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot.
which we do to address it and ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well. Right here.
United States
Thank you.
that strike, sir.
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Moore, working with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and to transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to rely entirely on stand-in over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over-the-top, the types of which we have a plethora, which was our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the capabilities you have and your options across the force. Absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines
Right
since
here,
the war
Lisa.
started? Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
Thank you,
Right
sir. Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks. What is the Pentagon doing about that?
First question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success, again, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about, what they want us to do or what we should do or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again. Mission creep or expansive missions or prolonged timelines or democracy building or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in. We're solving for something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. And so the timeline kept moving and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground. And then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here? I'm not clear what it is. We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives. We're pursuing those objectives. The president has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately when they've been reached that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first. Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum, Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction to them?
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's 47 years overdue. And we're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
You have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it. Because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we've
And
tried to
Saudi
do here
Arabia.
is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty. Minor injuries returned to duty, and so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it. Absolutely, right here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Sia, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines? And are USVs, unmanned surface vehicles, being used? And just a quick follow-up, were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface to surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
Yeah, there's
like
been
that.
no
It's still flowing through.
There's been no strikes.
One more time, right here.
Thank you so much. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is, President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple of weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, I know President Trump calling for an unconditional surrender from Iran. Given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran expected to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S., and what are those demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Israelis have. But our objectives are our objectives. And so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those are met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping.
Oh
in a
yeah,
couple
the president
weeks.
has
China's
has
role in all of
a
it?
historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having a dynamic conversation. Two powers. President Trump ultimately has established terms of that relationship, which advance the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Risks to the warfighter. Anthropic has been getting backed by major technology companies, namely Microsoft, which is supporting it over its lawsuit against the Trump administration after the Trump administration labeled Anthropic's model as a supply chain risk. Joining me now is Anthropic's National Security Council member, Josh Hodges. And Josh, it is good to have you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to talk right at this issue before we get into the broader national security issues, the AI use cases that Anthropic mentioned when it refused to budge on working with the Pentagon because of automated weapons targeting systems that would be removing humans from the kill chain and what your CEO called mass domestic surveillance technology. This is scary stuff. Can you explain to us what specifically is happening with regard to mass domestic surveillance right now and removing humans from the kill chain that you don't want to be anywhere near?
Yeah, Maria. Well, thanks again. First of all, really appreciate you having the opportunity to speak about this incredibly important issue. It's obviously incredibly timely, and it's going to have long-term implications, not just for the immediate future and national security, but for future generations as well. So really appreciate the attention to the issue. And specifically on those two use cases, I want to be really clear. Anthropic is not asking to be in the loop whenever it comes to those kinetic operations. Anthropic has already made a lot of concessions and a lot of forward progress and coming along to where the Department of War would need it to be related to how its model can be used on offensive capabilities, on defensive capabilities. They've loosened some of their UAPs. And at the same time, what they're asking is for the Department of War to maintain a human, a Department of War, someone who's in the Department of War chain of command that answers to the president, answers to the Secretary of War, who can actually, if something starts to go awry with these models, that they can turn it off. It's as simple as that. It's not for Anthropic to be in the driver's seat. It's not for them to have a veto power. It's for them to act, for the Department of War to actually maintain someone, because we're talking about future models right now. That's something that kind of gets overlooked with this. We're not talking about the models currently being used. We're talking models down the road, and those are not yet tested. And so Anthropic believes they need to test those models, and they need to have a human who's actually responsible for them, related to offensive capabilities. Related to the domestic spying, this is definitely an issue of concern that conservatives should be paying attention to. While the Department of War is accurate in that it's not currently using what it can do, AI changes the game here. It really does make it possible for the Department of War in some future administration to have AI trolling American social media, to have America to be trolling rally attendants, to be looking through any activity from a veteran perspective or other publicly accessible databases that the department can currently purchase and make profiles of American citizens. That should be very concerning from a Fourth Amendment perspective. It's something that previously has come up during the last 702 reauthorization debate. And while the Department of War is right, it's currently not doing that, and it is legal for it to do that. There are genuine Fourth Amendment concerns that Congress should be taking under consideration with this.
Well, this is really important because you're saying that right now, these are use cases that have not been used so far, but you wanted to ensure that they would not be used. Stay right there. I want to, Josh, go to the Pentagon. They're beginning this press conference. Let's listen in for a few minutes and come right back to you. Hold on. Here's the Department of War Secretary.
Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago, The combination of the world's two most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable.
¿Quiere arreglar sus papeles, pero ha escuchado que no califica para nada? Soy la abogada Ángela Lisinski.
Between our Air Force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only two things on the side of aircraft: the stars and stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but ensuring that production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response, we will keep pressing, we will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen.
We are listening to the Department of War Secretary Pete Hegseth giving us a live briefing from the Pentagon. We're going to get back to that and listen in for any other breaking news. But I am back with Anthropic's National Security Council member, Josh Hodges. And Josh, I want to talk more about these guardrails that need to be in place for AI, because you just made a really important point, and that is that they weren't happening yet. But Anthropic, in terms of budging, refusing to budge on the uses for Claude with the Pentagon, was looking ahead to the potential of perhaps automated weapons targeting systems, which remove humans from the kill chain, and the potential for mass domestic surveillance technology. Tell us where things are going with AI with regard to robotics. Is this truly machine versus man? And how soon will this happen? And what are the dangers, Josh?
Yeah, well, thank you, Maria. And first, I want to comment on. I completely agree with the Pentagon's desire to maintain control over operational decisions. Those should stay with the president. They should stay with the Department of War. As you just heard from Secretary Hegseth, the most important priority right now is making sure our warfighters and national security personnel are not deprived of the tools in the middle of a major operations. It's been publicly reported that Claude is helping with the campaign in Iran, and previously it was reported that Claude was involved related to the Maduro raid. Those are two of the largest operations that have happened in recent history, and they've been massive successes by the administration. And Claude was supportive of those. And so I think when you look at the facts here, Claude is actively working to ensure that our military is more capable, is more lethal, and protected from a national security standpoint. And so while we're doing that, Claude and Anthropic wants to continue providing those services because it cares about America and because it cares about making sure that the American way of life continues. We also believe that we need to maintain the advantage over our adversaries. Anthropic has made a name for itself across the combatant commands, across the national security teams as a valuable product. Secretary Hegseth himself has praised the product. And so they are committed to providing its models to the Department and National Security community at nominal cost with continuing engineering support for as long as necessary or for as long as they're permitted to do so. They want to continue doing this work. They think it's the right thing to do. They're the only AI company that has put its money where its mouth is whenever it comes to standing up against efforts for China to buy them, or to use their models. They've shut them out. The actions they've taken there are unprecedented, and again continues to show that the company is putting America first over its bottom line. And so I'm confident if President Trump talks directly with the company, it gets us to an America first solution, because that's genuinely what the company wants as well. And I see you had another question in there about sort of the long-term implications here. And that's absolutely right, because this is not about the models they're using today. This is about the future models that are going to come online that are not yet tested. And there was a statement made yesterday by DoD personnel, or Department of War personnel, claiming that, Anthropic is potentially hallucinating or sentient, and so we can't really rely on it. I would challenge that and say any AI company that's not actively testing its models and reporting on what it's seen internally should be of concern, because we're talking about future warfighters rely on these technologies. They need to know what the shortcomings of those are. With any other weapon system that's deployed, the soldiers are put through immense training to know the long-term aspects of those, to know the short range, what the difference, what the variables there are, whether it's an Apache helicopter or a rifle. They know how it's going to malfunction. They know how it could function perfectly, and they know all the different ranges there. It should be no difference with AI that is supporting those capabilities as we're integrating it into our military system.
Consumer Reports used road tests, owner surveys, and safety ratings to name Subaru their 2025 most reliable and best overall automotive brand, and the Forester a top pick.
Get 0.9% APR financing on select new Subaru Forester models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event. Working in a global company, we've definitely had some words misheard.
Right. Great.
Systems.
Yeah, I mean, somebody made an analogy to me by saying, look, if you go in your backyard and you see a group of black hawks, and you throw a rock at one of those black hawks, the other black crows, if you throw a rock at one of those black crows, the other crows are going to remember, and they're going to come and they're going to try to retaliate. Black crows are smart birds. And I wonder about agents. Are they taking on personalities, their own traits that later we're going to be worried about? I really want to understand better what the potential is for these robots that are coming on the scene. I mean, you make all great points, but I also feel like these automated weapons targeting systems where you're removing humans from the kill chain That is being developed in China right now, our number one adversary. I mean, just the other day, the leader of Germany went to China. They're showing all of these robots dancing. It was like a Broadway show, but it was all robots. We see these military use of AI within China. So that's even scarier than thinking about what could be happening right now in the U.S. So give us your sense of what is possible with these robots and its use of AI within the military and even commercial use, Josh. Where are we entering this machine versus man environment?
Well, absolutely. And you're absolutely right to point that out. Xi Jinping believes AI dominance is critical for future military and economic power competition, and he's not wrong. There have been numbers of reports out of Congress, out of the Pentagon, highlighting the fact that the United States faces a strategic challenge that requires urgent action, not just with nuclear weapons, but on technology front as well. And so the Department of War is absolutely right to be prioritizing this, and so I applaud them for tackling this. The United States ignored this for decades. China started this 15 years ago, and so we're finally catching up from that aspect. We're still beating them on the innovation front, on the actual implementation. The United States has the best models. And so that's part of the reason I'm speaking today, is because we've got one of the top 3 leading countries globally. And right now the Department of War is saying that they don't want to work with them over vibes. And while I understand there's some difficult conversations to be had there, as I pointed out, when I first was talking to the company about working and advising them, I've raised this issue as well. But I do think President Trump is uniquely positioned to get a deal here that is America first, and he can do this. We're in uncharted waters. We have an obligation to get this right for our children and future generations. President Trump's the best negotiator in the world. I'm confident he's the right person to cut through all the noise, cut through the difficulty, look long-term, and find a solution that keeps America first and gets an outcome that provides the best benefit to our soldiers. And right now, Claude is providing the best model for future applications, whether it's on the defense side or the offensive side. And the company has shown they're willing to work to put that situation first. I understand there were some difficult conversations initially that maybe bristled some folks, but the company really does want to do what's good for the United States here. And I'm a lifelong conservative, and I was raised, politics stops at the water's edge. And that's what I'm focusing here on, is trying to find common ground where it matters, where we're going to be able to make a lasting difference for the soldiers and our American families.
Well, Josh, you just said a minute ago, if President Trump were to talk to us at Anthropic directly. Now, as I understand it, the Department of War Secretary Pete Hegseth made a phone call to your CEO, Dario, and he was in a meeting. And that did not go over well, that he didn't take the call at the time that Hegseth called. But as a result of that, and as a result of the pushback, the U.S. Pentagon deemed your company a quote-unquote supply chain risk. So let's talk about the implications of that, because that means companies must disentangle themselves from Anthropic if they wish to continue doing business with the Department of War. So what has been the impact on Anthropic?
Yeah, well, first, let me say, I think the Dario's apologized for that mishap. The company, it's growing. It's one that it's still, I think, figuring out how to work with the government. And so, look, growing pains are natural. And I think the company, again, if you look at what they've done, not just sort of their words or some of these missteps, they've really put their money where their mouth is. And I would encourage the Pentagon to look at those actions that are America first, not sort of a mishappened phone call or a statement that was made in kind of the heat of the moment. But to your larger question on the supply chain risk, we've got one of the top 3 American AI companies being penalized in an extreme fashion for raising concerns over future capabilities. It's important to keep in mind they're not objecting to current operations or offensive campaigns. When I worked in the first Trump presidency, my core job was working on Venezuela. I was applauding the Maduro raid when it happened. I was extremely excited to find out that Claude was being utilized. And I know other people who were working within the company who felt the same way. And maybe there were people who felt a little bit differently, but no one objected. And that's something that the CEO has been very clear about. The company is not going to comment on ongoing operations. And I think that's the right model for the company to have. They shouldn't be commenting on ongoing things. That's up to the Department of War. They should be equipping the department with what it needs, so the soldiers are safe, so the missions are safe. And that's, I think, looking at the facts as opposed to some of these missteps is what's really important here. And again, the company's not asking to be the one in the loop. They're asking for the Department of War to have someone down the road who can do this. And they're asking for the Department of War to work with Congress to address the laws where they think there needs to be some updates because the laws are outdated. Everyone understands the FISA laws are outdated. It's time to reform those.
The franchise partner program was something that was good for me. I had always wanted to be a business owner.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because this whole standoff with the Pentagon has also shaken up talent. And we know that AI executives, people with AI skill sets are being highly paid. And what happened after your standoff with the Defense Department? At least two high-level employees resigned from OpenAI to work with Anthropic. We spoke with Sarah Fryer, the CFO of OpenAI, the other day, and she said, look, we found a way to work with the Department of Defense to ensure that any concerns we have, the concerns that you are raising, were actually addressed. So how is it possible that OpenAI was able to, agree to certain guardrails in place, but Anthropic wasn't?
Yeah, again, I think this comes down to just needing the conversations to resume where they were. You referenced the phone call that was dropped earlier. I think the two sides are a lot closer to potential agreement than is currently being admitted. And I think there's a real opportunity here to get an agreement that's moved forward. This is not a case of they can't find agreement. This is a case of we need them to sit down and talk so they can actually get to that agreement. That's again an America First agreement.
Okay, real quick before you go, Josh, we have to have a little bit of a conversation about this machine versus man situation that we're seeing. What kind of guardrails are most important to ensure that we are not actually creating a modern day Terminator here? And I know, some people say, oh, this is, this is over the top in terms of, worries, but it's really not, because if you're worried about creating an agent that can go haywire and go against humanity. I mean, you heard Elon Musk the other day say that by 2040, there will be more robots in this world than there will be humans. So address that for us.
Yeah, so thank you. Every serious AI lab, including the ones DoD currently uses, publishes internal safety research on model behavior. Again, it's not that's transparency. It's not a liability. It's not something the Department of War should shy away from. The question I'd be asking is, which model isn't being stress tested for future modes? That's the one I'd worry about in a weapon system. You're absolutely right to be asking these questions because, again, we just don't know how these systems are going to function. Unlike traditional military equipment that's provided and you point it, you shoot, or in some cases a little bit more sophisticated than that, the unintended, and we've seen this with other cyber tools that have been used, the unintended consequences and down the road consequences. Sometimes years later, we learn things like, oh, that we didn't realize that application did this. And so it's really important to have active, ongoing, human in the loop who can monitor this and have the ability to turn it off if necessary. That doesn't mean we can't do AI and Iron Dome. That doesn't mean we can't do incredible offensive systems that are kinetic. That doesn't mean we can't still do all of the things the department wants to do. It just means that we have to have safety and guardrail in place that's not reliant on a single AI company, but that's leveraging the entire American stack and entire innovation system to the benefit of our warfighter and our national security. And so that's what Anthropic is advocating for, and that's part of the reason I'm working with them.
All right. Well, we will continue this conversation, Josh. I'd love it if you can come back. We need much more time with this, but you've made your case. We appreciate you joining us to make this case because we know that this Anthropic standoff with the Department of War matters, and it matters deeply for the country and the world as well. Thank you very much, Josh.
I appreciate your time, and I just want to reiterate, if I genuinely believe President Trump, if he were to talk to the company, he could get an America First solution within the hour. And so really appreciate the time today. Thank you for your attention to this.
Josh, thank you. Josh Hodges from Anthropic. We'll be right back.
Taxes was chasing.
probes resembling giant golf balls. They receive information in the sky in real time, calculate the trajectory of missiles, and therefore their likely destination, and act accordingly. Joining me now with more of this is the man of the hour, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, welcome back. It's good to see you this morning. We so appreciate your time.
Oh, it's great to be back.
We've talked in the past about space being a major national security issue, and we need to protect it. Give us your take on specifically how space is involved in this particular fight and the battle on Iran.
Absolutely. And I mean, space is the ultimate high ground, right? President Trump certainly knows this. It's why he created the Space Force during his first term. It's why he created the Artemis program, which is kind of on the peaceful civil side of space, which is my responsibility at NASA. And that's America's moon rocket behind us right now. But you're absolutely spot on. The assets we have in space, the satellites that are there for observation, for communication. I mean, these are the capabilities that are identifying the rocket launches, that are communicating to our forces and give America an extreme edge in this conflict.
Yeah, and that's why we worry so much about protecting space, because we know that that's where our satellites are, and an adversary would want to take down our satellite to shut the lights, certainly on Earth and impact America. Have we seen evidence of an adversary trying to mess with any of our satellites?
Well, there's no question about it. Again, this is why President Trump created the Space Force, is because this is one of the most important technological domains, and it is no longer secure. I mean, our adversaries have capabilities in space that can threaten our assets. Now, we, of course, have our assets in space that can counter some of that. It's also why the high ground of space keeps getting higher. The satellites initially in low Earth orbit are closer to Earth. They're probably a lot more vulnerable to the satellites we have in geostationary orbit. But now this is why cislunar space is important. You get higher up, you can still look down on Earth. You have some greater freedom of maneuverability the farther away you get. This is kind of the reality of the new space race.
So what does the U.S. need to do right now then, Jared? I mean, when you look at the national security stakes, whether it be lunar dominance, satellite protection, space supply chains, what are you most focused on? And what does the United States now need to do to protect that space?
Well, my first day on the job, I'm in the Oval Office as President Trump signs America's space policy, America for superiority in space. Now, my responsibility is on the civil, peaceful side to it. What are we doing about it? We're returning to the moon. We're returning to the moon, and we're going to stay. We're going to build a lunar base. And next up is Artemis 2, which is America's moon rocket. It's right behind me. 8.8 million pounds of thrust. We're going to send 4 astronauts around the moon in a matter of weeks, safely back to Earth. And then we're going to set up for missions every year, again in 27 until 28, when we land on the moon. And again, this time to stay. We're doing the other things. We're going nuclear power and propulsion in space. So someday you can see American astronauts plant the stars and stripes on Mars. So this is kind of our role that we fulfill here at NASA. We're pioneering, ensuring American leadership in the high ground of space. Then you've got Space Force. They're the ones that are standing out in the hill. They're looking out for everyone here on Earth. And then you've got looking out farther into space as NASA kind of leads the way.
Yeah, that's so fascinating. I want to get back to the nuclear propulsion comment that you just made, but you've been referencing Artemis behind you. What do we need to understand about Artemis, Jared? What do you want to tell us about Artemis? Do we want the camera to widen out or go closer to show us specifically what you're referring to?
Okay, well, what's most important about Artemis is it's a program that lives on beyond any one rocket. You know, President Trump wants to make sure that we pick up where Apollo 17 left off. We are not just going back to the moon to plant the flag and bring home rocks and leave the footsteps, but to build an enduring presence on the moon, a moon base where we can realize the scientific, economic, national security value on the moon, to be a proving ground to test out the capabilities for someday when America's journey takes us to Mars. So this is the opening episode, but you're going to start seeing moon launches to the moon almost on a monthly cadence. A lot of uncrewed vehicles are going to go there as we start to build out the moon base. You're going to see crewed vehicles with astronauts going at some point every year, eventually getting down to 6 months. Vehicle architecture will change until you've got repeatable, affordable missions going to and from the moon.
And you made such an important point in terms of the U.S. picking up the pace of all of this as China is trying to win here as well. The Financial Times article, Jana Robinson writes this: one of the next contested space portfolios is not in the realm of rockets, lunar landers, or satellite constellations. It is embedded in the often overlooked ground game of infrastructure projects, long-term partnering agreements. Not surprisingly, the culprits here, the two authoritarian space powers, China and Russia. What can you tell us?
Well, I absolutely think the nations that are taking on the big, bold, grand endeavors and actually achieving them is how they're pursuing national security objectives. When America returns to the moon, builds a moon base, returning to the moon this time to stay, it sends a message. It sends a message to every one of our adversaries, our geopolitical rivals around the world of what we are capable of doing. It sends a message of what we're capable of doing across every one of the most important emerging technological domains. I will tell you, it is absolutely a race right now. Success and failure on the moon is going to be measured in months, not years.
When will the U.S. have the capability to defend or even repair satellites in space?
Well, I'd say we have demonstration missions, again, on the kind of peaceful civil side for doing on-orbit boosting of satellites, on-orbit refueling of satellites. In fact, our entire lunar strategy with our two moon partners that are building our lunar landers, SpaceX and Blue Origin, incorporates some degree of on-orbit assembly or on-orbit cryogenic prop transfer. These are going to be game-changing capabilities for the United States. So we are moving in that direction for sure.
I mean, look, without giving anything away, obviously we want to be careful here, but do you believe that our satellites are vulnerable to cyber or kinetic attack?
I 100% believe that our adversaries around the world understand how important the high ground of space is and what our satellites are capable of doing, again, from an observation and communication perspective, and they are doing everything they can to try and challenge it. That's where President Trump's Golden Dome comes in. We're building out even bigger constellations of satellites. We're going higher. We're going into cislunar space. We're sending American astronauts back to the moon to build a moon base. So there's no doubt our adversaries are trying to.
No puedo creer lo que aguanta mi marido en la cama ahora con este nuevo Viagra genérico de 87 centavos.
Trying to counter our capabilities in space, but this is why President Trump signs a national space policy calling for the continuation of American superiority in the high ground of space.
Yeah, I mean, that was so smart of President Trump to do that in his first term and then ramp it up in his next term. I want to get back to what we're doing in the war on Iran, because you just mentioned nuclear propulsion. And I spoke with Lindsey Graham, the senator from South Carolina, on Sunday. Listen to what he said. Watch this.
We now know they had enough 60% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth to America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs? All of this money is to make sure they never go nuclear, they can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Witkoff, the negotiator, was told by the Iranians openly that they have stockpiled enough 60% enriched uranium, 460 kilograms, to make 11 bombs. Thank God Trump did this. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it cost America if Iran had 11 nuclear bombs to threaten us? They would hold us hostage. We would be held hostage in perpetuity by this terrorist regime.
So, Jared, I go back to what you said about nuclear and propulsion. Is nuclear propulsion critical for national security when it comes to things like this conflict we're in right now?
Yeah, well, I just want to say, even though I'm here in my NASA capacity, I 100% agree with President Trump, Senator Graham, in that respect. You absolutely can never let a country where they chant death to America have nuclear weapons and highly enriched uranium. You don't even need to use that material to make a bomb. you can simply scatter that material and you can create radiological issues for lots of people and shut down entire areas of land that might not be inhabitable for a very long period of time. It's completely unacceptable for them to ever have that capability. Now, nuclear power is immensely important for civil applications, for peaceful exploration in space. You've got industry like SpaceX, Blue Origin, Rocket Lab, Firefly, all these companies, ULA, building chemical rockets. They can send you someplace within our solar system on a one-way journey. What do you do when you want to go back and forth? That's where you kind of have the interplanetary railroad, if you will, which is nuclear power and propulsion tugs, allows you to move lots of mass from Earth to Mars, for example, and then you can also bring that nuclear power down to the surface. You can make propellant, so when one day American astronauts arrive on Mars, they actually can manufacture the propellant that's going to be necessary to come home to Earth and tell us all about it.
But, I guess what I'm worried about and our viewers have worried about is China being complicit. Aren't China and Russia right now using their space assets to assist Iran in this fight and identify our forces for targeting?
Well, I certainly can't go into that. That's for the DOW and the intelligence community to talk about. What I will say, at least in the peaceful world of space exploration, Russia and China have already announced actually long ago collaboration on nuclear power on the moon, on the far side in the shaded in the South Pole, to build a nuclear power plant alongside a research station. It's also why President Trump in his American Space Superiority executive order said America needs to build nuclear power and propulsion in space to enable Mars, but also to enable our base on the moon as a proving ground for future missions farther into the solar system.
So bottom line, is space becoming the next battlefield, and is America ready for that?
It's already there, but I will say that space is already the ultimate high ground. It is a battlefield. I will just say we have the best president, loves space, understands the importance of space. It's why he created the Space Force in his first term. It's why he created the Artemis program. It's why he created the Artemis Accords. And it's why on my first day in the job, President Trump signed the executive order on American superiority in space.
And should we be relying on private companies? Jared, talk to us about SpaceX helping in this assist in terms of critical national security infrastructure.
Well, I would say that America right now has the healthiest, most competitive launch industry in the history of America's space program. We have SpaceX for sure. We have Blue Origin. We have Rocket Lab, Firefly, ULA. But when you talk about SpaceX specifically, if we did not have their reusable rockets, their rockets that return to Earth, land on ships, we would be falling behind our adversary, China, in terms of orbital launches every year. The capabilities they give us, and now Blue Origin has reusable rockets, that is the difference between who can put mass up in orbit, and that's your observation satellites. Those are your communication satellites. Those are the capabilities right now that are making the difference in the Iranian conflict.
So do you believe that China is trying to plant the first permanent base on the moon? And what does that mean if it were to do that?
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot.
I 100% believe we are in a race right now against China, and the difference between success and failure is months. If we come up short, China will get there. They will get to the moon before America had a chance to return, and they will start building a base exactly where we want to be on the South Pole. They've already stated this. It's why we can't lose. We can't fall behind. It's why I'm here right now with America's moon rocket. We're upping the cadence. We're going to go from launching this thing every 3 years. We're going to try and launch it every year. We're working alongside our partners at SpaceX and Blue Origin, Boeing and Lockheed to get on the game, start moving very fast, launch moon rockets, return to the moon, build the base.
Jared, what a background you have to be in this role now, a private astronaut, billionaire entrepreneur, SpaceX mission commander, now running NASA. This is an amazing position that you find yourself in. What's your number one priority right now, Jared?
Oh, there's no question. I am grateful to be here. I'm working alongside the best and brightest. You have some of the smartest talent, engineering might from America that converges here at NASA to do the near impossible. You know, what is my greatest priority? What's keeping me up at night? Making sure we can deliver on President Trump's national space policy, return Americans to the moon, build the moon base, establish that enduring presence for, again, all that we may learn. Knowledge is power in space, and it's going to be our stepping stone to getting to Mars someday.
So, I mean, do you believe that NASA is still a science agency, or do you believe that NASA is now part of America's strategic deterrent in orbit?
Well, the answer is both. So, of course, we are still all about science and discovery. We have been since the beginning of the space program. Our telescopes that are out there, Hubble, James Webb, our rovers that are on Mars right now. I mean, knowledge is power, and we want to make sure every breakthrough that's going to change the world in space exploration and discovery is making its way through NASA. That said, do we have a national security mission? You bet we do. Again, 1969, July 20th, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin on the moon. We did the near impossible. It sends a message to the entire world. What else is America capable of doing? We're going to do it again in the years ahead under President Trump's leadership.
Wow, Jared, this is all very exciting.
To shut down U.S. bases in the region, saying American protection is, quote, nothing more than a lie. Today, Israeli civilians were struck by Iranian cluster bombs. This comes as Israel's prime minister encourages Iranians to rise up now. Correspondent Nate Foy is live in Tel Aviv again tonight. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, Brett, good evening. So just hours after hearing from Mojtaba Khamenei as Iran's supreme leader for the first time, we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in his first news conference of this war, and he said to the Iranian people that he believes regime change is possible. Listen here.
We stand with you. We help you. But at the end of the day, it's up to you. It's in your hands. Already, we can say with certainty, this is no longer the same Iran.
Brett, Netanyahu said that he speaks to President Donald Trump freely every single day. Meanwhile, Iran's new supreme leader didn't appear on camera today, further fueling speculation about his health. Instead, a state television newscaster read his statement where he threatened to expand and intensify the war against the U.S.
Studies have also been conducted on opening other fronts in which the enemy has little experience and would be highly vulnerable. Their activation will take place if the wartime situation continues.
He also claimed that Iran is only attacking U.S. bases in the region, but new video contradicts that. Take a look. Bahrain says that Iran attacked its fuel tanks today after an Iranian drone crashed into oil storage tanks in Oman. Meanwhile, Israel is responding to an offensive by Hezbollah last night. They're surging additional troops to the northern border and targeting Hezbollah leadership. Now, tonight, Tel Aviv has once again been targeted by Iranian ballistic missile fire. This is after last night when a senior IDF official told Fox News that Iran and Hezbollah coordinated their attacks against Israel. Brett?
Nate Foy live in Tel Aviv. Nate, thank you.
And a Fox News alert because Iran's new supreme leader issuing his, his first public statement. It was a written message that was read by an Iranian state TV news anchor. Trey Inks. Let me hand it over to you while I cough, and you tell us what exactly happened. What did he say?
Yeah, Dana, good morning. We're just getting this in right now. On Iranian state media, a presenter read a new statement from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and Reuters is reporting a few highlights from those remarks, saying that the supreme leader said in the statement, "We believe in friendship with neighbors and only target the bases, and we will inevitably continue." That is not true. We know that many Gulf countries have had their residential and civilian infrastructure attacked. Now, Iran's new supreme leader in this statement goes on to say all U.S. bases should immediately be closed in the region, and those bases will be attacked. He also says in the statement, again, that was presented on state media, he does not appear in the statement, that he calls on unity among the people of Iran and participation in Quds Day. Now, Quds is the Arabic word for Jerusalem, and this day normally falls on the last Friday of Ramadan. And so if my math is correct here, that would be March 20th of this year. the last Friday of Ramadan, when traditionally we have seen Iranian proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah launch attacks and also large demonstrations in the region. And so this is certainly something to look out for in the days ahead. But again, this is the first statement that we are receiving from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. He speaks about the attacks on Gulf countries, also says that he will target U.S. bases in the region, and then also talks about the Strait of Hormuz. This is an interesting part here. And again, we are just getting these highlights from Reuters, watching state media in Iran. They're first coming out, of course, in Farsi. And Iran's new supreme leader goes on to say the closure of the Strait of Hormuz should be continued as a tool to, quote, pressure the enemy. And so the rhetoric that we are hearing from Iran's new supreme leader is quite similar to his father's rhetoric. Remember, Iran's former supreme leader was taken out in the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury when this war began. And in those opening strikes, Mojtaba Khamenei's wife, mother, and one son were also killed. Again, the latest remarks, though, that we are getting from the supreme leader via state media, and we are quoting Reuters here, indicate that he will continue ordering the attacks on U.S. bases in the region and continue efforts to close the Strait of Hormuz. Bill, Dana?
And Trey, as you pointed out, Iran's new supreme leader said that Iran has, quote, warm relations with Gulf countries. I'm curious, how do you think those Gulf countries are going to react to hearing that, considering Iran is droning and missiling them every day?
Yeah, I've been speaking with Gulf leadership and sources over the past 2 weeks, and I would not describe the current relations as warm between these two countries. Not only Qatar, but the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain have all come under Iranian ballistic missile and drone fire in recent days. And while the Iranians have attacked U.S. bases in the region, they have also attacked civilian infrastructure and energy infrastructure, including Omani energy infrastructure. We showed you those images earlier this hour of an oil storage facility in Oman burning as a result of an Iranian drone attack. And remember, Oman was the mediator in the negotiations that were taking place earlier this year indirectly between the Americans and the Iranians. And so the current relationships are not good between Gulf countries and the Iranian regime. And despite the fact that some communication has taken place with Iran's foreign minister reaching out to his Gulf counterparts, these attacks against Gulf countries do continue.
Trey, yesterday, even on the 5, we were saying, is there proof of life that we could get that this guy is still alive? There are reports also that he was injured. Do you know anything more about that?
Yeah, I spoke with an Israeli intelligence official in recent days who indicated Mojtaba Khamenei is injured. They downplayed the reports, though, that he was critically injured, saying that he was injured in one of the strikes, the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury, again, that killed his wife, his father, of course, and one son. As we look forward here, though, it will be interesting to see if and when we actually see Mojtaba Khamenei. We've not yet seen him. Of course, there have been posters and images circulating in the Iranian capital of Tehran. But this statement today, where he speaks about the ongoing war against the United States and Israel, was made through a presenter on state media.
Trey Yingst, thank you. And stay safe. We'll maybe see you again as this America's Newsroom show rolls along. All right, Brett Belikovich is the founder of Power Us and a drone expert, as well as a Fox News contributor. Thank you for being here. What do you think about this warning about possible drone attacks? It does have people a little worried that maybe something like this could happen on our shores.
Yeah, well, I think the recent warning from the FBI proves that the threats of drone attacks here on U.S. soil aren't just hypothetical anymore. Someone out there had real intelligence information that this was a threat. Otherwise, the FBI wouldn't have issued the statement. And I've been talking about it for years on your program, but maybe this is finally the wake-up call that others need. It demands national attention. Protecting Americans, protecting our airspace and critical infrastructure from drone strikes has to be treated as a national priority. And we can't have government bureaucracy get in the way of that, because the tactics our enemy is using right now against our troops overseas are exactly the type of tactics they could employ against us in the United States if given the opportunity. Drones are cheap, they're easy to acquire, they're increasingly lethal, they're no longer reserved for nation states with trillion-dollar defense budgets. We are in a drone and counter-drone arms race with our enemies, and we can't afford to lose that race. And it's not that we have a technology problem here. We have brilliant engineers in the U.S. who know how to solve it. I think we have a decades-old federal contracting problem, and thank God for our president and leaders like Secretary Hegseth who are slowly fixing that. But the bureaucracy still exists in a lot of ways that stops counter-drone technology from being implemented at scale and creating this protection layer across the U.S. We just can't afford to have legacy bureaucrats running our domestic counter drone defense when we have real asymmetric threats to defend from. And I'm talking about the guys who've been doing this for years. They're part of the problem. They failed us. They're not moving at the speed of war, and we are at war.
Brett, obviously, this is alarming. Let me ask you a question. It might sound stupid, but let's say off the coast of California, if something like this were to happen, does the drone come from out in the water, or is that something that would actually have been smuggled into the United States?
I think both are possibilities. You'd be surprised how easy it is for an actor to come in clean and wreak havoc and purchase something off the shelf with just a little bit of knowledge. But obviously, we struck one of Iran's drone boats off the coast in the Middle East. So they clearly have the technology to launch drones off of those boats. They don't have to physically be there. And that's just the reality. I don't want another 9/11 here. And for what I'm seeing with the rapid pace of drone warfare, someone can create a 9/11 just without the martyrs this time. We're seeing the future of warfare play out in real time across the Middle East. And the good news is the United States, we have the technology to stop this, right? What we need now is this urgency to deploy those capabilities more broadly because the threat's evolving fast. We need agencies like the FAA to understand this is a real threat, get out of other government agencies' way who are trying to actually implement this. We need to fix this with major disruption. I think the FAA, frankly, and national security policies on drones need to prevent the attack left of launch, not react after someone dies. They've sort of they're built for a world of commercial airliners and hobby drones, not a world where hostile actors can weaponize unmanned aircraft. And the threat landscape has changed, and we need a bureaucracy that can keep up.
Brett, I feel the urgency, and I now share it with you. Just so everybody knows, he has an op-ed up on foxnews.com right now. Iran built a drone terror machine. America just hacked it. He has a lot of information in there. Go there and learn more about that. And Brett, we'll see you soon on the show. Thank you.
The home of hockey is here.
Big start, man. Big start.
And with the ESPN app, you can follow your team.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on tanks, aircraft, and helicopters. In the most.
You too, Martha.
The franchise partner program was something that was good for me. I had always wanted to be a business owner.
Israeli planes continue to hammer the Iranian regime. State media in Iran says there will be a new statement shortly from Mojtaba Khamenei, the country's new supreme leader. We know overnight the Iranians launched more missile and drone attacks against Israel and Gulf countries. We have some new video from Oman showing an oil storage facility on fire after it was hit by an Iranian attack drone. You can see in that red circle here, the drone headed right toward that storage facility. Ultimately, it caused a large explosion and destruction to part of Oman's largest oil facility there. Also, some new video coming in of tankers in the Persian Gulf just off the coast of Iraq, where one person was killed and others injured. Crews had to be rescued after these two tankers were hit by an Iranian vessel that was packed with explosives. Flames spewing from what's left of that vessel there. And President Trump overnight talking about the impact on oil markets, saying this.
And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, they want to drop some mines, very friendly people, mines, so boats blow up. And we knocked out as of, every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never seen anything. Think of it. They knocked out 54 ships in 2 days, and they're real ships.
Quiere arreglar sus papeles, pero ha escuchado que no califica para nada. Soy la abogada Ángel Lisinski.
With focus on the Persian Gulf, there is also a lot of focus here in Israel on their northern border with Lebanon, where the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah fired more than 100 rockets over the border in less than an hour overnight. An IDF official telling Fox News this was the largest barrage since Operation Epic Fury began. The Israelis say they will continue to go after this terror proxy. And I'm just going to have you pop out of the video here. If you can stay with me, Bill and Dana, and come live to us here in Tel Aviv. We have air raid sirens that are sounding here. The Iranians appear to have launched another barrage of ballistic missiles. And this has been an ongoing effort by the Iranian regime. The amount of missiles they're able to launch has certainly been far fewer, but they are still attacking both Israel and Gulf countries. I'm going to toss it back to you. We'll continue talking here. I just need to put on my helmet.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we continue to watch Trey reporting live here, he seems to be doing this every day at this point when these missiles come in. So he said they're tracking missiles coming in from Iran. So that would likely mean they're coming in from the east of where he is rather than the north. That would be Hezbollah from Lebanon. And Trey, if that's correct, now that you got your gear on, go ahead and fill us in on what you know.
Yeah, Bill, over the past 24 hours, we've actually seen joint attacks by the Iranian regime and Hezbollah. They appear to be coordinating when they can to launch a number of missiles and rockets at the same time at Israeli cities. We know, according to U.S. Central Command and the Israeli Air Force, they are going after these launching positions. One official here told me they are hunting the ballistic missile launchers. And that's part of the reason that we have seen oftentimes hours go by without sirens sounding here in Tel Aviv. And I'm just going to show you what the scene looks like here next to the expressway, Bill. You're going to see there are some cars that are still moving, but if you look along the edge of the expressway, you're going to see a few people that have gotten out of their vehicles, and they are, if you can pan left here, Yaniv, you can see those people on the side of the road. And also, I'm going to have my cameraman pan up to the sky here. If you just stay with me, you're going to see the trail of an interceptor launched by some of the advanced missile defense systems belonging to the Israelis. And again, Bill and Dana, as this continues, we are seeing fewer missiles launched at a single time, but it is incredibly challenging for the Israeli people below because they've spent much of the past several days in and out of bomb shelters, watching out not just for direct impacts, but also the falling shrapnel and the cluster munitions. We should very briefly talk about Iran's use of cluster munitions. This is a major topic of conversation here in Israel because it's a change in the threat to the Israeli people. We've seen the impact of these cluster munitions. Oftentimes, even if the missiles aren't intercepted, they will explode over the skies of Tel Aviv, and they rain these bomblets down on the population below, and they can take out part of a building. We arrived at one apartment complex where an entire apartment had been taken out by a single cluster from this munition. And again, it just speaks to how dangerous this war is for the Israeli people on the ground here as the Americans and the Israelis continue to bring the fight to the Iranian regime. Guys?
Yeah, and sometimes those cluster bomblets can spread out over an area and they don't immediately detonate on impact. Sometimes they can stay in the ground for days, sometimes even weeks. Incredibly dangerous. Trey Inks, as always, thank you for your fantastic reporting.
Thank you, Trey. And for more on all of this, we are fortunate to have the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz, with us here. You can talk about any issue. Let's start with this big one. President Trump and Peter Doocy had an exchange yesterday about the war. Watch here.
You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war. For them, it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. But think of it, they had thousands of missiles, 7,000, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many now. We're knocking out the drone plants. They started talking about mines. So we hit 28 mine chips as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers.
So over at the United Nations, what word do you use to describe what's happening right now?
Well, what I've been using over and over again and pointing out to all of the members there is that this war started 1979, started 47 years ago, and President Trump is no longer going to just absorb these attacks, whether it's the terrorist proxies, Hezbollah, Houthi, Hamas, or attacks on infrastructure, or you name it, the malicious activity that Iran has been up to. He's not going to kick the can anymore. He's going to end it. But can I just say that, looking at Trey Yangst and others and what they're going through, the Iranian strategy of sowing chaos, shooting in all directions, hitting its Gulf neighbors, even hitting countries as far away as Turkey and Azerbaijan is absolutely backfiring. Yesterday in the UN and the Security Council, we had a historic day in the sense that all of the GCC countries, led by Bahrain, uniformly and publicly denounced Iran they were co-sponsored. This resolution was co-sponsored by a UN record 135
I think
other
we actually
nations.
have that map. If you could pull it up there while we're speaking. This is the call for number 3, please. This is the map of the countries on the UN resolution. This is unusual, to say the least.
Well, and here's why it's so significant. Number one, many of these countries have taken kind of a neutral position over the years when it comes to Iran. Qatar, for example, shares a massive gas field, the Pars gas field, with Iran that stretches across the straits there. UAE has a massive free trade zone of Iranian goods. Oman was just mediating and providing the kind of neutral actor for us during the negotiations that Iran never approached in good faith. They are all now standing strong. They are all uniformly, I got to tell you, and talking to them on a personal level, furious, outraged. And the fact that Iran is hitting hotels, resorts, ports, their shipping, all of those, their airports, all of those civilian infrastructure has them squarely aligned with the United States. And if you look at it, it's really kind of the Abraham Accords coalition that's now in action, and now it's unified. And the other important thing yesterday, is both China and Russia, fair weather friends that they are, they abstained. They backed away. They didn't oppose it, and they could have vetoed.
We've heard President Trump say that the U.S. has already won, that this is over. He said yesterday, quote, it's easier than we thought it would be. Does he risk putting himself into a corner at all by saying that, though? I mean, especially with these new images overnight, the Strait of Hormuz is there's still bombs going off. There's still ships getting hit.
Yeah, but look, I mean, if you look at the military objectives that he laid out, Secretary Hegseth has laid out from the very beginning, command and control decimated, 3 layers down. Ballistic missile, both production and current. We've seen a 92% drop off. If you look at their nuclear program, not only their enrichment is obliterated, we're hitting other key aspects of it as well. And I could tell you, interestingly, remember the Houthis that were firing at every ship out there? Incredibly quiet. They don't dare, given what they suffered last year, start firing at us. Hezbollah completely degraded, as is Hamas and the other terrorist proxies as well. So what we saw again in the council yesterday were countries like Syria and Lebanon and others that have been under Iran's thumb for so many years are now saying, are now throwing off that yoke. And
let me actually show you call for number.
This will transform the Middle East.
Yeah, let me show you call for number 4. This is the UN Security Council members that voted with our position. And what I thought was interesting is that includes Pakistan and Somalia.
Right.
Okay, right. So I paid attention a little bit to that, and then I'm fascinated by what the mood is over in Turtle Bay. This is the Iranian ambassador at the UN yesterday. Watch here.
Today's action represents a blatant misuse of the Security Council mandate in pursuit of the political agendas of the certain members. The very state responsible for the brutal war of aggression against my country, the regime of the United States, sits on the other side of this chamber as president of the council, abusing its position while obstructing every effort to bring an end to this barbaric war against the Iranian people.
Is that ambassador eating alone at the lunch table over there?
Oh, he's in the building alone. 135 countries. And I read every one of them signed up with us. I read every one of them out loud. But I just can't emphasize enough for the Gulf Arabs to come together. And they've been kind of at loggerheads over Yemen and Sudan and all kinds of other things. To stand uniformly is incredibly powerful. And now today, and this is the part I don't think is getting a lot of attention, we are going to go the next round of snapback sanctions. Again, kind of in this guise of where's the UN any good or helpful? President Trump put maximum pressure back in. He had it his first term. Biden lifted it. President Trump put it back in last year, and now the rest of the world will be with us. And the thing that's not changing right now is the absolute devastation that's going on within the Iranian economy. Their currency is in free fall. Their reserves are in free fall. If you remember the protests just a few months ago, it was from their merchant class. And that isn't going to get any better for this regime.
It's great to have you in New York. It's really good to have you on set. Our audience is very interested, and you help us understand it better. Thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate it. Sure.
So,
The franchise partner program was something that was good for me. I had always wanted to be a business owner.
In the Strait of Hormuz. This all happened yesterday as Iran is launching fresh attacks in the Middle East waters. The regime also joining Hezbollah, both firing simultaneously toward Israel.
Our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yinks, joins us from Israel with more. Trey.
Yeah, hey, Brian, good morning. 2 tankers off the coast of Iraq in the Persian Gulf were hit by the Iranians overnight. Some dramatic video showing these tankers on fire as the crews were reportedly evacuated with 1 person killed. This is taking place as the Iranians are using what's left of their navy to try and target vessels in the Persian Gulf and put pressure as this war continues. We know that CENTCOM is going after many of the vessels that the Iranians have left in their navy, but they're still able to get off some of these attacks. Also further south in Oman, the Iranians used a drone to hit an oil storage facility. This is the largest in their country. Flames rising from that storage facility just yesterday. Again, the Iranians going after many of these locations, but President Trump speaking out about the oil markets, saying this.
And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, they want to drop some mines, very friendly people, mines, so boats blow up. And we knocked out as of, every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never seen anything. Think of it, 54 ships in 2 days. And they're real ships.
With a focus on the Persian Gulf, we're also looking at the situation in Lebanon, where overnight the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group launched more than 100 rockets into northern Israel. An IDF official telling Fox News this was the largest attack by Hezbollah since the war began. The Israelis immediately responded with a series of airstrikes, not just around the Dakhla neighborhood of southern Beirut, but also Hezbollah launching positions across Lebanon. This taking place as a top spokesperson for the Israeli military said this.
Hezbollah is under pressure today. It works for its Iranian master. It acts contrary to the Lebanese interest. It not only does not defend Lebanon, it harms Lebanon. We see the statements of Lebanon's government leaders. It harms the state of Lebanon.
We have some video of those strikes the Israelis conducted in the minutes after that rocket barrage that targeted northern Israel, injuring at least 2 people. You can see in these videos here, they are launching extensive airstrikes across Lebanon, not just in Beirut. What was interesting, guys, overnight is that this rocket fire came from very close to the Israeli border, an area where there were Israeli ground troops just a few months ago. And so this is an indication that Hezbollah has been able to push some of their terrorists further south of the Litani River and launch more attacks against Israel. We expect intense airstrikes to target Beirut in the hours ahead. As the Israelis say today, they are targeting positions in Iran and also Lebanon. Guys?
Thank you, Trey.
Thanks so much, Trey. It goes to show you the Lebanese army's got to do something. They can't be everywhere. I'm talking about the Israelis. Meanwhile, Trey, stay with us because I just want to give everyone at home a sense of who this paramilitary security force is. Dressed in plain clothes, oftentimes on motorcycle. They're called the Bashirs. And this paramilitary group has headquarters, we think, roughly based here. The red marks are the places that we've actually attacked. And this is what I think is directly related to Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israelis too, coming out and saying, get ready to take back a country. You can't do it when you have this police force amongst you who are sitting there with force and with guns who are going to shoot you if you protest. They're the ones who pile up the bodies in the streets of people when they want to just have a say in their government and they're upset they can't get any water or their currency is worthless. Who's the head of the Bashir? He's dead. This is some great news. Asadollah Badfar, he was killed over the last 2 days. This was confirmed by the Defense of Democracies, and it was also confirmed by the Israelis. It's not confirmed by the Iranians yet, but they don't like to admit this. Look for a big funeral in his response. What is their symbol? This goes to show you their symbol. These men and these guys actually made their name and the human waves that used to run, just the men, used to run at the Iraqi tanks during the Iran-Iraq war. That was where the besieged made its name. And that's why these ruthless guys who are ideologues to the nth degree and severe Islamic extremists will crack down ruthlessly on the average everyday Iranian who just wants to stay in their government. Here's a look at how they get their guys. They look at people sold on this mission, and they recruit mostly young men into it, and they consist primarily of working class men who just want to actually subscribe to the extremist religion. What can you say about them? Without them, the Iranians could rise up. What are they? A division of the IRGC. So as we talk back to Trey, is there anything you'd like to add about this group that people should keep in mind if they want to see the Iranians take back their government? Don't you believe, Trey, this group's got to be neutralized?
Yeah, Brian, this is a really important part of the story that we are covering on the ground in Iran. When you look at Iran's IRGC, it's made up of 5 separate branches. We know about the Quds forces, President Trump ordering that targeted strike against Qasem Soleimani back in 2020. We know about their air force and ground forces. It's the besieged forces, though, one of the branches that is responsible for the crackdown on protesters in Iran. One of the reasons that Operation Epic Fury began. We saw the attention shift back to Iran earlier this year when the besieged forces went into the streets and directly confronted the pro-democracy protesters who were peacefully demonstrating in the streets of their country. President Trump believes 32,000 Iranian civilians were slaughtered, mainly by these forces, as they went on motorcycles and in cars and opened fire on demonstrators. And so there has been a concerted effort, I'm told, by intelligence officials here and in the United States to go after the leadership structure of the besieged forces and their command and control centers. We saw earlier in Operation Epic Fury intense airstrikes against the capital of Tehran, taking out the command centers that they used to order the crackdown on protesters. And we expect the degrading of this part of the organization to continue in the days ahead, because the Israelis and the Americans want to create the conditions for the Iranian people, if they want to go to the streets in the days or weeks ahead, that they can do so. And they will have less security forces there. They will have a weakened structure that would allow them to demonstrate against the regime that we know has simply replaced the former supreme leader with his son, Mujtaba Khamenei. This is a man who actually has very close ties to the besieged forces. He was directed by his father in the past, even in 2009 during the Green Movement protests in Iran, to use these individuals to crack down on peaceful demonstrators. And so very big developments on the ground as the Israelis and Americans go after these headquarters, and we can expect more of the leadership structure of this wing of the IRGC to be taken out in the days ahead. Brian?
Great job, Trey.
Yeah, I'm reading about them that they monitor population for anti-government sentiment. They enforce the strict dress codes and social norms. They're the morality police, and they're criticized often. The group is widely criticized for using excessive, often lethal force against protesters, including torturing and killing detainees.
So the Israelis said they're looking to take them out. What they did to show that they're still a force when the war started, they set up checkpoints, and now we're bombing the checkpoints.
Taking them out. Decentralizing the coordination is going to making it hard for them to coordinate with one another is going to be make it easier for Israel and the United States to take all of those leaders out.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic.
I'm pleased to report that earlier today, the International Energy Agency agreed to coordinate the release of a record 400 million barrels of oil from various national petroleum reserves around the world, which will substantially reduce the oil prices as we end this threat to America and this threat to the world. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right?
Absolutely. The U.S. will tap into oil reserves in an effort to lower energy prices. But despite that, oil prices pressing higher at this hour, as the State Department warns Iran could be planning attacks on American oil and energy infrastructure over in Iraq. This after the IRGC claimed responsibility for firing on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. KT McFarland served as Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump and joins us now. The only ships getting through there are Iranian vessels. Why are we letting Iran be able to ship oil to China? Why don't we stop that? We're pretty good at stopping barges. I'm sure you've seen it in Venezuela.
Yeah, we're pretty good at dealing with the Strait of Hormuz. We've been dealing with that going back to the Reagan administration where we stopped those vessels going through. The president has said that the United States could escort our tankers through, the United States Navy. And he's also said that we, the United States, could insure. The problem is insurance. They can't get insurance because it's a war zone. We would give them the insurance. But he hadn't done either of those things yet. And what happens is Iran is letting ships go through, tankers go through, that are Iranian tankers, that are illegal ghost tankers. And the tankers just say, hey, we're on our way to China, don't bother us. And so Iran lets them through. We could stop this. We just haven't done it so far. I would urge the president to, if he wants to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, do it quicker, do it sooner rather than later.
KT, it seems like so many of the president's objectives have been reached. But the question is, how much of their interior Gestapo-like forces, the besieged, have to be destroyed before the people of Iran rise up, being that we haven't really armed them yet and the Iranian government doesn't let them have any arms?
We're working our way down the target list, and the initial target list was the Navy, the Air Force, the command and control centers, the senior tier of leadership of the Revolutionary Guard and of the government. But what we haven't gone after are these besieged. And you're right, these are thugs. These are guys on motorcycles that are thugs. And this is the internal, they're not even a regular police, they're just gangs. And they go into towns, into regions, into remote areas, and they arrest women without headscarves, bring them into jail, rape them, and beat them. That's the besieged. And until somebody gets a hold of the besieged, whether it is the Israelis bomb their headquarters, whether it is the government itself, potentially a new Iranian government that goes after the besieged is a cancer within. And until they're dealt with, then I don't think you're going to see a lot of people going back out into the streets, except people who are knowing they're going to die because the besieged are going to just tackle them, arrest them, beat them, torture them, kill them.
Right. We killed their commander, and we're killing a lot more. And the Israelis' intelligence on the ground is unbelievable. Hopefully that leads to grabbing that uranium out of some of those destroyed sites. Maybe that'll be something that'll be announced shortly. Let's talk about oil. They think their greatest offense is getting oil up to $200 a barrel. Here's Energy Secretary Chris Wright on what we're doing.
We are every hour of every day degrading their military ability to threaten ships in the Straits of Hormuz. We will release collectively 400 million barrels. This is to tide the world over while these flows are restricted by Iran. But ultimately, the United States military will prevail. We will end their ability to impede traffic through the Straits of Hormuz, and ships will flow again.
So we released some from our strategic oil reserve, and so did 32 other countries. That's a pretty good adaptation. It doesn't show defection.
Yeah, but it's a temporary fix. You've got to deal with Iran's ability to use oil as blackmail, whether it's blocking the Strait of Hormuz or whether it's going after energy sites around the region that other countries own, targeting other countries' energy sites. We have yet to target the Iranian energy sites, to a certain extent. Now, why is that? Because I think we're still hoping that we could work with a new Iranian government that would then rely on those oil refineries, the oil extraction, the oil bases to have them intact to work with. But that's still on our target list. So we could do a whole lot more damage to Iran than we've done. And we've got plenty of time to do it. Yeah. I think that with the initial objectives have been met. No nukes, no missiles, no force of proxies endangering the Middle East. Now, what we've got to do is do the next tier of targets, which is open the Strait of Hormuz, making sure the oil flows, getting rid of the besieged. And it depends on President Trump. He could leave tomorrow and say, I've committed the job. I'll be back in a couple of years as Iran rebuilds its military, its nuclear sites, and we'll mow the grass again. But I think President Trump has made the decision. He wants to deal with it once and for all.
One of the things he said is, I don't want to leave it for the next person, no matter who the president is. Don't want to leave it for them. I want to handle it now. And every other administration knew there were a problem. Yeah. Only this Democratic Party is not admitting it now. Hopefully people will not fall for that. KT McFarland, thanks so much.
No puedo creer lo que aguanta mi marido en la cama ahora con este nuevo Viagra genérico de 87 centavos.
To have the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz, with us here. You can talk about any issue. Let's start with this big one. President Trump and Peter Doocy had an exchange yesterday about the war. Watch here.
You just said it is a little excursion and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war. For them, it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. But think of it, they had thousands of missiles, 7,000, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many. Now we're knocking out the drone plants. They started talking about mines. So we hit 28 mine chips as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers.
So over at the United Nations, what word do you use to describe what's happening right now?
Well, what I've been using over and over again and pointing out to all of the members there is that this war started 1979, started 47 years ago, and President Trump is no longer going to just absorb these attacks, whether it's the terrorist proxies, Hezbollah, Houthi, Hamas, or attacks on infrastructure, or you name it, the malicious activity that Iran has been up to. He's not going to kick the can anymore. Azerbaijan is absolutely backfiring. Yesterday in the UN and the Security Council, we had a historic day in the sense that all of the GCC countries, led by Bahrain, uniformly and publicly denounced Iran. They were co-sponsored. This resolution was co-sponsored by a UN record 135
I think we actually have that map. If you could pull it up there while we're speaking. This is the call for number 3, please. This is the map of the countries on the UN resolution. This is unusual, to say the least.
Well, and here's why it's so significant. Number one, many of these countries have taken kind of a neutral position over the years when it comes to Iran. Qatar, for example, shares a massive gas field, the Pars gas field, with Iran that stretches across the straits there. UAE has a massive free trade zone of Iranian goods. Oman was just mediating and providing the kind of neutral actor for us during the negotiations that Iran never approached in good faith. They are all now standing strong. They are all uniformly, I got to tell you, and talking to them on a personal level, furious, outraged. And the fact that Iran is hitting hotels, resorts, ports, their shipping, all of those, their airports, all of those civilian infrastructure has them squarely aligned with the United States. And if you look at it, it's really kind of the Abraham Accords coalition that's now in action, and now it's unified. And the other important thing yesterday, is both China and Russia, fair weather friends that they are, they abstained. They backed away. They didn't oppose it, and they could have vetoed.
We've heard President Trump say that the U.S. has already won, that this is over. He said yesterday, quote, it's easier than we thought it would be. Does he risk putting himself into a corner at all by saying that? I mean, especially with these new images overnight, the Strait of Hormuz is there's still bombs going off. There's still ships getting hit.
Yeah, but look, I mean, if you look at the military objectives that he laid out, Secretary Hegseth has laid out from the very beginning, command and control decimated, 3 layers down. Ballistic missile, both production and current, we've seen a 92% drop off. If you look at their nuclear program, not only their enrichment is obliterated, we're hitting other key aspects of it as well. And I could tell you, interestingly, remember the Houthis that were firing at every ship out there? Incredibly quiet. They don't dare, given what they suffered last year, start firing at us. Hezbollah completely degraded, as is Hamas and the other terrorist proxies as well. So what we saw again in the council yesterday were countries like Syria and Lebanon and others that have been under Iran's thumb for so many years are now saying, are now throwing off that yoke. And
let me actually show you call for number.
This will transform the Middle East.
Yeah, let me show you call for number 4. This is the UN Security Council members that voted with our position. And what I thought was interesting is that includes Pakistan and Somalia.
Right.
Okay, right. So I paid attention a little bit to that, and then I'm fascinated by what the mood is over in Turtle Bay. This is the Iranian ambassador at the UN yesterday. Watch here.
Safe streets don't just happen. They happen when criminals know tough leaders are in charge. Ohio law enforcement supports Vivek Ramaswamy because, like President
Today's action represents a blatant misuse of the Security Council mandate in pursuit of the political agendas of the certain members. The very state responsible for the brutal war against my country, the regime of the United States, sits on the other side of this chamber as president of the council, abusing its position while obstructing every effort to bring an end to this barbaric war against the Iranian people.
Is that ambassador eating alone at the lunch table over there?
Oh, he's in the building alone. 135 countries. And I read every one of them signed up with us. I read every one of them out loud. But I just can't emphasize enough for the Gulf Arabs to come together. And they've been kind of at loggerheads over Yemen and Sudan and all kinds of other things. To stand uniformly is incredibly powerful. And now today, and this is the part I don't think is getting a lot of attention, we are going to go the next round of snapback sanctions. Again, kind of in this guise of where's the UN any good or helpful? President Trump put maximum pressure back in. He had it his first term. Biden lifted it. President Trump put it back in last year, and now the rest of the world will be with us. And the thing that's not changing right now is the absolute devastation that's going on within the Iranian economy. Their currency is in free fall. Their reserves are in free fall. If you remember the protests just a few months ago, it was from their merchant class. And that isn't going to get any better for this regime.
It's great to have you in New York. It's really good to have you on set. Our audience is very interested, and you help us understand it better. Thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate it. Sure.
And for them, it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. They started talking about mines, so we hit 28 mine chips as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers in the water.
So we've heard so much about the Strait of Hormuz during this ongoing conflict with Iran, but let's talk about why it's so important in the first place, why President Trump wants to keep it open. Take a look at this map right here. So roughly 25% of all global seaborne oil trade goes through the Strait of Hormuz right here. Then on top of that, almost 20% of all liquefied natural gas trade, LNG as it's known, goes through the Strait of Hormuz as well. A large amount of that LNG being exported from Qatar. Now, Iran has come out today saying they plan to keep the strait closed during this war. How do they plan to do that? We know Iran likes to use mines. They've used them in the past, and there have been reports they've started mining the strait again. There's a handful of different mines that they can use. There are floating mines, which kind of bob in the water 3 to 10 feet down in depth. There's moored mines. Those can be chained to the seabed. There are seabed mines, which literally sit on the ocean floor. Those can be used against submarines. There are also things known as limpet mines. Those are mines that are literally just attached to the hull of a ship. And what's crazy about this is ships don't have to physically touch these mines in order for them to detonate. Yes, if they come in direct contact, they'll explode. But some of these mines are capable to basically listen for a ship, to listen for its electronic signature, the magnetic signature it gives off, some of the ship noise. And just getting close to a mine is capable of setting it off. So how do you fight these mines? Well, the U.S. has, these are known as MCMs. These are mine countermeasure ships, and they're built a certain way. They've kind of got like a wooden hull. They don't give off as much of an electric signature, but they're designed to detect and destroy mines. These are some of our MCMs, which are being decommissioned. This is them in transit back to the United States. Why are they being taken out? Because we apparently have some new ships. They're going to be brought in. They're more modern. But these are the kind of ships that we use to detect and destroy the mines in the Strait. And you take a look at the bigger picture here. Again, looking at the Strait of Hormuz, you got Iran saying you want to keep it closed. You got President Trump and the U.S. military saying they might consider using military escorts to get ships safely through this area, as we see these overnight videos of ships being bombed and are now on fire. For more on this, we want to bring in Andrew Markoff. He's a former Marine Special Forces officer and the CEO and co-founder of SMAC Technologies. Andrew, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Do we have a rough estimate of how many mines that Iran potentially has built up over the years?
I've heard reports that they have, circa 6,000 of a, variety of different types from, what you were pointing out, the ones that are close to the surface, some that are just under the surface, and then some that are, in the seabed. But I think, the bigger issue than just the quantity is that they're cheap, and that, you really only need one mine to make a minefield. I mean, the reality is just the threat of any mines in the Strait is enough to shut down traffic.
So as there's talk about potentially using military escorts to escort naval ships through there in oil tankers. General Keane suggests that the situation has to get a lot calmer before that can happen because there's still obviously a lot of fighting going on. Take a listen.
If we start to bring our warships through right now, the Iranians still have the capability, not just at the coastal area, which we can eliminate, but hundreds of miles back to range those ships with precision weapons. And that makes no sense in terms of the risk when we're going to finish them off entirely in a few weeks. We're likely not going to begin that task of escorting tankers through until that threat is removed.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
Do you agree with that assessment?
I definitely think that there's still a threat. I think that this just points to the need for what we would describe as decision dominance, but the ability to fuse massive amounts of data in real time to understand what's going on and then make the right decisions, both to take out threats to our ships in the Strait and to be able to get ships moving through the Strait. I think that's really one of the promises of artificial intelligence and like a lot of the defense technology companies that are working in the space is to enable us to actually do this live and to do this faster and to do this more effectively.
There's been all this talk about cluster munitions being used by Iran, and we've seen some of those wild videos of them raining down from the sky where they all kind of splinter together, almost looking like a meteor shower. If we can pull up this graphic right here, it kind of explains how some of these cluster munitions work. They get fired from some sort of a projectile or a tank or a missile launcher or something. They explode in the air, and then they splinter out and just basically spread out all over the ground. And that can be obviously extremely dangerous for civilians. How much of an escalation is it for, there's the graphic right there, how much of an escalation is it for Iran to be turning to these weapons right now?
I think cluster munitions are terrible, and they are a real problem. And I think that just speaks to the need that we need to take out their launcher capabilities. I mean, if you look at like the U.S.'s red lines on Iran, it's nukes, missiles, and terrorist proxies, and the launchers are a big issue. I think it's one of the reasons that it's really important that we're focused on targeting those and taking that capability out, because cluster munitions are brutal.
Yeah. Here's a headline I want to read to you. It says, quote, Iran increasingly employing cluster munitions against Israeli civilians. Quote, Iran is likely hoping that the use of cluster munitions will increase the number of casualties caused by each individual missile. Andrew, got about 30 seconds left here. Do you think that's Iran's strategy? Cause as much pain as possible in all the spots they can to try to get some sort of resolution to this war, or try to get U.S. or Israel to come to the table?
I think they're trying to make this war drag out, and I do think that they're trying to make this as painful as possible, because they know that one of the considerations that we have to weigh is, as we move more and more assets into this theater, that takes assets that we could use in other theaters to maintain stability away, and we need the ability to be able to be effective in this theater, optimize getting this conflict resolved in a way that maintains our equities in other theaters at the same time. And again, I think that's really why decision dominance and the ability to fight and move assets in multiple theaters at the same time is a really critical capability for us.
Yeah, on top of the fact that every day they're trying to take out the launchers that are firing those missiles. Andrew Markoff, thanks for your time and thanks for your insights this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streamed.
The start of the Iran conflict are only temporary. Oil was on another roller coaster again today, as was the stock market. Iran continues to threaten to choke off traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, where normally up to a quarter of the world's oil flows through every day. It is a global choke point. Also tonight, the Pentagon reports 140 service members have been wounded during the Iran conflict. 7 have died in action. All of this comes amid increasing concerns from both sides of the aisle about the duration of the conflict. Senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich starts us off tonight live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Jackie.
Good evening, Brett. The president said within the last few hours, the U.S. military has destroyed 10 inactive mines laying in boats and ships. CENTCOM just put out a statement saying the U.S. took out multiple Iranian naval vessels, including 16 mine layers. All of this after the president warned Iran and everyone else earlier today not to put any mines in the Strait of Hormuz or else face violent consequences. The White House closely monitoring oil and gas prices.
Rest assured to the American people, the recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term.
The White House says President Trump and his energy team are closely watching the markets and drawing up options to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. But so far, the administration has not used the U.S. Navy to escort tankers through the strait, despite the energy secretary saying so in a quickly deleted post.
I haven't had a chance to talk to the energy secretary about it directly. However, I know the post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time, though, of course, that's an option.
Wall Street didn't wait for verification to respond to good news.
We went from $70 a barrel a week ago to almost 120, and now, like you said, we're back below 80.
Prices came back up when the post came down. The market's hanging on the administration's every word, but gas prices will be slower to respond.
It always is going to take longer to come back down. When prices take off, they usually lose money at the tank, and they have to make that up on the way down.
Democrats seizing on that.
Gas prices are going through the roof. Tariffs still here. More problems are going to happen because of all of this.
This president promised affordability, and he promised no wars.
Which has some Republicans who opposed U.S. intervention spooked.
People don't want to call it war, but if there's still kinetic action that causes oil to be over $100, I think you're going to see a disastrous election.
The White House continuing to face questions about how long it could last.
The U.S. military's initial timeline was about 4 to 6 weeks to achieve the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. But ultimately, the operations will end when the commander-in-chief determines the military objectives have been met, fully realized.
Buttoning up the messaging is all the more important amid the White House's broader affordability push. Tomorrow, the president's traveling to Ohio and Kentucky to tout his economic achievements and talk about lowering prices. Both states have Senate seats up for grabs this November. Brett.
And Jackie, there are reports tonight that President Trump will remove Anthropic's AI technology from agencies across the executive branch. What do we know about that?
Yeah, Brett, the White House is not confirming just yet, but both CBS and Axios are reporting the president will issue an executive order on this. It could come as soon as this week. Yesterday, Anthropic sued the federal government for its designation as a supply chain risk, seeking a reversal on First Amendment grounds. The company lost its contract with the Pentagon after refusing to remove its guardrails against using its AI for autonomous weapons and domestic surveillance. Brett.
Jackie Heinrich live on the North Lawn. Jackie, thank you. You've been hearing that Iran's inventory of missiles and other weapons is rapidly decreasing. The U.S. is facing a similar, not as dramatic or drastic a problem. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin has our update tonight.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth.
5,000 targets struck, 50 Iranian naval vessels sunk, but Iran continues attacks on Gulf countries.
Are they more formidable than you anticipated, General?
I think they're fighting, and I respect that, but I don't think they're more formidable than what we thought.
The two biggest pressures on President Trump, the rising cost of oil and the strain on stockpiles of expensive munitions. The U.S. military used more than 150 of the 534 THAAD interceptors during last summer's Iranian operation. The 2026 defense budget adds only 37 more to the arsenal.
We risk getting into a very precarious situation, one that could invite or tempt somebody like China.
President Xi of China has set 2027 as the year in which his military should be ready to take Taiwan by force if necessary. The U.S. Navy will need missile defense systems for its bases throughout the Pacific, its Navy warships and long-range missiles to defend Taiwan and deter China. President Trump says the U.S. military has a limitless stockpile of weapons, but also met with key defense contractors last Friday and pressed them to quadruple production.
But we have unlimited
middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply.
The Pentagon spent $5.6 billion in munitions during the first 2 days of the assault, according to lawmakers briefed on Capitol Hill, and will need at least a $50 billion supplemental from Congress.
We need to be all in and finish the job. I've never been more impressed with a military operation than I am at Epic Fury.
I emerged from this briefing as dissatisfied and angry, frankly, as I have from any past briefing in my 15 years in the Senate.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky sent a team of Ukrainian counter-drone experts to the Middle East to show the Gulf states and Jordan how to defend against Iran's Shahid drones, which Russia fires at Ukraine almost every night. Axios first reported a Ukrainian team offered to provide the U.S. with its counter-drone technology to defend bases in the Middle East during a meeting last August at the White House between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, but the Pentagon did not follow up, Brett.
Jen, we just did that Q&A about Anthropic. The Pentagon military is still using Anthropic.
Not only using it, they're depending on it for the targeting out in this as part of this Iran conflict. You can't just flip a switch and remove the AI, the artificial intelligence that Anthropic has provided. And from what we know, it is still the leading edge of artificial intelligence.
Okay, one to follow. Jen, thanks.
And I'm Kaylee McEnany, along with Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. We bring you this Fox News alert. We are in week 2 of Operation Epic Fury as the U.S. military and Israel continue to decimate the Iranian terror regime at a furious clip. CENTCOM reports over 5,000 targets struck in Iran and 50 Iranian vessels damaged or destroyed. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling reporters that the operation ends when Iran can no longer back up their death to America threats.
10 days in, this campaign has been a resounding success thus far, and America's warriors are winning this important fight at an even faster pace than we anticipated. When President Trump says that Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, he's not claiming the Iranian regime is going to come out and say that themselves. What the president means is that Iran's threats will no longer be backed by a ballistic missile arsenal that protects them from building a nuclear bomb in their country. And Iran chose this path to death and destruction. Iran wanted to attack the United States of America, and the president was not going to sit back and allow that to happen.
President Trump talking to Trey Yingst, laying out the rationale for the strikes on Iran. He said, quote, "No other president had the guts to do it. I don't want some president who hasn't gotten the courage in 5 years or in 10 years to go in. It's like a gunslinger where he draws his gun first." And the liberal media is having a crash out over Epic Fury by dusting off the old Russia card.
According to the Kremlin, in the middle of all that, President Donald Trump called Vladimir Putin and talked to him for an hour. And we only learned about that phone call because the Kremlin told us about it. The White House didn't announce it. The Kremlin did. Was it even in the White House calendar that today was the day Trump was supposed to check in with his boss?
Trump said the war will only stop after Iran's unconditional surrender, to which Iran replied, "That's a dream America should take to their grave." Okay, that's spooky. And metal as hell.
Basically, we are sending people in to lose their lives.
Yes.
Because we've seen how fighting goes.
So I was reading an old Guardian article about Maddow's history on Russia, Greg. She implied press briefings were orchestrated by the Kremlin. Never the case. I can tell you that from firsthand experience, that a strike in Syria, she concurred, might have been at the behest of Vladimir Putin and alongside him.
Do they actually believe we have no memory of the past 10 years? No one should be going to Maddow, Colbert, or The View for any kind of foreign policy or even domestic expertise. The View is actually considered a news program by ABC. That's like considering Jimmy Kimmel a comedy show. Mm-hmm. But it's a reminder that you should, when you hear these people say things and you feel like it's penetrating you, remind yourself what their stances were on Joe Biden's competence, on Russian collusion, on trans, on crime, on Hunter's laptop, on the border. They were wrong on everything. And this is why, and this is not a great thing, but it feels like Trump has no loyal opposition. You know, nobody could take the Democrats seriously and nobody could take the media seriously because they surrendered all their credibility during the Biden years. So no one is required to take them seriously. So there's like this open road where Trump feels like he can do what he plans on doing because no one's going to take them seriously. I think I said this to you, that there's a new duopoly shaping where the legacy media, so here is the Trump White House, and this would have been the legacy media. They're gone, completely gone. And what's replacing it is independent media. So these are like the people that I actually trust, who I disagree completely with. I disagree with Greenwald, Tim Dillon, Red Scare, Joe Rogan on this topic, but they're not beholden to anybody. They're not covering for anybody. So I take their criticism to heart. It penetrates me, but nothing I get from mainstream media it's like rain hitting the windshield of a Humvee. It's just, I don't feel it. The media has to realize what they've done by completely abdicating their calling to their career in terms of backing Biden and demonizing the other guy. They've left this open road, and Trump is going right through it. If the media had been honest for the past 10 years instead of gaslighting us on all of these issues that I mentioned, they could offer credible criticism and we could listen, but they didn't, and we can't. So it doesn't matter.
You know, Dana, and you look at what's coming out of Iran. They told President Trump to be careful. You could find yourself eliminated, asked about U.S. ground troops potentially. They said, no, we are waiting for them. I mean, it's incredible.
I mean, it's a country of 100 million people and they, the IRGC, which surrounds the regime and protects them and suppresses the people, they're going to fight back. General Dan Kane said that this morning. He says, yeah, they're fighting, and I expected them to. And they might have more, more missiles hidden. That was one of the suggestions, that perhaps they're holding back to wait for something else. But the trajectory is quite amazing. What our military has been able to do to degrade the possibility or the capacity of Iran to attack their neighbors and their own people is quite extraordinary. That is nothing short of extraordinary. And of course, that includes a lot of intel, not only from our side, but from the Israelis as well. And don't forget, I think that it's important. It's not just been this past 10 days, but Iran's proxy, Hamas, made a terrible decision on October 7th, 2023, when they decided to go in, take those people, kill those people, rape those people, take those people hostage. Many of them were Americans as well. And ever since then, Israel said, okay, that's it. And Biden sort of slow walked Israel on this. Remember all the fights that the Biden administration had? Like, should we help them? Should we not help them? I don't know. Finally, Israel gets to the point where they did the pager attack. They killed people, not just the pagers, but it was like many other sort of amazing intel. Then President Trump gets in and says, okay, I will help you. I do not want them to get a nuclear weapon either. So he did Operation Midnight Hammer. And yet still Iran wouldn't stop. So I'm not at all surprised that they're like, oh yeah, we're so big and brave. We're going to say that the president ought to watch himself. They already tried to kill him before, and previous presidents too. And many other Americans they did kill or maim. So they're a little bit getting what they deserve. One thing I would just say that I still think is unfortunate, curious, and I hope that we get this turned around in the next 36 hours. It's that there's so little capability for the people inside Iran to communicate right now. You don't know what they're saying, what they're seeing. We don't have video from inside. They can't communicate in and out. And so that, to me, is something I would love, especially as a news organization, to be able to show people what is happening inside.
Yeah. No.
Do you support Israel and the Jewish people? Now, more than ever, Israel needs committed.
Yeah, no, that's a great point for sure. And Jesse, looking at the MAGA base, there was a lot of conversation when this happened 12 days ago. What's the MAGA base going to do? Well, there's some polling out, and it's YouGov, and you see Republicans overall moved up from 68% support Trump to 76% on this. The MAGA base, 85% support Trump. He has a lot of trust and has earned a lot of goodwill.
Yeah, you can disagree with the war, but not the war effort. We are accelerating these bombing runs, and their offensive output is collapsing. You have to look at it honestly, like these two colleagues to my left said. Everything that the Iranians have tried has failed. They tried to have a war of attrition, hunker down, let us run out of munitions and interceptors. That didn't work. They tried to hit the Arab allies. All it did was force them into America's arms. And then they tried to jack up the price of oil so the base felt the pain at the pump and the market could pressure Trump to take a knee. That didn't happen. The market is stabilized. Oil's down to $80 a barrel. And right now the strait's open. It's not completely, but they are moving tankers. And we have things we can do there. We can use ships as sentries. We could do escorts, or we could seize Carg Island and then just like turn off their revenue with a little spigot. When Trump and Hegseth say that we're only just getting started, or, oh, they ain't seen nothing yet, that's not saying the war is going to last forever. That's a psyop to the Iranians to say we're holding a lot back. We could be hitting their electrical grids, bridges, oil depots. What we're doing is that they act stupid. We're going to reserve those targets for that punishment. Right now, we're almost executing this war compassionately. This thing could be much, much bigger. The timing of the war is really intelligent because if you see the volley of these drones and ballistic missiles, imagine 5 years from now how much blood and treasure the American alliance would have to spend busting down these barrages to take out the nuclear program. Their goal was to build a shield around it so we couldn't even consider the strike. People have to be a little bit more patient. We took 10 years to nail bin Laden, 2 years for Milosevic, 8 months for Gaddafi, 9 months for Saddam. Hitler died after 6 years. We got this guy in 50 seconds. You have to acknowledge how great that was.
Yeah, a massive success, no doubt about it. And Harold, when you look at the idea of Iran getting nuclear weapons, that would essentially insulate them. You at that point couldn't attack Iran. That's why I agree with Jesse. The timing, you had to do this.
I don't think there's any doubt. It's good to be with you today as well. I'd say a couple things, and I agree with largely my colleagues to my left here. I heard General Kane this morning too, Dana, and I thought he gave the clearest, most coherent, most understandable explanation for what we're doing. And I would hope when he said we need to end their missile ballistic launch capabilities, we need to ensure, to Kaylee's point, they get no nuclear weapon. And 3, we're knocking out the Navy and Air Force, basically eliminating their ability to have to respond militarily. Now, what I would hope is that everyone would get on the same page. Sometimes the president says that, sometimes he goes more. I disagree with you a little bit, Jesse, when I don't understand fully when the defense, the Secretary of War and others will talk outside of what the president's saying or beyond what General Kane is saying. They just need a central message. And perhaps I think some of the data, some of the polling suggests, Kaylee, that the majority of the country, and I'm not part of that majority, is not in favor of the president. I think you have to be in favor of a president when we're at war. But I think a lot of this could be solved if the president were to give a message, a national address, and just lay all of this out. 2, I am not one that thinks you should put a timeline on it, Jesse, but the president can't say, as he did yesterday, as we sat here on this set, and it looked as if he was developing or pursuing some sort of off-ramp and was saying that the war is basically complete. And then to hear the Secretary of War and General Kane this morning, it appears that it's not. Again, I just want clarity, and I'm one that can live with the consequences. I think many Americans, including many Democrats, can. I just hope at some point we fully understand it. Again, if it's a General Kane message from this morning, the press conference, I think Americans can rally around that, and they understand that it may take a week, or it may take 4 weeks, it may take 8 weeks. And then finally, I don't know if it's smart to talk about us choosing the next leader of Iran. We didn't choose the leaders of Europe after World War II. We've never chosen the leaders of a country. I understand us not wanting a leader who wants to destroy us, but I do think it begs the question a little bit. The Israelis can't choose our leader. We certainly wouldn't choose the Israelis' leader, and they're our greatest ally in the world. So I hope the president and his team do 2 things: get on the same page and stop talking about picking the next leader of a foreign country.
And I think it's worth saying, President Trump's intent may be not having clarity, not broadcasting a timeline to Iran, and it may be part of the strategy. But time will tell. Time will tell.
Also, he chooses those. That's also a psyop. He chooses somebody he doesn't want, and then they don't choose that person. I do that all the time.
Yes.
Is that why you chose me for the show?
Yes.
We got lots of psyops here on the 5.
Quiere arreglar sus papeles, pero ¿Pero ha escuchado que no califica para nada? Soy la abogada Ángela Sinsky, abogada de inmigración dedicada.
Leprechaun Lemonade is back at Raising Cane's for a limited time to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. One love.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
You can take advantage of IUL to build generational wealth. Step 1.
The Undersecretary of the Air Force, retired Brigadier General John Tykert, and he joins us now. Good morning to you, General.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's the headline? What stands out to you after watching that press conference?
First of all, Ainsley, I want to stress the fact that it started and ended in the prepared remarks with the discussion of the dignified transfer, that freedom is not free and we're honoring our fallen. And then the two other points, number one, they did highlight, as I expected, the massive progress in rolling back Iran's power projection and threatening capabilities. But then number two, I think they stressed a target set that they hadn't really done before, which is industrial capacity. And I think that is massively important, that now the strikes are focusing on not just eliminating the current threat, but the long-term threat to set Iran back, regardless of what happens with the regime, for years, if not decades. And that's an important shift of our targeting focus.
So, General, I guess one of the major questions, even Brian and I have gone back and forth on it. Is there a way to break the will, or is it just decimation? Because it seems like, unlike some of the other regimes as we've dealt with, it's a deep-rooted ideology, meaning they're never going to surrender at all.
Lawrence, that's a great question. And I think what we can do militarily to help is starting to strike, and I know we've done so, like Secretary Pompeo said, their internal security sites, so that we decrease their ability to repress and give the people in Iran the opportunity to rise up. And like Secretary Pompeo said, the regime change is up to the Iranian people. We can provide air cover and top cover, but it is up to the people, 90 million strong, to rise up. Hopefully there's some organized opposition groups. And right now, as we strike internal security sites, we're giving them their best opportunity in decades.
Would you take Karg Island? Should that be one of our objectives, where 90% of the oil transfers to in Iran?
Brian, I think that's a great idea, and I hope and expect that there are plans potentially to do so. I did find it interesting in the press conference that only via a question did they mention the Straits of Hormuz, apart from destroying the Navy. And I expect that if tasked, like the chairman said, we're going to start escorting tankers. But I think holding that island is a specific and tactical and strategic position that could allow us, again, to make headway in opening up energy flows and holding high ground of importance that would hurt Iran significantly.
So what I think is also important is they say that right now the reason why the strait is not open is because they still have missiles that can go 200 and 300 miles. Even though the Navy sunk, the missiles are not destroyed. That might take another 2 weeks. Should we just be patient?
Brian, I think we should be patient, but I also know that if we escort via the United States Navy and maybe our allies and partners, then we have defensive capabilities. We also need to stand up this insurance market as well. But I think as we destroy their capabilities on the ground and have escort capability to defend as they transit, then that gives us an opportunity potentially sooner rather than later to see energy flows start back up again.
General, real quickly, we only got 25 seconds. Is there a way to do that without ground troops on the ground to secure the strait, but not have troops on the ground? Or do we need them there?
Lawrence, if we destroy their targets that power project on their land, and we've got defensive capabilities that are flowing through the straits that can escort, then I think that's the option to get those energy flows back up and running.
All right, there we go. They can't replenish their missile stock. We could just destroy it. So that's key.
Thank you so much, General. We have more Fox.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited,
the franchise partner program was something that was good for me. I had all.
Live look at the Brady briefing room at the White House, where we're expecting Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to give an update on Operation Epic Fury in about 20 minutes or so. This comes as President Trump dismissed reports that that the United States could seize enriched uranium from an underground site near Iran's capital. He told the New York Post, quote, "We haven't made any decision on that. We are nowhere near it." Retired Navy Captain and former Pentagon official Brent Sadler, Heritage Foundation Senior Fellow, joins us now. Brent, good to have you with us this afternoon. So the president has said that there's not been any action decided on the enriched uranium that may still reside in Iran, but he did suggest that the war is, for the most part, completed. Listen to what he said.
We're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones. We're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out.
So if, as the president says, the military action is pretty well complete, what is left in your mind to do?
Well, I think the big thing right now, and the operations already apparently are shifting to it, is to go after the centers of gravity or the power centers of the IRGC. That is for a unifying leader or elements to start to galvanize the Iranian people to push back against the regime. And I think this is the big question of how soon will that occur.
Iran keeps doing what it does best, Brent, and that is talking tough, keep threatening retaliation. But they've been pretty much defanged when you take a look at the fact that their missile strikes, or missile launches at least, have been reduced by about 90%. Their drone capability to about the same. They don't have a whole lot left with which to make good on their threats.
Yeah, other than a little bump, I guess, on the International Women's Day on their drone attacks on the 8th of March, it's largely atrophied to very low levels, an indication that the strikes by the U.S. and the Israelis are having an effect to degrade the ability for the Iranians to launch these attacks. And again, if the Straits of Hormuz are still threatened, you can expect a more focused series of attacks against coastal batteries. And if there's any remnants of the small fast boat threat from the IRGC that could threaten the shipping.
You know, big topic of discussion, and we just had it with Mohammed Al-Arian, of course, is the price of gasoline, the price of oil. There is some suggestion, and apparently President Trump may be entertaining this, of putting American forces on the ground at Karg Island. I want to just put up an animation, show you where it is. So here is the big picture of the overall Middle East, and we'll zoom into Karg Island there, which is about 20 miles off of the coast of Iran. That is where most of the oil that comes out of Iran and goes through the Persian Gulf comes through. As we zoom in there, it's a massive oil facility there. And there are a lot of people who are saying, seize Karg Island, you seize Iran's economic lifeline, and you also guarantee that oil may flow freely through the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think?
Well, I think this.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic.
I think this is clearly a way to economically strangle whatever's left of the Iranian regime, but you don't necessarily have to occupy that island or even the ports closer to the Straits of Hormuz if you actually have maritime dominance. And quite frankly, as soon as any threat from the shore is suppressed, there certainly isn't an air threat, then you have the same effect. Nothing leaves Iran unless the U.S. Navy allows it to leave.
Right. Just want to ask you one more question. This is about the question of whether Russia is sharing intelligence on American positions with Iran. Steve Witkoff was on CNBC earlier today. Here's what he said.
Yesterday on the call with the president, the Russians said that they have not been sharing. That's what they said. So, you know, we can take them at their word, but they did say that. Let's hope that they're not sharing.
All right. So he said, well, you can take them at their word. But when has it ever been prudent to take the Russians at their word?
No, absolutely not. And in fact, there should be a very pointed response from the U.S. side that there'll be a consequence and a cost for whatever they do share, and the fact that we will know it.
Brent, always great to catch up with you. Thanks for your analysis. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. And a very special hello, Kentucky. I love Kentucky. I love Kentucky. We won in a landslide. We won by so much. We have the all-time record of this thing. But it's great to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with so many proud, hardworking unbelievable American patriots. Thank you. And we're here today with the men and women of a phenomenal company that has been helping Kentucky grow and prosper for 6 incredible decades. In other words, they've been here for a long time. Verst Logistics. Verst Logistics. Good company. Just met a lot of the people that run it. They're good people. They love you. They love you, actually. If they didn't, I wouldn't be here, probably. I don't think I'd be here. If they didn't love you, I'd walk off this stage right now. With your help, this family-owned business has risen from a small trucking operation into a juggernaut of warehousing, packaging, one of the biggest, transportation, all these big labels they put on. But I'll tell you, America's favorite brands right here. And this has been an unbelievable group of people that built this wonderful company. And I want to thank them very much. It's an honor. And like the people of Kentucky, you do it with skill and precision and pride, using equipment stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. Do you remember? Made in the USA. We're putting it all over the place. And we're making more and more things in the USA, more than we ever had. More people are working today in the USA than at any time in the history of our country. And by the way, do we have a great military? The best. Better than any military in the world by far. I didn't know that we're going to have to be showing it off so much, to be honest with you. I built it in my first term. We built this military, and I didn't know that we'd have to use it quite as much as we're using it, but we're using it well, and there's no better military. There's nobody even close, so we're very proud of it. So we have in this company 2,600 employees, and they pour out their sweat and their soul into shipping the products America knows and loves, and they're doing more business than they've ever done before. And thanks to the record-setting tax cuts that we passed in the great, big, beautiful bill, biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, tax cuts. You know, as I grew up, I'd watch politicians, and I'd always hear that, we're going to cut your taxes, cut your taxes. This is the first group of opponents. It's the first group, the Democrats. They're always saying, we're going to raise your taxes. Historically, a politician has to. Ideally, you're going to follow through, but you have to say we're cutting taxes. They say we're going to raise that. They were going to give you, if they won, Kamala and Joe, Sleepy Joe. But they were going to raise your taxes more than any. It was the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. And I kept saying, are they really saying this? I don't know. What do I know about politics? I haven't been doing it that long. But they were going to give you the biggest tax cut. And now, again, the midterms are coming. They want to raise your taxes higher than you've ever had before. We have to win. The midterms are going to be very, very important to keep it going. But thanks to the tax cuts, which are record-setting, we passed the great, big, beautiful bill. And I'm pleased to report that Verst Logistics is investing more than $10 million into expanding its operations this year, right here, $10 million. And you're buying brand new tractor trailers and opening up warehouses in 2 additional states, Texas and North Carolina. And that's what it's all about. And that's why we did it. And with the help of our tax cuts, all of those trucks and warehouses and equipment purchases, everything that we're doing, and everything that you see in this country that's being built, you get what's called expensing, meaning a deduction in the first year. 1 year, it's the bit. Now, to a lot of people, that doesn't mean. To me, it means something else. It means jobs. That's why we have so many jobs, the best jobs ever. Perhaps most importantly to the workers here today, I'm pleased to report that the great, big, beautiful bill also delivers no tax on overtime. Whoever thought that was going to happen? That means every extra hour you work, your overtime pay is now 100% tax-free. You have no tax. Remember that when you go and vote, because the Democrats want to end it. So you take home 20 or 30% more to those beautiful children or whoever the hell you're bringing it home to, okay? I don't know who you're bringing it home to. I don't want to know. That's not my business, although it could be interesting. After so many years of politicians who sold out the working men and women of our country, we finally have a president who puts American workers first. With us today are the front row Joes. You know, they have followed me. What are you up to? About 350 rallies, right? 350 rallies. I don't know what the hell they do. I don't know where they get their money, but they follow me a lot. We have a lot of people. They follow, just like a tour, but they're front row Joes. They're like professionals at getting on the front row. Thank you. There's a lot of them too. Thank you very much. Great honor. So a short time ago, under a man named Sleepy Joe Biden, has anyone heard of him? Has anyone heard of him? How about Barack Hussein Obama? He went to Jesse Jackson's funeral. He spoke, and it was like a political hit job. And the family of Jesse Jackson got angry as hell at him because they understand they hated each other. You know, he was there. But I loved watching that. That was so. The family goes outside and they start screaming at him. A short time ago, under Biden and his allies in Congress.
Tony, I'm going to highlight your comment. Tony says Trump is the most incompetent, corrupt, pathetic, pathological MF liar in American history. Oh, really? Corrupt? Who isn't corrupt, Tony? Explain before I keep going. Because he was talking about Biden when you said that. And you know we're in this position because of the prior Biden Obama shit, right? You do know that, right, Tony? Tony, you're getting real quiet over here, Tony. Where's the lies at, bro? I want to know. Tell me a lie. Did he say he was going to come in and deport these people? Yes, he's doing that. Where's the lie, bro? Where's he lying? I need to know. You just come in here making stupid comments and no results, bro. None. Yeah, if you're going to say something like that, you must have something to say back, or guess what happens? Bow. Bye-bye, Tony. Tony. Orange man bad. Yeah, you are special. 3 chromosomes deep. Special.
We were dead as a doornail. We were a dead country, I'll tell you, and it looked like we weren't going to come back. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. Most powerful military. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election, all time. And the typical American's 401k is up by almost $35,000 since I took office. And in 4 years, Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. So think of this. $1 trillion over a period of much less, over a period of 4 years. We got $18 trillion. And Jake Paul knows what that means. $18 trillion in 11 months, because they haven't calculated the 12 months. So we have 18 trillion in 11 months. Say in a year, what difference does it make compared to substantially less than 1 trillion in 4 years. You would say they didn't do a good job, Jake. I didn't ask Jake who he voted for, but I don't think it was Kamala. I don't think so. I think your whole reputation would be shot.
You said he lied about the most people working in American history. Do you count all the illegals?
If you said, "Oh, I voted for Kamala," that would be the end of your whole career, Jake. But here in the heartland of America, you're already seeing the results of what we've done. I just came from Thermo Fisher Scientific in Reading, Ohio, right across the way. A great American company that's investing $2 billion in domestic manufacturing, all because of what we've done with the tariffs and with the deductions and all of the other things that we've done. Ford Motor Company, and by the way, we have more jobs in terms of construction. We're building more factories now in this country than at any time in the history of our country. More factories are being built. And Ford Motor Company, a good old staple, has announced a $2 billion assembly plant in Louisville, Kentucky, which will support more than 2,200 Kentucky jobs. And I was with Ford the other day. I was in Detroit, and Bill Ford, the head of it, he had an advantage over everybody else in getting the job, but that's okay. He was born Ford, but he was showing me a plant that was built in like 1914, very old, one of the biggest plants in the country, but one of the oldest. And they were getting ready to shut it down a year and a half ago. And then he heard Trump was running, and he sort of said, let's wait. So they were getting ready to shut it down. It was on minimal time. It was just a question of time, but he said, let's wait. And he waited. And they just announced 2 weeks ago that they're now going to run 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, building the Ford 150. A big difference. It's a big difference. That's a big difference. You shut it down or you run 24 hours a day. And they're doing a good job. Apple, a great company, $2.5 billion to manufacture 100% of the glass for iPhones and Apple Watches right here in Kentucky factories, all being made. And Apple's spending $650 billion on new plants all over the United States. Think of that. Who the hell else could have done this? Nobody else. Nobody else. I say it kiddingly, but I'm actually not kidding. Nobody else could have. He's done a good job, Tim Cook, but $650 billion, think of it. And just 2 days ago, GE Aerospace, they're doing phenomenally, announced a $1 billion investment in American manufacturing, including $115 million right across the river in the Queen City, Cincinnati. I love Cincinnati. So jobs, factories, and new investments are pouring in as they do. We have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a short period of time, including 8,000 brand new construction jobs in Kentucky. Okay? Kentucky. I love the way a real Kentuckian pronounces it, but if I do it, but I love Kentucky. More Americans are working today than any time in history, and that number is going to be, wait till you see the numbers by the end of the year. We did an excursion. You know what an excursion is? We had to take a little trip to get rid of some evil, very evil people. It should have been done for 47 years. They've been killing our people. 47 years. 47 years. And I can only say this. They were all prepared. They're very strong. You know, they're going to try and take over the whole Middle East. They were going to knock out Israel. They don't know what the hell hit them, right? They don't know what hit them. They got hit by the American military. They don't know. They say, what the hell is happening? They didn't expect anything like this. To bring down energy costs for American workers and families and businesses like this one, we ended the Green News scam. You know the scam? Greatest scam in American history. Well, maybe the election results of the second election were. I would say what was the greater scam, the Green News scam or the 2020 rigged election? I would say the 2020. I think the election. I think the election, but what difference? But the main thing is, we said, get out and vote. We're going to do it again. And we're going to make it too big to rig. And that's what we did. We got the highest vote in history. We didn't need that big. We made it too big to rig. We terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate where you were mandated. And I like electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon. I said, Elon, look, not everybody wants an electric car. And I like him. And it's a great product, everything. But they have to have, we ended the mandate. We ended the mandate. Now you can have gasoline, you can have hybrid, you can have whatever the hell you want. You can have electric. They wanted you to buy an electric car by 2030. There's only one problem, you can't charge it. You ever see a charger? You're driving down the road, you're running a little low, and they say, electric charging plant, 150 miles up the road. That's a bad feeling. And we massively increased production of American oil, natural gas, and clean, beautiful Kentucky coal. And we're not allowed in the Trump administration, we're not allowed to use the word coal without preceding it with two words, clean, beautiful. We say clean, beautiful coal. And we had Doug Burgum the other day, Secretary of the Interior, who's great, and Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy. And they were giving a long speech on coal. And I tried to stop them. I was in the audience. They kept saying, clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful. And after about like 40 times, I said, wait a minute, just say coal. It's too much. It's too much. But it's clean, beautiful coal, and it's back, and it's roaring back. You know, it's interesting. China uses a lot of coal. China is very smart. They use coal. What they don't use much of, if at all, are windmills. So they make all the windmills, and they sell that garbage to us. Round and round it goes, keeps losing money. Every time it goes around, it loses $25. That's a lot, you know? And kills a lot of birds, kills them all. You know, if you shoot a beautiful bald eagle, they put you in jail for 5 years. Windmills kill them by the thousands. Okay, figure that one out. Last year, I took action to save 74 coal power plants from crushing restrictions and regulations. They were putting them out of business that would have forced them to shut down, including 4 plants we saved right here in Kentucky. And some of the people that work at those plants are here with us now. It's very powerful, and it is now with modern equipment, clean, beautiful, but it's a very powerful fuel. It's very powerful. And if it wasn't, China and some of these other big behemoths would not be using it. They use it because it's powerful, very, very powerful. The wind, you know, you're watching television and you want to watch. And your beautiful wife, our first lady, says, I'm sorry, darling, you can't watch tonight. The wind has gone down and we have. But I want to watch myself on television. I want to watch myself debate. She says, I'm sorry, darling, we have absolutely no energy. There's no wind tonight. What a scam. That's a pretty big scam. That's one of the top. I say that's a top 5. It's about 5 that are real beauties. I also announced a lease agreement for $1.5 billion of private sector uranium enrichment facility in Paducah. Paducah. And as we take decisive action to stop the threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran with Operation Epic Fury. Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only, and we've won. Let me say, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won. But they gave me a list of names. Said, sir, you can pick the name you'd like, sir. I said, the name of what? The name of the attack on Iran, sir, and that name. And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, you know, they want to drop some mines. Very friendly people, mines, so boats blow up.
I've got Judge Janine speaking. Cut it out. She goes at it with the reporters. We'll watch that and then go back to Trump. I just want to see this because I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep this popping. I got a few more things. Let's see what she says. I love her.
System. Now, the American public is fed up with public monies that seem to go into a black hole, especially in D.C., where no one is held accountable. One of the age-old tools that all prosecutors have to investigate any crime, including cost overruns, is a grand jury subpoena. Today, however, in Washington, an activist judge has taken that tool away from us by inserting himself and preventing the grand jury from even obtaining, let alone hearing evidence. He has neutered the grand jury's ability to investigate crime. As a result, Jerome Powell today is now bathed in immunity, preventing my office from investigating the Federal Reserve. This is wrong, and it is without legal authority. In June of 2025, Jerome Powell testified before the Senate Banking Committee, making, quote, questionable statements that did not comport with publicly available documents. And it was regarding the atrocious cost overrun of more than $1 billion. I didn't say million, I said billion, in renovations to his headquarters. This from the man who says that he is the steward of our public funds. In November, the United States Attorney's Office began an inquiry. Prosecutors from my office gathered information for months before we served 2 grand jury subpoenas. On December 19th, we sent an email to the Federal Reserve to have a conversation, a meeting, or even a phone call to discuss our concerns. There was no response. On December 29th, we sent an email to have a conversation, a meeting, or even a phone call to discuss our concerns. Again, we were ignored. We, in fact, asked to meet the first week in January. We were ignored. It was at that point that 2 grand jury subpoenas were issued to the Federal Reserve, not even to Jerome Powell. Again, no response, no compliance, but instead a woe is me video by Mr. Powell falsely claiming that he was being threatened with criminal indictment. And claiming victim status, Powell proceeds to call his political friends in D.C. and around the world to gin up support for himself, all the while refusing to produce simple documents. Now enter local District Court Judge James Boasberg, whose written decision on its face makes clear his antipathy toward President Trump and this administration. He quashes both subpoenas, thereby prohibiting us from reviewing any records and precluding us from submitting records to the grand jury. That grand jury, of course, comprised of ordinary people. Ladies and gentlemen, no one is above the law. But for the first time, a judge is ruling that a grand jury subpoena, on its face legal in all regards, can be ignored because a judge thinks the subject is beyond reproach. This is a decision that is untethered to the law. It creates chaos where any defendant who wishes to evade an investigation, guilty or not, can allege I'm a victim, I'm being targeted, and therefore you cannot investigate me. And if you find the right judge, you'll buy it. This is the antithesis of American justice. Exonerating anyone without any records, without an investigation or question is not how our criminal justice system works. This judge has put himself at the entrance door to the grand jury, slamming that door shut, irrespective of the legal process, and thus preventing the grand jury from doing the work that it does. So what is the law? What is the law? According to the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, certainly higher than the court that Boasberg is on, a grand jury, every grand jury, has broad discretion to, quote, investigate merely on suspicion that the law is being violated, merely on suspicion the law is being violated, or because it wants assurance that the law is not being violated. In fact, the court says a grand jury may act on tips and rumors. Right here are the cases and the citations from the highest court in the land.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth.
And yet this judge is shockingly requiring the government to show something akin to probable cause. And those are his words, probable cause, in order to justify the issuance of a grand jury subpoena. Folks, probable cause is not and never has been the standard that prosecutors in this country need in order to go into a grand jury. This is not and has never been the law of the land. And so this decision today by Judge Boasberg runs directly afoul of our highest court's admonition that courts and judges must not and cannot saddle grand juries with mini trials and preliminary showings that impede a prosecutor's investigation and thus frustrate the public's interest in the fair and expeditious administration of justice. No one, folks, is above the law. And this outrageous decision will be appealed by the United States Department of Justice. Go ahead, sir.
Do you think that your office's failure to prosecute 6 members of Congress?
I'm not here to talk about 6 members of Congress. I'm here to talk about the fact that the grand jury has a job. They look at evidence. They decide whether they want to indict. If they don't indict, so be it. And if you want to know what the judge thinks, go ask him. Next question.
Can I get your reaction to statements from Senator Tom Tillis, who you know has been blocking and vowed to continue blocking?
You know, honestly, I don't know and I don't care. And I'll tell you why. I am in a legal lane. All of the rest is white noise. I don't care what they say. I have a job. I have the ability to go into a grand jury. There are questions that the American public and people in DC are entitled to know where $1 billion has gone. And that's my focus.
But he is asking for an assurance that the investigation into Powell has ended it. Are you willing to concede?
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah,
I just said that this decision will be appealed by the United States Department of Justice. That's the answer to your question. We're looking at 1001, and we're also looking at a statute having to do with fraud, but it's up to the grand jury to make that decision. We're $1 billion over in cost overruns. Are you kidding? $1 billion? We're not talking about huge buildings here. Go ahead.
Kevin Marsh is Trump's pick, though, President Trump.
I don't even know who he is.
So isn't this just essentially holding up President Trump's pick or any forthcoming picks since Senator Tillis said he will not vote?
Okay. I don't know how to explain this, but I'm going to try. I've been a prosecutor, a judge, a DA, and now a United States attorney for well over 3 decades. Politics is not the lane I'm in right now. And I have a charge and an oath to the Constitution. And my job is to present evidence, and I can do so when I can merely on the suspicion that the law is being violated, or even just because I want assurance that it's not. I'm not in those lanes. And I will not allow myself or my staff to be in those lanes. And that's why we brought crime down in this jurisdiction. We are focused on the law. We're focused on the people of the district. We are not focused on politics. Go ahead.
You said that you, quote, promptly complied, unquote, with President Trump's apparent direction to prosecute Powell. Can you just state for the public record, how did you have the idea or, the impetus to start this inquiry?
First of all, he's totally wrong in his assessment of the dates. And that's why we're doing a motion to reconsider, because he got his dates wrong. And as far as I'm concerned, this was something that was of public interest. It was something that the Senate Banking Committee wanted information on, and it is something within my jurisdiction and my charge. But I want to tell you a story. When I was a young prosecutor, I was one of the first people to investigate child abuse as a crime. Everyone thought it was a social problem and not a criminal justice problem. The kids are better off with their parents. There was an organization, and that organization didn't have a very good reputation. And it was one of the societies that was out there trying to prevent cruelty to children. And I set up a relationship where they would bring me cases. And people were outraged that I would deal with this organization. And my answer to them 30, 40 years ago, I'll deal with the devil. I'll take a case from the devil if you can give me information that will lead me to possibly find a crime. It doesn't matter where a case comes from. It doesn't matter. I can have a suspicion. I can read the newspaper. I can just want to make sure he didn't commit a crime. So don't make the judge is wrong on his dates. He is wrong. That's why we're not only appealing, we're making a motion to reconsider. Okay, I want to say one more thing, and I think it's important that you guys hear this from me. There's another way of looking at this, and that is that it's not just the public being fed up with this stuff. It's the fact that what we've got are grand jurors who are supposed to hear this, and they haven't been able to hear any of this because someone has decided that they're not entitled to hear this. Can you take this? Thanks. This process has been arbitrarily undermined by an activist judge. We have a process. We have been asking for information about a matter that has raised questions in many people's minds. Senate banking, the public, the papers, it doesn't matter. So give me the information so I can assess it. Give me the information so the grand jury, comprised of regular Americans, can say, there's nothing here. And I'll accept it the way I accept other cases. Okay? Whatever it is, we'll abide by it. What we don't accept is a judge standing in front of the door of a grand jury blocking our access, a role that has never been envisioned, a role that will now be used by other defense attorneys around the country, who's going to come in with a client and say, oh, my client is being targeted. Don't you dare go in the grand jury. A judge says, yes, the guy's bathed and washed in immunity, and you can't go after him. The process should have been allowed to run its course, and it wasn't. And shame on them. Oh, cut it out. Do you know how many convictions we've got? Cut it out. You're in one lane. We have cleaned up this city. Yeah, historic, really? I'll tell you what's historic. What's historic is that I prosecute everything other than 10% of the cases where the United States attorney before me didn't prosecute 67% of the cases. That's what's to take a not guilty. I'm willing to take a no true bill because I'll take all the crimes and put them in. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the time we have.
Well,
The case I'm going to talk to you about is the ongoing saga of illegal immigration and the efforts in order to remove people that are not supposed to be in this country. Let me introduce you to Dennis Miranda. He's 21 years of age. Do you notice that he's standing there smiling along with our deputies? Well, let me tell you about Dennis. He's from Nicaragua, and in 2021, he was stopped by Border Patrol as he was coming into this country. This was the Biden administration, so they gave him a court date and they released him. That's right, catch and release. And isn't it interesting that he came into this country in the area of Chula Vista, California? So in 2021, he's in this country illegally. He's caught and released as opposed to being taken into custody, and proceedings began at that time. Let's fast forward to July of 2024. He's arrested in Galveston, Texas for DUI. Apparently, he doesn't show up for court. Now, I don't know whether or not Galveston reported him to ICE when they arrested him for being in the country illegally or not. I can tell you in 2024, we always reported people to ICE that we came into contact with. In fact, we did a daily report of everybody we arrested so that they could interconnect it with their database. So I'm going to presuppose that that happened in Galveston, Texas as well. But not only did they not hold him when he was arrested by the local authorities, he was released apparently on bond or promised to show up at court. Did he show up at court? No, he didn't show up at court. So Texas issued a warrant for his arrest. However, it is a no extradition warrant, which simply means if they get outside of the jurisdiction, whether that's the state or the county, then if you come in contact with this person, they will not take them into custody on those particular charges. So in 2024, he's arrested for DUI. He fails to show up. There's an outstanding warrant, and he disappears again. Now I want to bring you to Polk County, Florida. This morning, HSI detectives, investigators, special agents have a lead that he is at 1009 Buccaneer Drive in Lakeland. Now, I must tell you that Buccaneer Drive is a pretty rough area. So they send 2 agents by themselves to Buccaneer Drive because they have information that he's there, and now there's a warrant for deportation. So the agents set up, and sure enough, they see him get in a vehicle with 2 other people and leave. They follow him out to Reynolds Road, which is on the east side of Lakeland, and they perform a traffic stop. The truck pulls over. They determine Dennis is in the passenger side of the truck. The female ICE agent or HSI agent is on that side of the truck. So the male ICE agent walks around from the driver's side to the passenger side, where they immediately inform him that they're going to take him into custody. And he tries to run. When he tries to run, then the male agent grabs him and goes to the ground with him. And a scuffle ensues. I'm told that the fight lasted about 5 minutes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a 5-minute fight is a long time. During the fight, finally, the female ICE agent is able to spray with pepper spray, and Dennis turns loose of the ICE agent, who he has successfully gotten on top of and is holding down. Then Dennis Miranda jumps up and he runs into the woods. The HSI agents chase him into the woods until they lose sight of him, and ultimately summon the sheriff's office. We sent a legion of people. We send drones, we send K-9, we send supervisors, we send deputies. So we're creating a walled off area in efforts to take this guy into jail, who's now not only wanted on his deportation order, but now he's committed a 3rd-degree felony, except he's illegal, which makes it a 2nd-degree felony. It's serious. And now we know that our male agent has an injured shoulder. I don't know the extent of whether it's just dislocated, but he's injured and he has to be transported to the hospital. In the meantime, Dennis Miranda goes up onto a loading dock and hides among some 55-gallon drums on the loading dock. An employee sees him hiding and asks him what he's doing there. And he asks for a glass of water. So the employee goes back in, locks the door, dials 911 and says, hey, I've seen the deputies out here. There's this really strange person on our loading dock, and we send resources there. He's fled again. We continue the pursuit. While we're setting up with our canines to deploy, he runs out toward the edge of the perimeter, and Lieutenant Katsoulis takes him into custody without any further problems. Now, we have him under arrest. He's smiling. I bet we've wiped the smile off of his face. And the reason I think we've wiped the smile off of his face, he's charged with battery on a law enforcement officer. That's now an F2 instead of an F3 because he is illegally in the country and the state of Florida. He's charged with resisting with violence, which is now an F2 instead of a F3. He's charged with resisting without violence, which is now an F3 instead of a 1st-degree misdemeanor. He's charged with false imprisonment, and he's charged with burglary of an occupied structure. Very serious charges. The burglary of the occupied structure is now an F1, a felony of the 1st degree, as opposed to a felony of the 2nd degree. Now, he's not even yet facing his federal charges for all of his actions that day. So here's what he looks like after he's under arrest. We read Dennis Miranda, his Miranda warnings, and he totally confessed to us. He told us he was here illegally, and he told us all about the fight and the resisting and trying to get away because he didn't want to be deported. The other two people in the vehicle were also here illegally as well. They were taken into federal custody and transported to either Tampa ICE or over to Pinellas County Jail, which is a federal lockup. But they sent two folks after three people who were here illegally, and obviously this guy wasn't going to go. The other two cooperated. They stayed in the vehicle. They did not resist. They did not run. They did not fight. This guy has a lot of charges that he's facing now. Once again, had this guy been dealt with correctly, he had been touched at least, I underscore, at least 2 other times when he came into this country illegally, and nothing was done. And now he's injured federal agents trying to do their job and take him into custody. Are there any questions?
How does that make you feel that he had other instances to be taken into custody before he came here?
Well, it's a clear indication that the system, as I've said back for years, is broken. The federal immigration system is broken. Had they appropriately dealt with him instead of catch and release in 2021, none of this would have happened. None of it. But as we all know, people were allowed to violate the law and flow across this border illegally. And you see the end results. We have an injured federal agent. We had a great deal of resources that the local taxpayers had to pay for in order to take him into custody with a smile on his face. And now the state of Florida and the taxpayers of Polk County are going to have to pay to hire him a defense attorney, to try him. We're going to send him to state prison for a very long time, which is our hopes upon his conviction, not counting what the federal government may want to do with him before he's deported. So it's cost the taxpayers untold hundreds of thousands of dollars before all of this is over with, and it never should have happened in the first place.
Let me ask, can you lay out a timeline of from the time they tried to arrest him on the warrant to when they contacted Polk County, and then from when Polk County was contacted to when he was taken into custody? How much time elapsed?
Yeah, I don't have the timeline, but it was relatively quickly. Whenever they called us and called for assistance, then we immediately responded, and we responded with resources. And the first thing you do is set the perimeter, because you have to set a large perimeter and then you start marching the perimeter in. What helped speed it along is when the employee of the business noticed this guy was, ostensibly in their business hiding, and notified us, which sped the process up. So I don't know the exact times, but we can get that to you. He was taken into custody rather quickly.
Can you remember another instance in Polk County where an ICE or HSI agent has been, allegedly assaulted by a subject?
To my knowledge, this is the first time we've had an ICE agent injured in the line of duty, and he was significantly injured. He had to go to the hospital, and he's going to make a full recovery. But the reality of it is it shouldn't have happened. And the people need to know this in the community. There is this illusion that all of these folks that are here are just wanting to work and do good. Well, a percentage of them are. But a lot of them are here and they don't want to go back, and they'll do whatever they need to do, including resist, arrest, and fight with the federal agents. It's HSI. I think it was one of them may have been an ERO ICE agent, but they came from 2 different investigative teams from HSI. But they'll fight in order to keep from going back. Well, they're going to go back. It's whether they want to go back tired or bruised up, or both. But fortunately, when he encountered us, he didn't resist. He didn't give us any trouble at all. He was totally cooperative. We read his Miranda, and he confessed.
I mean, yeah, 5 minutes seems like a long tussle. And
5 minutes is a very long tussle. And I know that they did not summon us until after the tussle, after he ran and they pursued him and he was lost in the woods. That's when they notified us.
So then it begs to ask the question, you've also spoken publicly about some of your frustrations with the federal government, for lack of a better word, poaching some of your folks, with huge bonuses, et cetera. How is that relationship now, especially since, you went public trying to get, some public awareness?
Oh, our relationship is wonderful. I said at the time, and I'll repeat for you now, whenever they offered their hiring bonus because they received the ability to hire a lot more ICE agents, which they needed, I had no problem with their hiring bonus. I had no problem with them recruiting. If they run ads on television, put up billboards, that was okay. What angered me was when the Washington decision makers decided that they would take data off of government forms that we submitted to them so that we could be trained to help them, and then emailed our deputies directly. That was low rent and unprofessional. I said it then and I say it now. Kristi Noem needs to get a grip on that. We're her best ally. We are her force multiplier. And then she's here poking us in the eyes, and she knows better than that. And she gets the credit for it or the blame for it because they work for her. Now, let me flip the coin here. Garrett Ripa is the field office director. He's the big boss in Florida. And all the ICE supervisors here and CBP chief, Denise, all of them are tremendous. We enjoy working with them. We're hand in glove with them. They didn't create any of this problem. In fact, when I called Fod Ripa, I'm the one that told him. He didn't know that they were recruiting out of Washington in that manner using government documents that we gave them so we could be trained, so we could help them. He had no idea, and he was very angry. He apologized profusely, but he had nothing to do with that. And our work ethic is that Sunday. Before I start, there's been a lot of interest in wanting to help the family, and quite frankly, the family needs help. As you know, an entire family was wiped out at one time, and we've got an 11-year-old that's at Tampa General, so we have hospital bills and everything that's related to that, as well as funeral bills, as well as 2 homes that have been destroyed. And to quote one of the uncles that's working closely with a family, I never had a class in high school to help me deal with this. As you can well imagine, that we have our crime victim teams working with the family. And there are 4 sites that have been set up, GoFundMe sites. One of those is a suspicious site. We are determining whether or not it's valid at this time. And GoFundMe is a business, so they have to have a percentage of the money in order to function and operate. If a lot of people will donate a little money and they'll send it to Polk Sheriff Charities, 100% of that donation, there is no administrative fee, 100% of that donation will go to the family. And when you hit the site, when you search up Polk Sheriff Charity, it'll also give you a drop-down box that will say quadruple homicide. However, any donations that come in will go if you happen to drop it in the wrong box.
Do you support Israel and the Jewish people? Now, more than ever, Israel needs
or put it in a general box, all of those donations will go to the family. So 100%. So before I start and give you the update, I wanted to make sure that I did that, because once again, we have a family that is going through a horror right now that no one should ever have to go through. But I wanted to update you, as I told you that I would. The big question has been, what's the nexus? How did this evil person by the name of Riley find these victims? And we think we have the solution to that. It hasn't changed in that there was no relationship between our victims and Riley. There was no relationship. Brian didn't know them in advance. But here's what happened. We found a witness who lives in the area of North Soakham Loop Road, and he said that he was talking to Brian Riley. He knows him. And Riley told him, hey, I'm going to go out with the Hurricane Ida relief assistance. And I offered to make him up a first aid kit. And we were working together. And he said, great. Now, I said, come by the house and I'll give you the first aid kit. Well, we can document that mass murderer Riley was at his friend's house picking up the first aid kit at about 6:45 p.m. on Saturday. We can also document that he left there about 7:10 p.m. So about 25 minutes later, he left the friend's house. Just after 7:10 p.m., understanding that we got the call of a suspicious person and vehicle at 7:22, sometime in that period, that's when Brian Riley stopped out in front and talked to Justice, who was mowing his yard, one of our homicide victims. And that's when he said, hey, God said that I need to talk to Amber because she's going to commit suicide. And Justice said, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no one here by the name of Amber. But old murderer Riley pressed on. No, I'm not leaving until I talk to Amber. And the guy says, hey, dude, we don't know any Amber. So in the meantime, the mother-in-law is called out and said, who is also a homicide victim, and says, look, mister, we don't know who you are, but we can assure you there's no Amber here. Now, during this period of time where Justice is mowing the yard and our murder suspect stops, we also know by an interview with the 11-year-old little girl who's a victim at Tampa General, she was in the yard with her dad. So our murder suspect, Brian Riley, had the opportunity to see a little girl in the yard. So Justice left mad. I'm sorry, Justice told him to leave. The mother-in-law said, you need to leave right now. We're going to call the cops. They notified law enforcement. He drove off. Mad, as we found out later. Never did Brian Riley make a threat. Never. He just wanted to talk to Amber because he thought she was going to commit suicide. Just a bizarre, irrational statement, but no threats of violence. Now we know, as I give you a compilation of interviews, that When our suspect Riley left, he was very angry. And he was very angry at Justice because he thought Justice had kept him from seeing this child, Amber, that was going to commit suicide. And that's when Brian Riley, our suspect, our murder suspect, said, God told me to kill everyone and to rescue Amber because she's a victim of sex trafficking. So he goes home. He decides to put an ops plan together. In his confession, he says, well, you know what that means? It means you have to kill everyone.
The franchise partner program was something that was good for me. I had always wanted to be a business owner.
And I told you the other day how he arrived at home. He argued with his girlfriend of 4 years, but never mentioned violence. The girlfriend said, God doesn't talk to you in this way. He accused her of being a non-believer. He got angry. He went to his room. She went to bed. I explained that to you. And she woke up at 6:30 and he was gone. In the neighborhood, we have found a piece of video where at 1 o'clock in the morning, he left his residence in that truck that we found at the scene, the black Ford pickup truck, F-150, with carrying a large shoulder bag, if you will, about 1 in the morning. So we wondered, where has he been between 1 in the morning and 4:22 in the morning? Well, here's a rendition, once again, of information that we were told based upon the interview with Brian Riley. He told us that when he left the residence, he went back to North Slocum Loop Road and he did reconnaissance. And I'm going to use terminology that he used. And the terminology that he used is from some of his training, some of his executive training, some of his security training. He said, I went back to do reconnaissance outside of the house in the moonlight. And he says, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if he said that, but that was the beginning of his execution plan. He told us, and I'm going to read some snippets here, that he repositioned his truck 3 times so that he would have a fast departure. He searched through and spent time at the house to locate 3 entrance points into the homes. He planned out his diversions and he prepared his exit strategy. He slashed the tires on both a sedan and the pickup truck he ultimately set on fire. He set out the glow sticks from the road next to his vehicle, through the backyard, close to the next house. He explained that those were so he could find his way out in an emergency at night. And so if he found Amber, she could find her way to escape from this house where she was a sex crime victim. This is all fiction, all made up by him. Understand, and I underscore, when we make those references, there was no victims of sex crime in that house. He doused the vehicles on fire with gasoline, both the sedan and the truck. He set the truck on fire as a diversion. He said, by the time I got back to the car, it wouldn't catch on fire, but the mission was underway and I had to push through.
he took his breaching tools and he took them around back to the grandmother's apartment, and he tried the breaching tools without success on the door. So he left that door after shooting through the door, and he went around to the south side of the apartment, and he shot through the window and he entered. He called it clearing the house. I cleared the house, and that's when he killed the grandmother as he was clearing the house. He was clearing the house and looking for Amber. He said, I dumped a mag. And what he meant was he shot a whole magazine toward the victim and getting into the house. He said, then I had to immediately reset. And this, once again, more tactical terms. I had to reset to start my methodical search.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot.
For Amber in the main house. He entered the main house by shooting out or breaking out the back glass door. He said, I know I made a lot of noise, so I had to push through. I knew that they were now aware I was there. He says, I moved down into the fatal funnel, which was not just a fatal funnel, but it was also the hallway through the house. He said, but God told me I was protected. He said, I moved into the bedroom where I shot the dog 2 times. And they asked him, was the dog aggressive? And he said, no, it was very passive. The dog created no resistance at all. He said, then I cleared the hallway. And then I went to the bathroom and I shot through the bathroom door and I tried to push in. And they pushed back and I shot through the door some more. I then entered the bathroom where he shot and killed Justice. Justice was trying to keep him out. That was the resistance he was seeing on the other side. Once he killed Justice, he shot the 33-year-old significant other of Justice and the 3-month-old baby, killing them. But everyone was in the bathroom huddling and hiding. That's when he grabbed the 11-year-old victim, took her from the bathroom into the living room. And he asked her, where's Amber? She said, I'm not Amber. There is no Amber. And he said, I want to know who Amber is. And he counted down 3, 2, 1, pow. And he shot her in the thigh area, in the stomach. And she said, and I grabbed the wound. And he asked me again and shot me again. Then this evil human being told us, I tortured her in order to investigate and in order to find Amber. This is the big bad dude that tortured an 11-year-old child and murdered a 3-month-old baby and the 3-month-old baby's mother and father. And then this guy says to the 11-year-old, do you know why I killed your parents? They're sex traffickers. And then he said next, I shot her in the legs. And then when she wouldn't tell me where Amber was, I eliminated her. He thought he'd killed her. But this 11-year-old was very brave and very smart. And she outthought him, thank God. She said, I played dead and I prayed. And that's the reason she's alive today. Before he shot her, thinking he'd killed her whenever she played dead, the suspect told us, I asked God if a 12-year-old could be involved in sex trafficking, and God told me yes, and that's when I killed her. After that was when he had the shootout, the first shootout, and that one was with Lieutenant Tompkins, who came in the back door. And then he had more shootouts with our deputies as they arrived. We believe at this point in the investigation, and as I told you before, anything I tell you is subject to change by the time we finish the investigation, but this is the best information we have at this moment in time. We believe that during the subsequent shootout is when one of the deputies who was shooting one of our
Rebound and recover with the Planet Fitness Sweat Cord.
Join and get your first month free. Deal ends March 13th.
You have the power to change lives, starting with your own. If you're ready to make
rifles, shot him through the stomach. It was a side-to-side wound. It actually went through the vest he was wearing, but it did not enter the cavity. It just went through the exterior portion of his stomach and through the fat area. He immediately retreated back, of all places, to the baby's nursery, where you would think everyone would be safe and secure. And he started putting quick clot or material to stop the bleeding. After he did that, he told us, he said, well, I knew at that point I was outgunned and outmanned, so I dumped my bulletproof vest and my guns, and I walked outside with my hands up and gave up. That's right, he didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. He consciously and intentionally decided, well, heck, they're all here now. They've engaged me once at the back door. They've shot me through the window. I better give up. He was a coward, an absolute coward. He looks like a man, but he's not a man. He's a sniveling coward. He was a big, bad dude when he had 2 different firearms and broke into a grandmother's home and shot and murdered an unarmed grandmother. He was a bad dude when, armed with 3 firearms, went into this house and shot and killed a 3-month-old baby in the arms of its mother and executed the mother with multiple gunshots. When he killed and executed the father with multiple gunshots. He was a big, bad dude when he took an 11-year-old child and shot her while trying to interrogate her to find Amber. He was a big, bad guy. But then when he got shot by the good guys, He folds up. He drops his vest and his guns. He wants, when he exits the house, to make sure that we all know he's not armed. And our deputies did exactly as they should have. They took him into custody. We got him emergency medical help. Then he got to the hospital and tried to take one of the Lakeland police officers' guns. And they had to fight with him at the hospital. And then he confessed. He confessed to the horrible tragedy that he did on a Sunday morning. Here's what we know at this point in the investigation. Now, understand, crime scene is still working, will not be finished today, probably tomorrow, maybe through the rest of the week. This is the most extensive single crime scene that we have worked that I can remember. It appears at this point in the investigation, 5 deputies shot that morning in response to this mass murder and 1 Lakeland police officer. We shot approximately 59 times. We know that our mass murderer shot in excess of 100 times this particular morning. We know, based upon what we've found so far, we're starting to do background work by some of the detectives, that our suspect, as you already know, had 4 years in the Marines, 3 years in the reserves, a trip to Afghanistan and Iraq. He worked in executive and private security and was well thought of and was well trained. He has 16 separate certificates in security and tactical training. He was well trained. We know from a compilation of the information from the time he had that first communication with Justice that he was seeking out Amber, who wanted to commit suicide, who was the victim of sex trafficking, and it was all a figment of his imagination. We've had the opportunity to interview the 11-year-old. I can't underscore enough her bravery. I can't underscore enough her ability to think through of how to survive when she has just witnessed her father, her baby brother, and her stepmother viciously murdered right before her very eyes. We interviewed her, and she said, I was outside helping Dad do yard work on a Saturday afternoon. He was mowing. I went in the house as he was having a conversation with a man outside, and Dad told me later that he was looking for somebody by the name of Amber, who this guy thought was going to commit suicide. She said, I was asleep in my bed when Dad woke me up and took me to the bathroom to hide me. And I was there when they killed my dad, my brother, and my stepmom. He then took me to the living room. I was trying to crouch down beside a cabinet and the toilet. And that's when he called me Amber, and I told him, I'm not Amber. And he said, 3, 2, 1, and he shot me. And I held the wound. And he asked me about Amber again, and I told him, I don't know an Amber, and he shot me again in the hand. And he asked me where Amber was, and he shot me again. And then he told me, do you know why I killed your parents? It's because they're sex traffickers. She says, I played dead and I prayed. We know that she's had 4 surgeries so far. She's in intensive care. She was able to give us a good statement, but she didn't even recall all the additional gunshot wounds she received at this initial interview. We know she has at least 7 bullet holes in her. And once again, because of her medical care, we don't know if it's 7 separate shots or if it's a total of 7 holes, and some of them may be in and out shots. She's shot in the hand, in the legs, in the thigh, and into the abdominal cavity.
Zegrid releases immediately and blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours. Feel the difference.
Parents, if your child plays Roblox, listen up. You could qualify for up to $300,000.
But she's alive. And how she survived that is truly a God thing. He thought he left her for dead, but she was way smarter than he was. And God truly was with that little girl that evening. You know, my editorial comment is, I know my God was pissed. That's not the God we know. But he gave God all the reason for him doing this. God told me to do it. God told me to do it. Well, I'm kind of like his girlfriend. No, God didn't tell you to do that. But he did it and blamed it on God. That's what we know now. We're still at the crime scene. We're still interviewing people. We have found other witnesses that knew he was going to the hurricane, yet has told us they knew anything about any violence. No one said that. The investigation's ongoing. As you well know, the investigation is not near over, but now we're going to witnesses and friends and dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and this is going to go on for weeks and weeks and weeks as we prepare a case against this mass murderer, against this totally evil person. Totally evil. Totally evil. There's not words to adequately describe the rage and that we all feel about what he did to this innocent family who's simply sleeping in their home. And they happen to be the unfortunate ones that he passed by that afternoon where he saw the man and an 11-year-old girl. It could have been anybody's neighborhood that was out with their children that afternoon. These just happened to be the unfortunate people that he picked on. Now you kind of understand why I asked for a lot of people just to help a little bit, because what is remaining, an entire family with the exception of this 11-year-old child, is wiped out. And there's funeral bills and doctor's bills and all kinds of collateral issues that have to be dealt with. The family's doing the best they can. We are working with them, with our crime victims folks, but they can use help. Are there any questions I may answer them, or I may not? Yes, ma'am.
You had said
said that Riley said he was using meth. Have you found any evidence that he was using drugs?
Riley told on his way to the hospital to a Lakeland police officer, among his rambling statements, that he had used meth. That's his statements. We haven't gone back yet to see whether that's accurate or if that's some of his ramblings. We have found evidence of illegal steroid use. But obviously we'll go back and serve subpoenas on the hospital and see what they found when he got there, and all of that's yet to be determined. But he admitted it. But we have found evidence of illegal drug use, steroids.
I just want to confirm, you said Riley shot through the back door to enter the home.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How many firearms were recovered at the scene?
We recovered 3 firearms at the scene.
Has he shown any remorse?
No, zero remorse. He's an evil human being. And I just can't get over how bad he was while he's wearing bulletproof garb with 3 guns in a house with innocent people trying to sleep at night, none of which had a gun. There were no guns in the house. They couldn't protect themselves if they wanted to. Yes, ma'am.
Records show that he was a disabled veteran. Did you guys find out that he was on paramedics or he was supposed to be on paramedics?
That will be part of the investigations. We don't have any information at this time about medicines that he might have been on or should have been on.
You said Riley shot his weapon 100 times. Was that
100 plus times.
okay? That was total. The victims and law enforcement?
No. We know Riley shot 100 plus times, and we're still counting. We're still doing our forensics at the scene and our investigation. We know we shot approximately 59 times. And I say approximately, there's a chance it might have been 60. There's a chance it might have been 58. That's still under investigation. We know he shot 100 plus times throughout the evening.
And Riley's girlfriend confirmed she only noticed strange behavior days before the incident?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct. In our initial conversation with her, she's been his girlfriend for 4 years. She has been totally cooperative, had zero knowledge, according to what she's told us, of any bizarre behavior up until he did the security a week ago Sunday at the church, and he came back with this infatuation about being able to speak directly to God, and God talked directly back. She said, I'd seen, slight depressions over the years, and even then, never has he been violent toward me or threatened violence. Even that week where she said, I saw bizarre conduct, no threats of violence, according to what she's told us. Yes, ma'am.
Do you all know if Riley went to that church as a security job or if that is a church he was home?
No, he was sent there to just as a security job, along with another individual who was his friend, who went as well. And in fact, that friend said, I was very pleased that he seemed to be developing a relationship, a religious relationship with God.
Do you all have any information on the church?
We are still investigating that. We are not telling what church it is at this point in time because obviously we'd like to talk to the people before y'all do. Okay. Thank y'all very much. I appreciate it. Take care. Keep this family in your prayers. It is This mass murder is exceptionally horrible. Exceptionally horrible. And I'll end where I began. The thought that you would have an active shooter and a mass murder in a home at 4:22 on a Sunday morning in a nice neighborhood is just something you can't wrap your mind around. Today, as you know, we had a press conference last week and we talked about Operation Fall Hall, where we arrested 160 who were involved in human trafficking. So you might say to yourself, why do they have that up here again today? Well, that was only part of the operation. The other part of the operation was Cyber Guardian 2 that went on at the very same time, but we didn't want to overshadow these very evil people with the volume of people we arrested last week. So the reality of it is we arrested 173 people in our fall operation, not just 160. But that wouldn't have been possible except through the help of our police agencies that worked with us. In this particular part of the operation, we were joined by the Auburndale Police Department. We have Chief Andy Ray here today, and he will speak. We also were joined by the Bartow Police Department. Chief Brian Dorman's with us. The Davenport Police Department worked with us, Chief Bill Schrader. The Hernando Sheriff's Office, we have Detective Jack Evans with us. He did a remarkable job, and we appreciate him and Hernando for working with us. We also have our friend Mark Brooknell with us. He is the special agent in charge for FDLE. And quite frankly, when we work these operations and these folks are outside of the county and don't travel, we have to get to them very quickly in order to effect an arrest and get their devices so that they can't destroy it, hide it. And FDLE certainly launches people all over the state of Florida in a matter of minutes whenever we need help. Plus, they were with us in lockstep in the operation. FDLE is our partner really every day at the sheriff's office as we do undercover operations and long-term investigations. We were also assisted by detectives from the Orange County Sheriff's Office and the Tampa Police Department. And that is very important because, ladies and gentlemen, no one agency can do these complex investigations very successfully without partnerships. Now, listen, if you're watching me online today and you're from another part of the nation and your police agencies, state, federal, local, county, if they're not working together to go after these type of evil people in your community, you can be sure of one thing. They are attracting a certain percentage of the children to sexually abuse. They are grooming children online. They are seeking out children to have sex, and a percentage of them are successfully finding those children. So as I talk to people across the state and across the nation, your police agencies need to do what we're doing here. When you look and you think about what does evil people really look like? What does a pedophile really look like? What does a child sex predator really look like? What does some of the most despicable people in the entire world really look like? Here's your photos. This is them. They were online. 8 traveled, 5 didn't. I'll give you details in a minute. But they were grooming and talking to children. You'll hear in a minute how they were sending not only pornography, but nude photographs of themselves to what they believed to be 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old children. You'll hear about those that traveled and the different jobs that they have. Some of this stuff you just can't believe. But I can tell you that research shows us if we don't keep these people locked up, if we don't keep tabs on them, they're going to offend again. You know what's really scary about this? When you think of this kind of criminal, most of these folks don't have an arrest record. This is not your traditional criminal. This is your evil person that lurks beneath the level of society looking for children. So they're not the kind of guy that robs and steals and burgles. They're the kind of criminal that attacks your children. And that's what, except our great detectives, who are simply the very best in this business, stop them. Stop them from getting to your children because we were undercover. So let's talk about the pictures of some of them. And I'll flip through them rather quickly. But there's Luis Velasquez. He's 30. He thought he was talking to a 15-year-old girl. He didn't travel, but his language was graphic. He sent nude photos, and he confessed. Oh, by the way, Chris Hansen, do you remember the old series To Catch a Predator? He's doing a new series. So he was with us embedded as well. Now, some of these people lawyered up to us, but every one of them talked to Chris Hansen. We appreciate that. Then there's Michael Hojewski. He's 28. He didn't travel. He just talked nasty to a 14-year-old girl, he thought. He was trying to groom her. He was very graphic. He confessed. Oh, when he's not doing that, he's an independent dock builder. Well, newsflash, Michael, I don't need any docks built in the jail. So you can just be unemployed. Nicholas Jenkins, 27, from Winter Garden. That's right. He traveled. He came from Winter Garden thinking he was approaching a 15-year-old girl. He talked dirty. He confessed to us. But at the end of the day, I want you to understand, you're going to hear about people that traveled great distances to get to what they thought was your little girl. Then there's Neri Banda. He didn't travel, but he talked to a 14-year-old male. He was very graphic. He sent porn pictures. He worked at the Amazon warehouse as an inventory selector, and he confessed. So if your Amazon orders don't get there quite as quick, we got one of the selectors locked up. Then there's Matthew Silva from Melbourne. That's right. He came from the other coast. I'm sorry, he didn't travel. He was talking about coming from the other coast. He talked to 2 different undercover people, thought they were 14-year-old girls. He sent nude photos. He confessed. Oh, he's a bag boy for Publix, or he was. I bet, but Publix doesn't keep him around anymore. But think about it. The dude that's carrying your groceries to the car is the same one that would like to groom your daughter online or your son. Then there's Andrew Lewis. He came from Orlando. He traveled. He works at Lockheed Martin as an AV tech. And he came all the way here thinking he was going to be with a 14-year-old male. And then there's John Hunter. He's 52 years of age. He was from Davenport. He should know better. He's from Polk County. That's right. He traveled to the undercover location and he announced to us that he is a mechanic for Budget Auto Parts and that, I work on your cars. That's a scary thought to us. We're going to modify that somehow. He sent nude photos to this, what he thought was a child. And he was totally excited. And his communication showed that a 14-year-old girl had interest in a 52-year-old man. Newsflash, it wasn't a 14-year-old girl. It was a detective pretending to be 14. And John Hunter won't be working on any cars for a while. Then there was Joshua Cummings. He was from Davenport. These people must have just recently moved to Polk County, or either they normally live under a rock. So he traveled to the undercover location to meet a girl that was 14. He wanted to spank her. He was a subcontractor, by the way, for Whitting, Turner and Company. They build roller coasters, and he was currently building a roller coaster at Disney, but he was not a Disney employee. He's just a deviant. But think about this. These folks are traveling to homes, to parks, to shopping centers, and taking the risk of interacting with someone they don't even know on the outside chance that they've groomed the right person. And then there's Juan Guzman from Hollywood, Florida. He was one of our faithful travelers from the south end of the state. He thought he was going to meet a girl that was 14. He works in maintenance at Memorial West Hospital in Pembroke Pines. He's married. Did you hear me? He's married. So you say to yourself, Self, how did he hide that from his wife? Well, he had a secondary job that he was a painting contractor. So he told his wife that when he got off work at the hospital, he had to go do some painting. Well, we don't need any painting in the county jail, but we did paint him a nice picture in our bookend center online because he spoke very graphically, sent a nude photo of himself. Oh, by the way, we also have an ICE hold on him for the federal government. But the one who gets the prize for traveling the farthest is Matthew Bongine. He's from Hemet, California. He's 46 years of age. Matthew traveled to our undercover operation thinking he was going to be with a 12-year-old girl. He works for Zaim Imaging. He's a field service tech, and he works on radiology equipment. And he was in Orlando for training. And he made the statement to us, it's got to be true. You can't make this stuff up. I thought this moved kind of fast, that we were able to wrap this deal up pretty quick. Man, it was just like a Chris Hansen deal. Surprise. It was a Chris Hansen kind of deal. And then when he saw Chris Hansen, he was a fanboy. He thought, oh my gosh, Chris Hansen. It's nice that he confessed. We appreciate him talking to Chris. Now, the way that deal works, when we embed the media, and you're all invited to come on these operations, as soon as our law enforcement investigation is over and our interviews are over and they're waiting for a ride, a free one-way ride to the county jail, you're free to talk to them if they want to talk to you. And this dude just talked Chris Hansen's ears off. Well, Matthew, I know you were starstruck. You're also jail struck. Then there's John DeSeri. He's 39 from Venice, Florida. He traveled a long way because he thought he was going to be with a 14-year-old girl. Now get this, okay? I want to put you in the moment. You decide that you need a security system for your home or for your business, and you call Hotwire Security Alarm Company, they very well may send John to you. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what he does. He works for a Hotwire Security Alarm Company. Oh, he was also in possession of cocaine and heroin. He sent nude photographs of an adult male that he said was himself. He confessed to us, but he had some bravado. He said, I knew it was a sting. Well, you're a real dummy if you knew it was a sting and you showed up anyway. So the next time you have an alarm company that's working on your alarm or installing your alarm, know who they're sending to your house. How about them eyes? You like those eyes? Can you imagine the guy knocking on your front door and looking like that and going, I'm here to work on your alarm? He needs a stick in the eye, but he doesn't need to be working on your alarm systems. This is crazy. But that's who these people are. They're not twins. They could be, but they're not. Same guy. Then there's Juan Diaz. Juan's 35. He traveled thinking he was going to interact with a 14-year-old child. Get this. Are you ready for this? This may be the most interesting conversation after the arrest. He's a service tech with LineWise Ltd. And there's a lot of people that say to themselves, who or what is LineWise Ltd? Well, among their jobs, they install internet safety firewall blocking systems at schools to protect children from sexual predators. That's what he does. So he's talking to his mom on the jail phone calls, okay? You can't make this stuff up. This is just crazy. He's talking to his mom. He says, Mom, they're going to fire me at work. And apparently she says, well, why would they do that? He says, I'm the one that's supposed to install the software so this stuff doesn't happen. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear that? I have done a lot of evaluation, and I think this guy's got cabbage for brains. And then there's Kevin Sanders from Winter Garden. He's 42. Every undercover operative that does these operations in Central Florida probably at some point in time has chatted with Kevin. He's a 16-year Disney employee. He currently works in IT as a service tech. He used to work in a program for a couple of the parks that were doing public relations for children. He did not travel, but when he confessed, he says, I have a chatting addiction. Well, Kevin, I have an addiction too. It's called an arresting addiction. You see, I like to arrest people who do things like you do. And my detectives were able to finally catch him. We've been trying to catch this guy for a long time, but he's good at dummying up his phone numbers and hiding his transmissions. But our detectives, who are the best, caught him. And he chatted with several of our people. He thought he was going to chat it up as he was a 13-year-old. Well, not only is Kevin a 16-year employee of Disney, not only does he have a chatting addiction, but he's married with 2 small children. I feel sorry for his wife and his 2 small children. But his wife needs to know she's married to a guy who's got a huge problem. Now he's got more than one huge problem. Now he's got a huge problem because there's serious criminal charges against him. But these are the people who are online trying to groom your children. And they go to areas where you would find children. They go to gaming sites. They go to social apps that attract young children. And they hang out, kind of like back in the day we used to think about the evil people that hung out in public parks. So why do they go there? Because that's where the children are. And they want to be around them. And they want to sexually abuse them. That's why we say clearly and unequivocally, parents, you're the first line of defense. Because online, these evil people can have a lot of charisma, a lot of personality, a lot of energy. They know how to talk kid, and that makes them even more dangerous than their photos appear. With that, first, we'll hear from Mark Brutnell, who is a special agent in charge for FDLE at Tampa office, and then the Auburndale Police Chief, Andy Ray, will speak after that.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you for having me the unenviable position of following you. But thank you. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the investigators and the analysts who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, but also behind the computer screens to make this possible. These cases are very technical in nature. They require lots of training, a lot of dedication, a lot of patience. As the sheriff alluded to, the last individual, he was doing that a long time. It took a lot of patience to catch him. In 2021, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received 29 million tips for child sexual exploitation. Think about that, 29 million tips. As a law enforcement officer and as a father, that's concerning. That's also unacceptable. We've got to do a better job of talking to our kids and turn these folks in. So again, to echo the sheriff's comments, I implore you parents tonight to have those difficult conversations with your kids about the internet. The internet is a very, very bad place. It's also a good place, but have those conversations with their friends, but they can be talking to one of these 13 and nothing good comes out of that. So again, I appreciate the partnerships. Central Florida has great partnerships when it comes to ICAT cases and working these types of things. And again, without the partnerships, this could not be possible. So thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
I'd like to thank the sheriff for involving us as well again in this operation. The opportunity for us to work together with the sheriff's office in the other county police agencies and FDLE is very important. That relationship and the work that they do and that we do as part of that group is super important. Just to follow up on Special Agent in Charge Brutnell's comments, I was looking at the list from the other portion of this investigation, and there are 7 human trafficking victims on that list. There's a really good chance that several of those were groomed by people just like this, and then were drawn away from their families and put into the business against their will. There is a lot of trust put in people online, people that these kids don't have any idea who they're talking to. And again, just can't stress enough the importance of parents and grandparents talking to children, young teens, about the need to be careful and also using parental controls to reduce the opportunities for people to get into their phones and into their homes to talk to their kids. Thanks also to the media today for your interest in this and for sharing this, because this is something that parents need to hear. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
In this operation and prior operations, when you seize their computers, do you find evidence that they were talking to actual children like this as well?
Sometimes, because that's what they do. Now, sometimes they try to erase it, but we find evidence that they've been online scouring for children as well. So yes. Anything else? Before I close out today,
Andy Ray retired from the sheriff's office as a top boss after 25 years and then went to the Auburndale Police Department as the chief of police. And he's about to retire after 10 years of service and a total of 35 years in the business. Andy's a dear friend of mine. He's been a great chief. He was a great deputy and sergeant, lieutenant, and captain for us. And certainly we're going to try to coach him into volunteering, working part-time, or whatever he wants to do. But I want you to know the people of Polk County and of Auburndale are safer because Andy Ray has served them for 35 years. He's made a big difference. He and his team have put bad guys in jail, arrested people who otherwise would have preyed on you. And he's always been a partner in every operation we did along with these other folks. So when I talk about nationwide, you need to ask your police chiefs and your sheriffs and your state police and your feds, what are y'all all doing together to attack these folks? Because they're out there and they're trying to get to your children. And it's people like our detectives and our analysts and our great men and women. We all partner together because you know what? Our goal is to keep you safe. And we do a pretty good job of that in Polk County. We can even do a better job if you see something or hear something and say something. God bless y'all. See you soon. Child protector too. And as I always say when we do these operations, the strength of our investigations simply is our partnership with the police departments. We all work together to keep this community safe. We understand that criminals don't come and go according to city limits and county limits, and neither does support services from the sheriff's office and the police departments. We are all one, and this is just another example. So we did a 2-week operation, just the recent of what we've done over and over and over, to focus on those that are online seeking your children. If it weren't for the heroic work of the undercover detectives from the sheriff's office, the Winter Haven Police Department, the Auburndale Police Department, your children could have been the victims, but they weren't because we stood in the gap between good and evil. We made 12 arrests. They were not only from Central Florida, but you'll hear me talk about one that occurred in an arrest that occurred out of Alabama and one out of Michigan. That's right. They were grooming and doing real nasty things online all across this neighborhood, this community, this county, this state, and as far away on this operation as Michigan and Alabama. We say that we'll chase those child predators to the ends of the earth that want to harm our children. We've done that. You've heard me talk about us arresting a person in Australia and bringing them back here for trial. Well, we only had 2 from out of state this time. But here's what is important to understand, and I want the parents to understand this. These aren't traditional criminals. 9 of the 12 of these folks don't have a criminal history. Did you hear what I said? 9 of the 12 don't have a criminal history. But what they are doing, these evil people are lurking online and grooming children online to engage them in sexual conduct. 4 of the arrests traveled. The others, as you'll hear in a minute, provided very raucous communication, sent pictures, inappropriate pictures, nude pictures, action photos of sexual conduct
to what they thought was 13, 14, 15-year-old little girls or little boys. So let me introduce you to some of them. This is Lawrence New. He lives on the Lakeland Highlands Road in Lakeland. He thought that he was traveling to have sex with a 13-year-old child. That's right. He came from South Lakeland to our undercover location at the far northeast end of the county, thinking that he was going to have sex. He said he cherished the idea about teaching this 13-year-old girl about sex. He sent nudes and action film of him doing inappropriate things. His wife of 7 years was in another room sleeping whenever he did this. Oh, I'm sorry. She was in another room when he did this, and he had to wait for her to go to sleep so he could sneak out of the house to engage what he thought was a 13-year-old child. So let me focus on this a minute. He's in one room, his wife's in another room. He's sending all kinds of ugly things to what he thinks is a 13-year-old child. Then he leaves after she falls asleep and travels all the way across the county. He confessed. We've got him locked up in jail. He's the owner of Omnia Inc., which deals in disposing medical supplies, used medical supplies. Oh, did I tell you Citrus County Sheriff's Office also has a criminal charge waiting against him as well? But we've got him locked up here now. So this is not new for him. He's 67 years old, and he's a deviant. He's a child pedophile. He's a pervert. And now he's a jailbird. Then there's Christopher Valise. He's 33. He's from Tampa. He sent explicit photos thinking he was sending them to a 14-year-old child. And he told her, I don't want to get in trouble, so let's keep this between us. Where does he work? He doesn't work. You see, he's at home on disability and SSI. That's right. So while all of us are going to work, earning money, paying our taxes, he's getting our taxpayers' money to sit at home and groom little children online. He didn't travel, but he instructed what he thought was the little 14-year-old girl to destroy the messages and the pictures because I don't want to get in trouble. Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, what would an operation be? Either a pornography investigation or a predator operation or a human trafficking operation without a Disney employee. We always have a Disney employee, sometimes more. This is Zachary Hudson. That's right, he's a bus driver for Disney. He did not travel, but he sent nude and lewd pictures of himself. He thought it was to a 15-year-old girl. And he said to her while grooming her, what we said could get us all in trouble. And he said how he would like to wrap his arms around and feel her small, tiny body. Then he said, are you ready for this? You can't make this stuff up. I don't want to sound creepy. Well, you just sounded creepy. So he reiterated to what he thought was this little girl that she needed to keep it quiet. It has to be our secret. Because he said, I could go to jail. He said, but I'd risk it for spending some time with you. I'd risk going to jail. Well, when we arrested him, he confessed, oh, newsflash, this will make Disney extra happy. He was doing this while he was on the clock for Disney. So if your bus was running late at Disney, he was busy taking pictures of himself and talking trash to what he thought was a little girl.
he in uniform in that photo?
Yes. Then there's Timothy King. He's 26 from Claremont. He rode a bike. That's right. He traveled. He rode a bike. This dude was on a mission. So you might ask the sheriff, Sheriff, how far did he ride a bike to have what he thought was sex with a 15-year-old child? 10 miles. Did you hear me? 10 miles. And he said, sometimes I get excited. He didn't use those terms, but I thought I would. He used much more graphic terms. He confessed. He said, I don't have any friends. And he was very cautious when he arrived at the house. He wanted to know about cameras. Are there any cameras? Yep, there's cameras. We got your picture. In fact, we got lots of pictures. We got pictures where you close on. Anyway. Then there's Zachary Clark from Tampa. He works armed security for Brink's National Guard. That's right. That was his job. So the next time you see a Brink's truck and they jump out armed to pick up the loot from the store, who knows what he's doing behind closed doors. He traveled. He thought he was going to have sex with a 15-year-old child. Boy, was he surprised when the door opened and there was sheriff's detectives and police officers to arrest him. He said he was kind of antisocial and he just did this to meet new people. He said, but don't worry, I didn't mean it. I was going to tell her mom. Well, that's as good an excuse as any when you're in a lot of trouble. This guy's 62. His name's Frank Butler. He's from Palm Beach Gardens. He's an administrator for BSG Hospitality. But he was in the Orlando area at a resort. So, hey, he thought he would confront a 13-year-old female. So he started the communication and he traveled. That's right. He traveled from the resort to meet what he thought was a 13-year-old female. You know what's interesting about that? His wife of 27 years was at the resort and he had to wait for her to go to sleep. So his wife of 27 years who thinks they're at the resort to have a great weekend, she falls asleep, he sneaks out and goes to the undercover operation to have sex with a 13-year-old child, he thinks. But then he told the detective, once again, you can't make this up. He's not a bad guy. He said, I'm just not a bad guy. He said, you know what I was going to do is wait at the house with this child to tell her mom as soon as she come home what this child was doing. Yep. And then when we explained to him about the undercover detective and not the 13-year-old child, he said, well, what did I do wrong? It's just words. Well, newsflash, words matter. Words got you locked up. You were grooming a child. You agreed to meet a 13-year-old child because you, in fact, were going to have sex with that child. Why your wife of 27 years slept blissfully in the resort down the street. He says he doesn't prey on children. So anyway, we asked him what his wife would think about all of this. He said, you know, my wife wouldn't subscribe to this. That's why I had to wait until she went to sleep. This is a stereotype of a predator and a pedophile. Then there's Michael Ochino from Kissimmee. He's a forklift driver for PepsiCo. He had conversations with 3 different undercover detectives from the police department and the sheriff's office. That's right. He thought he was talking to 13 and 14-year-old children during this conversation. He said that he would like to stay with them. He talked about making babies with the children. He didn't travel. But then he said something that was really, see, our undercover detective said that they were down here with their mom on vacation and talked about during the conversation the relationship. He said, look, you can stay with me, and here's how you do it. You walk away without your mom seeing you. She won't know where you are. You're from another part of the country. And then you wait for me, and I'll pick you up. Is that scary or what? He was giving what he thought to be a 13-year-old little girl directions in how to escape from her mom, and he was going to pick her up. Then what? What's next? He's 57 years of age. Here's a guy that didn't travel, but he communicated from St. Clair, Michigan. He's unemployed. He thought he was talking to a 14-year-old child. He would say things like he thought she was sexy. He instructed this child how to delete their text. And he told her, I can't resist how young you are. He's in the St. Clair County Jail on our warrant, where we were assisted by the police authorities there arresting him. Well, Roger, buddy, welcome to Florida, because this is where you're coming. It's not going to be a vacation, unless, of course, you consider the state prison an extended stay resort. And then there's George Matthews. Here's what's interesting about old George. He's 66 years of age. He's from Ozark, Alabama. Are you ready for this? His job? He works at Fort Rucker. He's a Black Hawk mechanic. He works for M1 Support Services, which is a civilian company contracted to work on the Black Hawks. He sent very explicit images of himself to what he thought was a 13-year-old child. He did not travel but he said he would like to. He made statements to the 13-year-old that he was old enough to be her grandfather. And then he engaged in some very nasty chat. Well, when he came to work the next day and he crossed onto the base, the military police arrested him. By the way, that base, if you're not familiar with Fort Rucker, is the Army Aviation Warfighting Center. He had chats with this 13-year-old, not only while he was at home, but also while he was at work. I hope he didn't get so carried away with his chats that he forgot to put all the parts back on the Black Hawk helicopters. That could be a real problem. He's in the Dell County Jail, and he's not going to be flying here on a helicopter. I'll guarantee that. All right. I would like to turn this over to a dear friend of mine and colleague. We worked together at the sheriff's office for 25 years until retirement age came, and then he went to be the police chief in Auburndale, and made me very proud to see one of my captains and one of the most talented people we've ever had work with us go on to be the police chief. Chief?
Thanks, sir. So 25 years here and 10 years at Auburndale, 35 years in this business. And these things still bother me, and they make my stomach turn. And If you're a parent and you have kids, or you're a grandparent and you have kids that are dear to you, do what you can to protect them, because the internet is a dangerous place. Make sure that you're monitoring them. Make sure that you're having conversations with them. There are a lot of nefarious actors out there, and we just want parents and grandparents, people who are responsible for kids, to be aware of that and to talk to their kids about it. It's an important conversation to have. So thankful to the sheriff and his people for putting this operation together, and always thankful for the opportunity to be a team player and a partner to keep this county safe. So thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you, Chief. Next, we have Derek. Derek Blanton is with the Winter Haven Police Department. In fact, his father and I patrolled as deputies way, way, way back in the day. And so it makes me exceptionally proud to see Derek follow in the footsteps of his dad. Derek.
Good afternoon. The members of the Winter Haven Police Department are more than happy to have participated in this operation. We'll be more than happy to participate in future operations that may come about. We're dedicated to doing our best to protect our kids in these situations. And I think it serves as a good reminder for both parents and the bad guys that, you know, we have really good detectives. So there's the sheriff's office and Arbondale Police Department that are really good at their jobs, and they won't hesitate to put you in jail if you're involved in this type of situation. Thank you to the Sheriff's Office and Arbondale Police Department for also participating in this and having us participate as well. Thank you.
Our folks collectively are simply the very best in the business at investigating and searching out and looking for these predators. But parents, these folks will walk boldly into your home while you're there and groom your children if you don't know what your children are doing online. With that, is there any questions?
It seems like not too long ago we were here and you were talking about, Child Protector 1, that operation that took place. Can you kind of describe the scope of this issue in Polk County?
Well, interestingly enough, the overwhelming majority of these people weren't from Polk County. But what we do is we throw a wide net. This time it went as far as Alabama and Michigan to arrest people. So, and my challenge would be to the police agencies and sheriff's offices who aren't doing these operations across the United States. Why not? Because that's where the predators are. That's where the child pornographers are. They're all online, and they're looking for children to attack. So when you look at these operations, you understand that my passion, my absolute top priority is to protect the children from sexual predators. Children are supposed to be innocent, but at 13, 14, 15, they're curious. And the next thing you know, this person's shown up in the gaming room with them or with the child chat room with them, looking for those who are alone or lonesome or sad or in need of attention. And that's who they focus on first. So at the end of the day, it's a Polk County solution to a nationwide problem. So we chase you to the ends of the earth. And I also applaud my colleagues from ICAC around this state and nation that do the same thing. But there's a lot of police agencies that don't. And if you don't, I will. We're gonna find them, because it's as important for me to save a child from a predator in Alabama or Michigan or Alaska or any place else in the world, Australia, as it is in Polk County. These people will get to your children if given the opportunity. And if they never travel to put hands on them, by the time they groom them and send them all of this ugliness, it certainly breaks down the barriers so that someone else can attack them.
Sheriff, one more question. Where was the Disney employee arrested? Was
he arrested on property or near existing property or?
I'm not sure where he was arrested because he did not travel. We went to him to arrest him. So I don't know if they called him up, from work, but I believe he was in uniform in fact, I'm sure he was in uniform when we arrested him.
And Sheriff, you've been doing these operations for years and these used to be really large numbers. Do you feel like you're making an impact? I mean, the numbers of people being arrested become smaller and smaller, seems like these days. What kind of impact?
Certainly, I think we're making a significant impact because when we first started these operations, 10, 12, 15 years ago, we were arresting 30, 40 a week. And this was a good week to get 12. So the difference is child pornographers can go into the deep, dark web, and they're very difficult to find. We do, but they're deep, dark web people that understand that. It's very difficult. But child predators have to surface. They have to go in the chat rooms. They have to go in the gaming rooms. They have to be where the children are. So by virtue of us not arresting as many as we used to, it doesn't mean they're not out there, because they are. Have some of them become more savvy? Certainly they have with education, but we truly believe we're making a difference. We truly know that we're saving children's lives and protecting them from deviance such as this.
Do any of them express any remorse, or are they just sorry they got caught?
Most of the time they confess, occasionally they don't. Most of them, the remorse they display is because they got caught. Occasionally one will be just obviously honest and say, yeah, I shouldn't have done it, but I did, and now here I am. But most of them have an excuse, and most of them are just sorry they were caught.
Do you know how many additional suspects detectives are looking for?
Well, do you know that we have, this is an ongoing process. We never quit investigating these folks. We know that we have warrants out for 2 more that we're not showing who they are now because we want to get them in hand first. So we will catch them. We also know that we're online now. We are all the time looking for these deviants. So wherever you are in the world, if you've been talking nasty and sending nasty pictures to what you thought was a child, we're after you. And if we didn't get you last time, we'll get you next time. And then I'll have a picture of you and I'll badmouth you just like I did these. That's a guarantee.
You said the operation lasted about a week.
This one was 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay, so for what do you think that you kind of alluded that it takes teamwork and other municipalities to come together for that? What do you think needs to be done nationally as law enforcement together to kind of really put a major dent into it? Because you said that some of them don't do these operations. So what do you think needs to be done?
Sure, I think that's a very good question. First and foremost, we have to have parents quit being in denial. Second, parents have to understand the first line of defense is at home. So they need to be all up in their child's business. If you give your child a cell phone, I recommend first, don't let them out in the internet world. Bring games in, lock down the cell phone, or if you're going to let them into the internet world, then you need to have an app on your phone, and there's good apps there where you can trace and know everything your child's searching up or who they're talking to. You have to do that. If not, these folks will get to your children. And then law enforcement agencies need to work together. Listen, we've got a very large agency, and we can do a predator operation without the assistance of the police department. But we can't be as successful without our colleagues. The more we have investigating, the more they help us, the more robust the investigation and the more arrest we can make. These police agencies that are standing with me today and others that have been in past operations with us are simply the very best. And we all care about the children, and we don't care whether they live in the city or in the county
are in the state. We want to protect them. So for the small agencies across the nation that just don't have the resources to do it by themselves, there's ICAC, Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, or you can put your own task force together. And there's many ICAC teams across the nation. We will teach you how to do this. Free. You just have to put the resources together. And I challenge the moms and dads. I like moms because when moms gets on you, you either make it better or you're miserable. Go to your local police department, sheriff's office and say, I know you're small and can't handle this by yourself. So when you can get together with your other police departments or other sheriff's offices or state police and put one of these operations on to protect our children in this state. Okay. Anything else?
This is definitely my
Predators,
last one, and then I'll be done
deviants
talking to
who
you
are
guys
focusing on
afterwards.
or targeting or wanting to have sex with children. And that was our primary mission. And as I've said before, it takes a lot of people to put these operations on. And if we'd only arrested one person, the entire week would have been worth all the investment. But we arrested many more than that. But that's not possible without our colleagues and our partners. Today, I have representing the Lakeland Police Department who worked with us, Ty Thompson, who is a captain. We also have Sheriff Crawford from Hardy County, Lieutenant Austin Leal from Auburndale Police Department, Lieutenant Dale Hampton from the Lake Wells Police Department, and then from the State Attorney's Office is Monica Smith. Brian Haas, and he thinks, like all of us think, that it is unacceptable for these sexual predators to roam around and attempt to engage in sex with children. He recognizes how dangerous they are. Now, Monica is the tiniest person of our group, but she's the baddest one. When she gets in court, she is going to hold these people accountable according to the law. And they may look at us for our size, but they need to look at Monica for her determination to keep the people and the children safe. And I appreciate Brian appointing you to that position. But today I'm going to go over some snapshots. And in addition to these folks that were arrested and the one that's wanted, I want you to understand that these folks are those folks. Those folks have already been through the system, and we're going to talk about them, but understand that these folks will be those folks, and some of them are already on that list. So let's go over and talk about a few of the ones we arrested. This is Willie Merrill from Plant City. He's already designated as a sexual offender. So see, he's on this list because he's doing it again. But he was also on that list. In 2005, he was convicted of having sex against a 16-year-old child. Back in the day, he was sentenced to 1 year in prison and 9 years of probation, and then he was sent to us. In 2017, we arrested him for soliciting prostitution at one of our ops, much like this, but it was adults he was soliciting. In 2017, at the same time, we charged him for failure to register. So we charged him with new F3s, and believe it or not, for that misdemeanor 2, he ended up with 364 days in jail. Well, normal people would say, hey, I don't want any more of this. I've already been to prison. I'm on sex offender status. I've gotten caught again at an op, and they sent me back to the county jail for a year. But you know what? He is a classic example of how they never change their stripes. If they're not locked up, no matter what status we put them on, no matter how many times they have to check in, he's out seeking deviant sex with children. So, in this particular operation, he's online, which is a violation of his condition, and he sees an ad that our undercover people put online, and he goes to an undercover location thinking he's paying dad $80 to have sex with his child, only 15 years of age. So he was charged with 2 counts of travel because the first day he traveled but didn't come to the operation. The second day he traveled, and that's when we arrested him. He was also charged with using a 2-way device. He was also charged with a felony of the 1st degree, human trafficking, commercial human trafficking, because he was going to pay to have sex with a child. He lawyered up immediately. He wouldn't talk with us. But in his possession, he had 4 $20 bills and a condom, which matched exactly what he needed in order to commit this crime. So you see, despite his various arrests, his various incarcerations, he's still at it. Well, now we've got him charged with a 1st degree felony, and our goal is that he goes to prison. He's 45, a good 25 or 30 years, which is about the max you can get, would be good, unless we can get the judge to run his other charges consecutive. He needs never to breathe air outside of prison if we want our children in the United States safe. But then have I told you before about Larry Hayes? Larry Hayes is 41. He's from Plant City. He's married. Did you hear what I said? The man is married. He just retired from the Army on February of 23. He retired from the Army as a staff sergeant assigned to satellite systems analyst. And then he came back into the service working for the Department of Defense, working at MacDill in a high security area. He had security clearance. He came thinking that he was going to have oral and vaginal sex with a 15-year-old child, and he was going to pay her dad $250 for the privilege. Now, there's a video we're going to look at. Do we have that keyed up now? To see him as he came into the lobby area of this hotel. Is it ready to show, or are we going to show it at the end? He doesn't have it queued up yet. Okay, we'll show it to you at the end of the operation. Keep in mind that he immediately tells us, I'm there to rescue her. Well, the reality is we rescued some child from him. He doesn't have any criminal history until this arrest. So he's charged with soliciting a guardian to travel, which is human trafficking. It's a 1st degree felony, okay? Along with communications devices and that sort of thing. All right, next is Edmundo de Salva. He's 36. He's from North Carolina. He's married, and he is a TSA screener. That's right. You know the guy that you got to go through the line at the airports? This is him at Raleigh-Durham International Airport. This is who the federal government trusts to screen you. Makes you wonder when they want to do extra screening on children, doesn't it? So he thought he was going to pay $100 to dad to have sex with her daughter. Well, so happens dad and daughter are undercover folks. But what did we do? We saved children from being victims, because if he hadn't have hit on our ad, he might have hit on another ad for a real child. And when we asked him what he was doing here, he said he was on his way to South Florida to attend a birthday party. Well, we don't have birthday parties at the county jail, and he didn't make it, and he's locked up. All of these guys I'm talking about are still in jail. They're not out. And then he sprung this on us like his DOD buddy. They're really not buddies, but they think a lot. Hey, I've had TSA training, and I was here to do my own investigation. Well, too bad, buddy. We're taking you to the county jail, and we're going to give you some screening on the way in. And he traveled. First-degree felony, human trafficking. Then there's Hassan Abu Halia. He's from Brandon. He's 27. And he's married. Does it ever occur to you that there has to be some mad wives? If there's not, they should be mad wives, and they should be ex-wives. It's like, hey, you might as well move on with your life, because upon conviction, these guys are not coming home. He said that he worked as a customer service at a customer service center as a call supervisor. And he said that he worked for AT&T. AT&T didn't want any part about that, and they did not confirm that at all. He's a Jordanian citizen, but he has a permanent resident status in the United States. He thought he was paying $100 for a half hour of sex. And he thought he was paying it to a mom, and in turn was going to have sex with her daughter. Well, that's a first-degree felony. He's still locked up. And then there's Lewis Nelson. He's 29 from Tampa. He said that he worked for Bosch and Loam in Tampa. And they would not confirm that. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to take credit for this rascal being around either, but we confirmed it through pay stubs. And he also said he drove for Uber Eats. Now listen, folks. I know everybody's got to eat, but we see the weirdest dudes driving and delivering packages and Uber Eats. That they'll steal stuff. They'll try to have sex with your kids. You got to be careful who you invite to your house, because then they know where you are, and if they see your children, they see that too. But he solicited a guardian for sex. Oh, did you know that he's a Haitian citizen here on a work visa? We did an ICE notification just so that they would be aware. We also notified the Haiti government, like I'm sure they care, that he's here doing this stuff. But he's also locked up with a first-degree felony charge. And then there's Brandon Ray from Mulberry. He works at the school board as a mechanic. He did not travel, but he agreed to pay dad $100 for sex. He said he was worried and scared to travel because he was scared of law enforcement in Polk County. He said, you know, that Grady don't play. Well, he's right about that. When we arrested him, he admitted, yeah, that's me. And then he tells the detectives, you know, I still respect that Grady Judd for all the work he does to protect children in this community. How many brain cells do you really have? I mean, like, you're the guy I'm trying to protect the kids from with my great detectives and those from the police departments. I appreciate you respecting me. I hope you like the accommodations at the jail. Just thinking out loud. He didn't travel because he was afraid. Then there's Manuel Canasi from Land O'Lakes. He's married. He's got 3 children, 17, 13, and 19. He's a laborer. He did not travel, but he was charged with unlawful two-way communications, using a computer to solicit a guardian for sex. He wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old child. You have children the same age. And he's out wanting to victimize other people's children. He was willing to pay $100 to have sex. He sent a screenshot of one advertisement that went out that was calling us out. And then this is his quote: "That sheriff is a hard ass," end quote. "And he doesn't play," quote again. Well, right on both counts. And he's also locked up, even though he didn't travel. He was afraid. So then there's John Adams. He's not in custody yet. John gets an extra big picture because he's outstanding. Now, folks, y'all know John. He's a contractor. He works in Lake County. He lives in Dunedin. He's the local guy. He chatted. He was going to pay $380 to have sex for 2 hours with a 15-year-old girl. He was going to pay mom. And he talked very, very filthy. We can't even say those words. How bad are they? They're worse than the words your mama used to wash your mouth out with soap for saying when you were a kid. I tell you that. And he talked about all the vile and nasty things he wanted to do. Fifth, he's a filthy talking rascal. Well, John, he's not any kin to the second president, or, as far as we know. John, you might as well turn yourself in, because we're coming after you. We're going to find you. Yeah, we know that you're hiding right now. So you can go to jail, or you can go to jail tired, and how you do that's up to you. And for friends, relatives, somebody that may know where John is, if you call Crime Stoppers and tell them you can stay totally anonymous, we'll give you cash, and he'll go to jail sooner rather than later. He's out, and he's capable of having sex with your children. Now, I want to remind you of an independent press conference we did last week of Robert Miranda from Titusville. He was not a registered sex offender here, but he was living part-time here. And this is a guy that was masturbating and tried to get a little girl, a 9-year-old girl, into the car by saying, "Have you lost your puppy? Come look at this brown and black puppy." And the 9-year-old girl ran to a friend, and we charged him with a lot of things. This guy, as I explained last week, is horrifically dangerous. The courts yesterday just rejected his appeal for bond, so he's going to be in jail until he's tried. Our goal is to send him to jail forever, but guess what? In a different part of the state, he was on that list. And because of his conduct, there was new charges. He went here. He was not part of the operation, but he was one of the arrests of someone who was there. So when you look through the group over here, it's important to understand, and I want to underscore this, do not think across the Tampa Bay area that these numbers are any larger than the other metro areas per capita for the population. So you'll have greater numbers than us in Hillsborough or Orange, because it's a greater population. But those kind of folks right there that we arrest, keep this in mind. There are 1,256 registered offenders in Polk County alone. 1,188 of the 1,256 are for trying to have sex with a child, or they did have sex with a child, and they served their time, and they have sexual offender registration. Of the 153 predators in Polk County, 126 of those charges were as a result of conduct against a child or threatened conduct against a child or a minor. Now, understand, when you go on this list as an offender, you have to register twice a year. And we're supposed to go out and lay eyes on you by state statute once a year. In Polk County, our detectives go out and lay eyes on you 4 times a year, a lot more than the state requires. Predators also have to register 4 times a year, and we check on them 4 times a year in addition to the registration. But that's all we can do. This is the ones we know about. And of this 1188 and 126, or if you look at the totality, 1409, we arrest people every week for violating this status. So that was the other part of our operation, not just to catch the new ones, but to make sure where these folks are. And they violated. Now, these 2 guys are at large. This is James Johnson. He's 39. He's a sex offender. He's from the Lakeland area. His last known address was 1409 Dawn Heights, off of the east side of the county. But we don't know where he is. And that's part of his new criminal charges, which is an F3. His previous charges was having sex with a minor and impregnating the minor. He served his time, 3 years in prison, back in the day, went on sex offender status. We want you to know there's a reward out for this rascal. And then there's Antone Starks. He does not particularly know James, but he gets to have his picture out here. He's a sex offender. He was last known to be on St. Paul Drive in Winter Haven, and that's just down the road here, about a mile. He's at large as well. And we want him for the same thing we want Johnson for, failure to maintain an address. He was in prison for 5.5 years for a sex offense, plus an additional 5 years for registration violations. So he's been to prison already 10 years. Well, when we find him, we're putting him back in prison for some more violations. You see, when these folks aren't locked up, they're a danger to society. Keep your kids close. Know where they are. Know who they're with, or they could end up with somebody like this. Now we're going to ask our colleagues and our teammates a couple of them want to speak with you. We'll start first with the Hardy County Sheriff, Sheriff Crawford. Sheriff Crawford is determined to keep the people in Hardy County safe. When we arrest these people, make no mistake about it, they come from other parts of the state here, and that's when we catch them. But whether it's Polk County or Hardy County, Hillsborough or Orange, wherever they are, if they're not locked up, they're dangerous. Sheriff?
Thanks, Sheriff Judd. And what he says is true. It's an ongoing thing, and per capita, where violations are in Hardy County being smaller, of course, we have less violations, but they're out there. And I want to thank him and the agencies that helped out in this investigation and got these individuals off of the streets. What is happening with the children by these vile people is inconceivable, really, and it's hard for people to understand. why it happens. But again, with the state attorney's office, I'm thinking that we're going to do good and keep these people away from our children. Human trafficking is something that is on a lot of people's mind these days, and it's got to come to the forefront like it has here. And I want to again thank Sheriff Judd and the agencies that has helped out to keep these people off the streets. Thank you.
Next is Captain Ty Thompson, a dear friend of mine and a professional law enforcement officer. His agency helped us immensely during this entire operation. Captain?
On behalf of the Lakeland Police Department and Chief Sam Taylor, I'd like to say, as a representative of the Lakeland Police Department, that we were fortunate to have participated in this operation, as well as many operations in the past that Sheriff Judd has included us in. This operation happened to be in the greater Lakeland area, which benefits our agency and our community greatly. I would like to commend all the law enforcement agencies who participated in this operation and their continued efforts to keep our children safe in our community. If our goal saves just one child, then we have successfully completed that mission, but our goals are to protect all the children. So again, thank you to all the agencies that participated and to Sheriff Judd and his agency for their professionalism and their guidance in this human trafficking effort.
Thank you, Captain. Do we have the video up? Okay, this is the lobby of a hotel. And what we have is an undercover person that's going to be setting and waiting on one of our deviant predators, thinking he's coming here to pay for a child. You see, he's giving him the money, and when he gives him the money, he's going to escort him down to where he thinks it's a child in that room, but he's surprised it's not a child. Like he's supposed to work, but instead he's just going to knock on the door, I guess. He doesn't know how to use it. There he goes. He's a slow learner. All right, and here's the second one. The lower corner is our undercover. He's blurred out. And in just a minute, there's a man coming in here who thinks he's going to pay dad to have sex with his 15-year-old daughter. And here's some small talk. I'm going to go have sex with your daughter. I mean, what do you say to the guy whose daughter you're about to rape, you know? This won't take long. This is insanity. Now, when he waved, he was waving to one of the undercovers that he thought was the girl. So once he saw the girl, hey, she's real, then he pulls out his money. So talked to dad, saw the girl, paid the money, and he doesn't realize it, but he's off to be arrested. But if it weren't for us operating undercover, this would be a child that was attacked. Calmly, coolly. Okay, I think you get the idea. Okay, any questions for us?
question, I'm thinking, do parents really do this? Do parents really sell their kids like this and on these websites?
If they didn't, then these people wouldn't come to us, but they absolutely do. They sell the children.
Can you speak about these websites at all? Are they?
Well, I don't like to talk about where other people can go look for these, but the people who do it know those websites well, and they're there. Now, that takes us to the next step. Why in the world doesn't Congress make these IT people responsible for that content? Instead, they step back and say, oh, it's just passing through our servers that we're making billions of dollars on. We're not responsible for it. But if we can create this immense technology that you can talk to your phone, ask it any question, and in 2 seconds get the answer back, we can stop this conduct. See, before technology, before social media, it was very, very difficult for a sexual predator to hook up with a child. And now it's very easy because you can hook up with the child, you can hook up with the parents of the child, you can groom the child, you can groom the parents of the child. We see these sexual predators that actually take up with mom who's divorced in order to get access to the children. But these IT companies could restrain this by content checking, but they don't. Because you know what? They really don't care. They're after profit and they don't care. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right. Now I'm gonna talk to y'all. Let me get into my man. First, let me address this. First off, the fact that parents would do this to their children is just unreal. We watched like 3 different ones, and it was all different, but it was the same outcome. The last 2, man, the one with the guy who went in and did that, pewed all those people, like, dude, man, people are crazy, like, for real. That's why it's like, I feel like that Epstein info's dangerous, man. People won't know what to do with it. There are, but, I wish they would not give these people as much second chances. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, man, I hope I don't forget what I was gonna say about this before I move on. They give these people way too many second chances. They shouldn't get the second chance. That's that. All right, Katie. Oh, we're doing well. We're just finishing up. I'm gonna I think I'm using this today as my screensaver. Hold on. By the way, the Cavs won today by 20 something points. It was a good game. Not that I would know. But here's the Doomsday plane that was flying around California as these drones were being supposedly threatened by Iran in California. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about because that really didn't make the news too much. But, I mean, I know the Doomsday plane comes out when it comes to nuke stuff. So, yeah, keep an eye on that because from what I understand, and I could pull it up, the Pentagon is releasing – here, I'll do it. The Pentagon is releasing 500 people or 500 troops. 500 troops per city on April 1st for a Basically, they're doing here it is. I'll show you guys. They're doing basically a trial run in case there is some sort of kickback against the government. I'll show you, like, in case we decide to say screw this. So the Pentagon is releasing 500 troops per city. Here it is. 500 troops per city. It's supposed to be now. There's certain states that are going to get less, like Guam, Alaska, and other places that have a different per capita. But most states are going to get 500. And my question to this is why? Why? Why are, what unrest do we have ahead of us? That was one of my questions I wanted, I've been posing. And then I saw this, the Pentagon releasing the Doomsday plane. And then I kind of just said, wow, they're releasing these troops. They're releasing this Doomsday plane. What do they have in store? That's a real question, that is right to pose. I saw you guys last night, but I feel like I'm interrupting. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. It landed at Edwards Air Force Base yesterday and took off today to pick up a payload of the nuclear testing site in that area. Okay. No, it's flying over California, over the valley. It was for the last 2 days. So if it landed today and then took off again, then maybe the threats are over. Was it just, why were they in the air? But yesterday I woke up because I did my show until yesterday morning. And then I woke up to that. I woke up to Doomsday plane, 2 terrorist attacks on our land, all types of stuff. I was like, dang, a lot. What's from ChatGPT? This? What I'm showing you? This isn't from ChatGPT. This is from scrap.com, but it's anything you want to choose. Pick and choose a source, and here it is. It's on anyone. Newsweek. Here you go. Here's Newsweek. Want to go to Newsweek? Would that make you feel more would that make you feel a little more mainstream or something? Here, hold on. I got you. It's on anyone you want. I just pick and chose an easier one to read because the headlines. I've already seen this one. I've already read this one here. I've read all these already. I already know what's going on, dude. Here you go. Here's from Newsweek. Pentagon creating National Guard quick reaction forces across the United States. Here you go. Military police coming through. About 500 National Guard members. This is definitely not ChatGPT. This is definitely not. I'm not reading this right now, though. But this is what could look at all these ads. Don't you love this? Get out of my way. Block. Get out of my way. All right. Look at all these get out of here. That's like the last thing we want to see walking around our country, y'all. For real. That's the last thing we want to see. When I went to New York. Oh, I got you. I'm like, no, I'm not using ChatGPT. No, I don't use that. I've never even used it before, ever in my life. I don't even know how to use it. I've used the AI Gemini one time. And it effed me right in the arse, and I didn't like it. It didn't even do nothing for me. I literally got in an art, it like literally just wasn't giving me the info I wanted because the stuff I wanted, I think, is a little too not Gemini. Sleeper cells from the last 20 years. That's what I was gonna say. So people asked me, on Discord. I got asked from Mallory today, actually. She said, Tim, what are your opinion on this? Like, what do you think about them saying, with that stuff with California, and they're like, they going to be able to reach our country? And I said, that's a good question. But the question really isn't about can they reach our country? It's they're already here. It's not even a question. They're here already. I personally don't believe there's going to be like something shot at us from another continent. But you could easily sell me on the thought that whatever's going to happen, it's already sitting right here. Why you don't have to sell me on it? I've been preaching it and saying it forever and a day. I've been saying it forever and a day. That when stuff hits the fan, this is what's going to happen. Your stuff is more now nuanced. I doubt ChatGPT would be a good model for you, but there are AIs that. Yeah, no, ChatGPT is not up for it doesn't really rock with me. They don't. But it's cool. That's why I love it. I don't need ChatGPT. I got my own computer right here. I got my own right here. I don't need ChatGPT, dude. Right in my own brain, dude. Literally, dial me up. I already got it. I don't need it. Anything that they're giving you anyways, most of the time isn't right. But hey, man, there's a lot of very not smart people out there. So I could assume ChatGPT works well for a lot of people. So anyways, I also wanted, while I'm talking, and I can get back to that, but I wanted to do a shout out too, because as you guys know, I don't know if you guys know this, but last night, there was a plane that went down in Iraq, and 6 American soldiers' lives were taken, and 3 of them just so happened to be from Ohio. So I want to give them a quick shout out. It's only 2 minutes. It's okay, guys. But they deserve some love because their names never got mentioned. I watched a whole lot of stuff today, and not one time did they say 3 men from Ohio, their names, nothing. And I looked it up myself and was like, wow, well, they need some sort of attention. So let's give it to them.
We have a breaking news update on the deadly plane crash in the Middle East involving a U.S. refueling aircraft. Governor Mike DeWine says 3 of the 6 crew members killed are from Ohio, including an airman from Columbus. That airman's family tells NBC4 Tyler Simmons was on board the KC-135 that went down yesterday. That crash brought the total number of service members killed in the Iranian war operations to 13. NBC4's Lexi Lepoff sat down with Simmons' family and joins us now. Lexi, an extremely emotional night.
Yeah, Kyle, I went to his grandma's house today, and it's really hard to put into words the amount of disbelief and devastation that they were feeling in that room tonight. And when I was there, dozens of family members were together, and it was just shock and devastation. His family tells me they're still in disbelief that this has happened. They say Tyler had his dream job. Even as a little kid, he loved planes and always wanted to be a pilot. They say after this trip, he would have had all the skills and certifications needed to be promoted to Master Sergeant. He was just 28 years old and joined the Air Force shortly after graduating from Eastmoor Academy in 2015, where he was the starting quarterback of the football team. He was a dedicated family man who looked out for his younger cousins and loved kids. The family says it's hard to believe that he's gone.
Tyler was the kind of young man that when he came into the room, he would brighten the room up. Always full of energy, determined. He was a leader, and he wanted to go to the Air Force to make a difference. To think that Tyler's not going to be with us is just, it's the worst nightmare.
Of course, the family is grieving tonight, but they also say they're angry, feeling that this could have been prevented. I'll explain their call to nation leaders tonight at NBC4 at 11.
Thanks for watching. For more NBC4,
Well, rest in peace, young man, and the rest of the six and all the rest of the people that we have that are losing their lives in this tragedy that's going on right now. I'm actually kind of shocked that somebody had the audacity to say that I liked or wanted war in my chat today. And of all the things in the world, to say that I want or like war, that's interesting. No. And shame on you. Shame on you. That's all I got to say about that. But I'm all for an eye for an eye, though. These people need to be stopped. I am not for seeing innocent people go through anything. And I've said that a million, quadrillion, billion times. Especially these young men. That man from Columbus, he was a young guy. Had a long life ahead of him. It's always the good ones that go first. So when I ask, do you support America? People say no, F America. But what you're saying is, F that dude that just died. I didn't catch his name. I'm not being disrespectful, but this young man that just passed away, you're basically saying F him. It's crazy. It's crazy. And he's literally fighting for you and your country. Because I believe most of the people that say this stuff are Americans. I truly don't believe a lot of Australians and Canadians and stuff are just coming in here like, yeah, F America, F the troops. I really believe it's a bunch of crazy Americans, dude. Who said that? It was somebody who apologized and said if I'm wrong, that I'm sorry. Because I timed him out and told him you're wrong, bro. But I don't remember the name, man. It was at the very beginning. It was when I was showing all the stuff at the very beginning. And I also wanted to make a point. I did my show backwards again. So I've done that twice this week. I did it backwards, which means I usually start with the mainstream stuff first and then work my way down to the stuff that is less mainstream towards the middle and end. I did that the other day. And this platform gave me zero love. They did not want the info that I had that was not Fox, that was just local news that I could present to y'all. They did not want me to push that. They were pushing it, all y'all, right out the building. So, when people say, oh, you don't know, when I try to give you guys stuff that I want to share, it's very difficult. It took me 2 hours to be able to get my stream going because YouTube just slowed me down because I spoke what I felt was right at the beginning instead of the end when I don't care no more. And, but it doesn't matter. I wanted people to see it. I wanted people to see it at the beginning. And I didn't care about it. But I just wanted to make the point. Yeah, it's not about that. It's not about the it's not about the views part. It was about making a point. That's twice this week. We still did well. We still did well. The likes were super down because the YouTube wasn't feeding people through. But it was an experiment. I expect that, and that's fine because the people that came through are the people I want to come through anyways. So I'm cool with that. It was a very chill day. I appreciate the chat. Everybody had good conversation there for a minute in the middle. When before we hit Sheriff Grady. Once Sheriff Grady gets on, we all just sit back. I roll one up, which right now I have a pre-roll. I didn't roll nothing yet, not until I get out of here. But I did do a dab. That's why I didn't get on. I had to show one more video because I wanted to talk to you guys. But I was a little. It's my first time of the day, Hey, thank you, Katie. I work for hours on this, on and off air, and you know that, Katie. I be talking about this with people all around the world, smart people, and all types of different people, not American, not just Americans, all around the world, every day. And I do it all day, sometimes up until the night, and then I go live with y'all, or I get off and I do the same thing. You ask well, where's some answers, bro? You got some answers, homie? What question did I ask that I didn't get an answer for? Chris, stop bitching. You little whiny little cut, bro. It dodged 4 interceptions because I'm not talking about that, homie. I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. I'm clearly talking about something else. You think you're that special, bro? You clown? Stupid. Think I give a dude. Obviously, if I didn't answer you right away, that means I wasn't paying attention to you, bruh. Go to sleep, son. Stop crying. What's your question, dude? I'm not, I literally got to, if I'm talking, I'm talking. Like, I'm not going to stop my thought to answer your question. Now, if you want to go ahead and keep your thought and hang on to it for when I'm done talking, then you're welcome to do that. But if you're going to cry and whine, I don't give a damn what you got to say, homie. I really don't care. What was the question? You're talking to me like a liberal, dude. Are you a liberal? If you're not, buckle the damn up. If you are, then just stop talking to me, bro. People act like this at one-on-one show. Literally thousands of people, multiple. This is why I don't do debates. This is why I don't have guests on. Because people are just stupid. And the people that are around, I love them. But I talk to them every day. They don't need to come on. But there's stupid people like Chris out here. Needs help. He needs help, y'all. Somebody get him something. Like a fat D. So, got a question for me, Christopher? Christopher. Oh, Christopher Wobbin. Please. I wanted to answer your question. What about for decades, homie? Come on, say it all in one giant freaking say it all in one sentence, dude. You can do it. I know, right? I'm sitting here trying to get his question, and he can't even give me the. I'm about to go ahead and block him. I don't support him. I support my president. Why do you have a obsession? How about that one? All right, bro. I'm blocking you because you're stupid. You're wasting my time. Goodbye, Christopher. Thanks for the little bit. That's a liberal for you guys. Ask them 86 times in a row, and that's what you get for an answer. Nothing. Just dumb down. Christopher. Ugh. Now go blow your whistle. Get out. Get. Anybody else want to talk stupid? I doubt it. I don't understand. I'm over here talking about one thing and this man's asking me crazy ass questions. I don't even know what they were. That's the funny part. Dude acts like he's special. Come on, man. You're one of a 500,000. Get out of my life. Crazy talk, dude. This is crazy. Crazy. So anyways, where was I? All right, so I don't know about where you guys are at, but where I'm at, where Ryan's at, we both woke up today and I really didn't know if I was going to be able to go live. I was like, damn, dude, like, it is really windy. What is going on? Right? Like, what is going on? I'm like, and my internet actually kept going out when I was preparing for this show here. And I'm looking for stuff and I'm reading and all this stuff. And I have it on my TV and my laptop. And I have like 4 different things going, like listening to different stuff, trying to find what's interesting to give y'all some what was good. You know what I'm saying? And like all of a sudden, everything started getting real slow. And I'm like, no, I don't know. I'm looking at my internet box like, man, is this gonna shut off on me? Is this gonna shut off on me? But it didn't though. It did for a minute. It kept loading, but it came back on. It prevailed. But at the time, we had 60-mile-an-hour winds at the least. Now, I found this, and I found it hilarious because this was before, and I want to go back and leave this as my screensaver. Or as my thumbnail, but I want to show you guys this because, dude, it was so windy here today that it not only took out our internet, but it was like, I heard one story from somebody up north that said they watched the whole side of a house get taken off. Where's it at? Right here. Okay, so this is the news from Columbus this morning, right? Now, these ladies, I don't know what to think. I don't know if this aged well for them. They're all so nonchalant, like, well, just so nonchalant about it, not realizing how severe this wind actually was. Like, really. So I want y'all to see this. I was like, wow, really, dude? And then I watched Cleveland's, and they were, like, serious, like, super serious. Super serious. So here, check it out.
Weather alert. It's the small dog alert. Like, it's that strong. Those little dogs could be shushed along.
Oh, I think I saw a stat yesterday that said it's like about a 64-mile-per-hour gust that'll knock a human off their feet. So if you think about it, if your dog is a lot less than that, you're right.
Yeah.
Timbit.
Timbit, true.
Carry him.
Hang onto the leash. Just kidding.
But the big thing is you want to make sure your backyard, I don't know about you guys, I brought my
I wish Commander would get stuck on a leash in this 50-mile-an-hour wind and see what would
chairs in
happen.
yesterday. They're lighter patio chairs.
Trash cans, all that stuff.
It can't hurt.
Yes.
Best case scenario, the winds don't get that bad. Worst case, you lose your trash can or furniture. I mean, we don't want to run into that situation. And this is also something which could cause power.
Or the side of your house, or your internet, or they just said if it blows hard enough, it could knock a human off the ground. Well, I also heard of it knocking somebody off the ground.
I just
today.
think about it. Maybe you have an older tree in your backyard and it's just been wanting those branches to come down. If it's near power lines, I am concerned about that as we go into the day today. So this alert is going to be all day today with winds just continuing from here to go up. I know the winds right now are not that bad, but I can tell you it's coming. It's going to only get worse as we go later into the morning. And probably by the time a lot of people are out on the road for their commute, you'll notice a difference in wind. So we have a high wind warning out for most of us here. You'll notice out to the east, we have a couple of counties that are in wind advisories. The big difference with that is going to be how strong the gusts are. In the high wind warning, we are looking at 50 to 60 plus mile per hour gusts, especially later this afternoon. As you can see, as I mentioned, by about 1-2 o'clock this afternoon, by the time you're commuting home from work, that's when we're going to see some of the worst winds of the day. Temperature-wise, though, you can see we do warm up. These are warm southwest winds. So eventually today we'll be into the upper 50s and we'll see more sunshine as we go throughout the day today. But I do want to walk you through that hour by hour wind gust forecast and kind of show you the timing of this. So as I mentioned, by about 7 o'clock, we're really going to notice this start to come in from the northwest. So places like Kenton, Bucyrus, Marion, you're going to notice some of the stronger winds first. Urbana, you're also included in that. And then just notice how we get into the late morning and you really start to see those numbers go up and only continue to go up from there as we get into the time the kids are getting out of school, you're heading home from work. We could be getting, and again, this is not a sustained wind. So a sustained wind is what's constant. It's going to be continuing. Gusts means it's going to be like little blips up and down. You're going to have these gusts come in. They're going to be here and there. But if they do get upwards, as I mentioned, of 50 to 60 miles per hour, that's when we're getting into that threshold that we could start to see damaging things. It's not the wind itself that can hurt you. It's what's in the wind. And so as we go into later tonight, you'll notice we'll still have some howling winds overnight. So you'll probably hear that as you're going to sleep. And then
While I've been doing this show, she's right. While I've been doing this show, I'm about 8 feet from the front door in a giant window. And you could just hear the wind smacking the window and door the whole time I was live. And there was one burst that was so cool. You could feel the air literally go across my legs and everything. I have a pair of gym shorts on. Like, you could feel it. You could feel the wind. It was pretty nuts. I'm not gonna lie. It was a pretty gnarly windstorm to say the least. So yeah, no, see how, dude, they were super, that was my whole point of showing you guys how casual they were with how it was. It was like, hold on a minute. Well, this could possibly, your dog could go flying. Like if you're walking your child, like the person I was talking to is walking their child home from the bus, and literally it was taking them off the ground. They watched a whole side of a house come off of their house. And they're acting as if though it's like nothing. 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds is no joke, dude. No joke. Yeah, right? I tell my husband to tie down the dog and bring in the chairs. She cares more about the chairs than the dog. Goodness, dude. The down year dog. Yeah, right? That's funny that you caught that too. That was what made me really catch it, was how they were like laughing about it at the beginning. They clearly were inside when it was going on, dude. Because, they wouldn't have been talking crazy like that if they would have felt the winds that were going on. And poor Billy, he's a friend of ours. He's driving around watching the show, modding, while it's 50-something, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and he's driving in it. Imagine he's driving this big van that would be blowing you around left and right. Imagine the semi-truck drivers. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. That was why I wanted to show you guys. I seen that you said you had a bunch of pictures of tornadoes. Yeah, dude, they always creep me, amaze me. I've been in a couple. They creep me out. I saw that there was one. What did you say? There was one in Indiana the other day. The way they were spraying yesterday, I expected something crazy, dude. Yeah, Billy was. Hi, Kiki's. Yeah, that's another one I was gonna hit, Kiki. You nailed it. Thank you. I had like things I wanted to talk about. And then I started to forget because stupid people in the chat interrupt me. And then I forget where I'm at. But she's right. The poll. That was another one. Are we at 5,000? We're about, 85 votes from 5,000. It is split dead down the middle. How you doing, girly? Much love, Kiki's. Love you. That's my Kiki's. But yeah, I was telling them earlier, Keeks, I think the poll got skewed because at the first hour or two, everybody always complains about what sources and who I use. I was using like sources that the liberals probably would like a little more, and dude, I got no views, no love. Nothing. And it was just a bunch of whiny little pink-haired whistleblowers. I'm just like, yeah, exactly why I use what I use, dude. It attracts different people. I'm sorry, dude. And it was just like, it skewed the whole thing. At the beginning, it was like 64% against Trump. But as the night went, it completely leveled out. At the beginning, I was overwhelmed with snowflakes, dude. The ground was melting. The ground was melting. And they were just complaining as I'm just giving them truth, dude. I actually started at the beginning and just talked about how, that all the terror that's going on at home in our homeland and how it's people that are already here. They were trying to go, oh, just look, figures he's white. He's white. And then, like, he wasn't white. It was like I'm arguing with people when I already started the show. Like, at the very beginning, already arguing. Like, no, he wasn't white, dude. He was a Muslim from Lebanon, dude. He wasn't white. Why are you guys capping in the chat, dude? What are you talking about? Get out of here. So, yeah, I did it a little backwards today. And so I think it skewed the poll. Like, if I would have just started with my normal, what I do daily, I feel like the poll would have been way more a different way. But it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, dude, I talked about that. When I talked about the UOD, I talked about Virginia. I talked about Michigan and all that. They just didn't want to hear it because my opinion on it probably doesn't match up with what the mainstream is and what a lot of people want it to be. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, dude. It is what it is. They also didn't really want to hear about the Doomsday plane. I don't really care, but the fact they were flying it, I thought it was interesting. Like, whatever, bro. Yeah, no, that's on them. That's on them. I don't care. I'm still going to do my thing, just like I just did the weather. I planned on talking about the weather. There were certain things I wanted to do. I wanted to end the show a little bit early so I can BS with y'all, because I did have other stuff to talk about. We talked about the Pentagon bringing in the troops. We talked about the weather. We talked about the 3 Ohioans of the 6 soldiers, one being from Columbus. We talked about that. What else did I get? Yeah, I'll check them out, man. I always will. I always like checking stuff like that out. We talked about Doomsday. Talked about, the terror that could possibly happen on our homeland. And I believe, like I said, it, like people said terror cells don't exist. They're absolutely crazy. The fact that I had to read these comments, they're like, terror, dude, I swear to you, at the beginning of this show, that's why I feel like all of this poll is so skewed, because it was just like, they believed everything was the opposite. It was, yeah. Well, they didn't want to accept that there's a lot of incidences that happen to keep you guys entertained. And I feel like a lot of people now are trying to use discernment, but like they're just new to this still. And y'all are just calling everything it, and you're dumbing down the truth movement. You really are. If you call every single thing a distraction, you are dumbing down the movement. Because everything can't be a distraction because of Epstein. Now, everything can play a role, but no way is it all have to do with Epstein. It just can't. Like, dude, come on. We got to be able to separate certain things. Now, is there stuff behind the scenes, people involved, Israel and those type of people, and Maxwell and her family and that? Yeah. All that is tied up. I agree. You can make a case for all of that, but it has nothing to do with you guys say in the chat. What y'all say in the chat is just low IQ connections. It has nothing to do with like what really connects them. You know what I'm saying? What really connects them? What cabals really connect the Israel and Trump in America? See, y'all don't even know. But you're sitting here talking like you do, and it's just like, okay, guys, we get it. Right, Keeks? That's what I'm trying to get at. But, you know, it's kind of crazy, though, because the number one thing looked up now is this, not Epstein. And I just find it like this, Keeks. What's real weird about all that is that people like are taking this whole file stuff and they're abusing the information and they're using it and they're like putting it through AI and they're putting fake videos out of Epstein with Trump and kids and all these things, and it's not even real. And that right there is disgusting to me. I reported a bunch of people. I contacted Facebook, and I don't do that. I'm not even good at that stuff. And I went out of my way because it was like, dude, you're exploiting children on Facebook, and they let everybody keep it up. But I post something about a Fauci ouchie, and I get shadow. You know, they don't let nobody see my post. And I just say, shame on you creators out there that need and feel like it is acceptable to take something that we all know and try to skew it to lean your way. As something as deep as as Epstein stuff. Like, really? I'm trying to be YouTube friendly here because I want to say a lot of F's and other things. But what you're doing is you're making people who might be getting blackpilled right now, who might be starting to see the truth, not believe anything anymore because you're dumbing it down. And shame on YouTube. They know what they're doing. Not YouTube. Yeah, I don't know about YouTube, but I'm talking about Facebook in general. Shame on Facebook because they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. And the way that the things that they allow to go on there now, it is just, I don't know, smutty to me, dude. It's crazy. I know I sound like an old man, but I thought Facebook was more of a family oriented, you know, like you say anything stupid, you get me. Ryan always got in trouble. Now apparently you can just say whatever unless you're saying the truth. If you're saying the truth, then you know you're just not going to get your word off. But man, I can show some crazy stuff and it gets lots of attention, dude. It's just like, man. So yeah, I'm pretty mad at Facebook. And it seems like, you know, what we were just watching about the parents that were able to sell their kids. They're using these apps. And it's obviously obvious when you see these kids and in weird situations that I've never seen before. And I'm just like flabbergasted. Do you guys see it? Am I the only one? I share it all the time with people on when I'm on Discord. I show people like, why is this in my feed? It's in everybody's feed. At least I think so. You know, if you pay any attention to the Epstein files, it's definitely going to be in your feed. Definitely. So, I don't know. Again, like Sheriff Grady said, you got to watch your kids and what they have on their devices because it attracts some really, really, really crazy, stupid people. She said, easy, Grams. I'm not trying to sound like old man, dude. You know what I mean, dude. Come on. I just find it interesting that It's like that. And I wasn't really surprised as much on Instagram because you hear about like Instagram models and all that, but Facebook, man, be careful. What else did I have to say? Anything else? Oh, the weather keeks. I mean, I can tell you real fast. We had like 50, 60 mile an hour winds today that were just taking everything out here in Ohio. They brought up Alabama. What y'all got going on your way? Let me see. I'll give you a little rundown for Alabama. Alabama, and who else is in the chat? What state are you in? Let's see what we got in Alabama. Anything? There's 12 people watching. Let's see. Severe risk in central Alabama. Weather aware. That's for Sunday night. So it looks like on Sunday night, here, I'll play it for you. You're going to have like a severe weather storm on Sunday night. I don't know. Is there anything real fast? I'm just telling you can take my word for it or look it up. How about that? But you're going to have a big ass thunderstorm on Sunday. Northwest Indiana, I will check it out. Oh, you did already have some? And they fried my Wi-Fi, my dryer. Oh, no. Yeah, my internet went out. Yeah, there's only 127. What do I see? 120. Yeah, 121 people. I don't care. I'm not trying to get views right now. I'm just BSing. I'm not trying to get views. We're good. I wasn't trying this whole show. This show is just to get information out. I didn't really try to get views. They came, but I didn't try. Tornadoes here, softball-sized hail, power outages, people's homes, vehicles gone. Hold on, let me see where you're at. Let me see. Hold on. Northwest Indiana. Oh yeah, you had 4 tornadoes hit Illinois and Northwest Indiana 2 days ago. Here, I'll show it because I love looking at tornadoes. Something about Friday being scared. Crap out of me. HOV. All right, check this out. So this is what Katie was talking about. All right, here's what Katie was talking about. 4 suspected tornadoes in Illinois.
Confirm at least 4 suspected tornadoes that hit the area last night. The National Weather Service says they all came from the same supercells Laura was talking about. Their teams will be out surveying in Kankakee County as well as Newton and Jasper counties in Indiana. Let's start in Kankakee, though, where the city confirms 7 people suffered minor injuries in the storm. Schools will be closed there today for Kankakee District 111. And check out all the damage left behind in the Aroma.
Look, something about that storm. Hold on, let me go back. Look at that, bro. Like, you just can't control that. That's so scary, dude. You get caught in the eye of that. It's like they said, it's not even just like the storm itself, it's what's flying in the air. Remember, we watched the tornado the other day and all the stuff that was flying in the air? Yeah, you better get indoors. underground or whatever.
Storm. Schools will be closed there today for Kankakee District 111. And check out all the damage left behind in the Aroma Park area, just a few miles from Kankakee. You can see the fallen trees there, cars damaged, homes destroyed. We saw fire crews walking through the rubble there, and they went house to
Take
house,
care.
making sure everyone
Take
was
care,
accounted
Jackson.
for, and they helped anyone
Much
who
love,
was
bro.
hurt. One man says just
Take care, Jackson. Much love. Much love.
5
Much love.
minutes after sirens went off, he thinks a tornado passed through the area. He says trees fell in front and backyards and all around the neighborhood. And a woman tells our crews her farm was badly damaged too.
It just demolished our barn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. It just demolished our barn. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at the incident. I'm not laughing at the tragedy. I'm just laughing at her. The way she just came in all hot.
It just demolished our barn. Our barn's over there. We got sheds and everything, and we had a big barn. We also got a solar farm out there in the field, and it's just demolished them and messed them up too.
Fire crews tell us they also ran into some hazards with natural gas and power lines that came down. They also had to call in the utility companies to help with that. Our Darius Johnson is in Kankakee County to get a first-hand look at the damage, and have a live coming up at 5:30.
In Northwest Indiana, officials are waiting for the sun to come up to check out more damage across Newton County. In about an hour, emergency management and public safety officials will give us an update. Now, last night, our crews saw a gas station that was badly damaged, told us volunteers.
Everybody's still okay. Injuries so far have been reported as being minor injuries, but the home damage.
I do know one thing. If I learned anything today, where's this broad? Yeah. If I learned one thing today, it was this.
It just demolished our barn.
What did it do? One more time, dude.
It just demolished our barn.
I can't. Was she in the barn? Do you think she lived in the barn? Like, do you think she had hay and like a trough in that barn? I feel like she would have fit perfect in that barn that she's talking about. We're in the barn. We lost our barn, dog. I'll see you in Kansas with your barn. Oh, shoot, Father Time's in the house. Well, what a wildfire. Oh, no. Everybody, hold on. I need to have some sort of sound thing for like breaking news, because who's surprised? Wildfires. That's the next thing on the agenda. Here we go. I don't know. What about this? That's a good one. No. All right. This one's probably better. All right, so David, tell me more. Wildfires in what's it called? Wyoming? Let me check it out. Meanwhile, let's hear this chick one more time talk about what's going on in Indiana.
It just demolished our barn.
Okay, all right, we get it, lady. Your barn. All right, wild fires, Wyoming. David, you can type in the chat. What do you think happened? Why do you think all of a sudden there's wildfires? Do you think there's possibly a distraction? I don't see anything, buddy. Send me something. I don't see it, bro. Oh, whoa. All I see is from 6 months ago, bro. All I know is this poor lady's barn got taken out. There better be some damn fires because this poor lady over here lost her damn barn. I don't see it, bro. I don't see it, David. I just don't. Dude. David, send me a damn video. You send me 800 videos. Send me one right now on Discord and I'll show it or I'm going to get up out of here. Oh, stop it. What do you mean? You're telling me, first off, while we're doing this, wait, let's hear this lady one last time before I put up the other guy. I was going to show the Doomsday plane as my thumbnail, but I want to use the fallen soldier from Columbus.
And a woman tells our crews her farm was badly damaged too.
It just demolished our barn.
All right, if I could use that, it would be great. If I could use that as my thumbnail, it would be hilarious. And then demolished the barn. I lost the side of my barn. Okay, I'm looking it up. I'm just not going to use YouTube. Wildfires in Wyoming today. Oh, okay. Let's see. 4 days old. Whatever, dude. You guys are on crack. David and Katie are officially crazy. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'm looking at it right now in live time. And it said 4 days ago. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe Tim's wrong. I've been wrong one time before. It was crazy, but there was a time I was maybe wrong. But the fact that I got to dig this hard must mean that either they're trying to hide something or there's not much to see. Keeks, will you help me out? Will you send me a link if there's something to see? Otherwise, just tell me no, Tim, and move on. Because right now, I feel like my third chromosome is starting to form. I mean, look, yeah, they had 100-mile-an-hour winds. Hopefully David wasn't outside shooting off his musket. Smoking on a Marlboro. 430,000 acres. I can't even find it. So, what that tells me is, hey, they don't want us to know, but you would think if they're going to set the fire, that would be like a distraction, right? Are we in fire season yet? I didn't really think, I don't know. I thought the fire that I heard was in Canada, but man, I don't know, man. I've heard so much. All right, cool. Thank you, David, and I will try to deliver for y'all. To the 100 people that are sticking around for this mess, much love, much love. We're just having fun over here. Oh, Kiki sent me some too, so I got 2 here. I'm not playing his video, bro. That shit'll get me in trouble, bro. That ain't my video. She sent me Upchurch. I can't play that one either, but I would love to play the Upchurch video. There's no way I'm going to play this video, but it does say, I can show you guys what he sent me, but I'm not going to play the video. Because it's not mine. You know what I can do? This is what I could do. The best thing I could do, I want to give the guy credit, whatever. But, I mean, I don't know, man. This is what I see. Oh, bye-bye, lady. That was fun times we had. Good luck on your barn, woman. Hopefully you and your piglets get along well. Apparently there's mandatory evacuation. I couldn't find anything on it, but what do I know in life? I was just, I'm just here. This guy saying, I don't see anything relevant. Yeah, I don't think so either. It's definitely early for fire season, so that's why I was even being a little bit questionable. Like, okay, I think it's a little early. I'm good, bro. This guy's getting a little I gotta look more into it. I'll save it for tomorrow. Because this is just another YouTuber. I gotta do my own research. I can't just show somebody else's stuff that I don't really know who he is, what he's talking about, or why. I trust you, but I gotta do my own research first, dude. If I show Fox News, that's because I expect y'all to do your own research. I don't think I hope most people are smart enough to know that you take that news and go do your own research on it. Like, I would hope so. If not, please do. God bless her soul. And anybody wonders, that's the fallen soldier that where the plane was trying to ran out of gas over Iraq. 6 soldiers were unalive. 3 of them were from Ohio, and he was one of them. So I wanted to let that be known. That was something I wanted to show. I wanted to show the talk about. Remember, David, we were talking about that thing. Read the description. Okay, I can read the description. Thank you, Katie, for the what is it, Clover? See, I wanted to go for 7 hours, and now I'm at 8:51. Just because I started talking. I did a dab and then thought I wasn't going to be able to talk for a minute. All right, so what am I looking at now? So what movie? I don't know. I want to watch something scary, bro. I want to watch Freddy versus Jason. I don't think I could get anybody to do it, but I would do. It's Friday the 13th still, kind of. Or like an old Friday the 13th or something. Maybe like Friday the 13th with no, that's Halloween. Never mind. Michael Myers. See, I'm not a horror movie type of guy. So did we get to 2,000 votes yet? No, we're still 80 away. Divided down the middle, 50-50. Get your votes in before I get up out of here. And that's another thing too, y'all. I didn't show anything Trump. So up until the end, when there was nobody in there, I just did it to see if it would mess with the poll at all, and it didn't. I didn't show anything Trump. Yeah, I was just going to say, overall, dude, we talk about it every day. It's looking a little gloom for us right now. Everybody should definitely be prepped. Me and Keeks talked about it the other day. Me and Keeks were talking, and my prep bag is pretty depleted. I'll just be 100. I was definitely hot one day, and the coldest spot in my place was the closet. This is my old house. And my bug out bag was in there, and I was smoking a fatty in the I have a giant closet, mind you. It's bigger than the bathroom or whatever. Smoking a fatty, and I got the munchies, and I had like granola bars and like trail mix and stuff like that. Ate it all. I think I ate my ramen noodles that were in there. So I gotta go re-up. I got some MREs in there though. I do got some of those. I got some for Christmas. So I have a couple, but I also smoked my trees that were in my bag. You gotta have at least something rolled up in your bag for emergency. Got to. I don't even care if you don't smoke. You gotta have something rolled up. There's gonna be a day and you'll thank me. You'll thank me. You might need to sleep. You might need to eat. You might need to trade. Anything, whatever it is. What's the one item in your bug out bag you can't do without? Well, Katie, I just told you. Honestly, though, the first and foremost would be my pew pew. I would need my pew pew and my flowers. How ironic. But you don't have your pew pew, your flowers don't do you no well. Fetty. Well, that's if you're just trying to hide out in a bunker and call it a day, I guess. I could see your beer man. What up, beer man? What's good with you, bro? In caps. I could use rocks as like, yeah, you got. What's one thing you guys would have to have? If you could only get one thing you really need to have, what would you choose? Well, that's 8 things. Hello, you get one. What's something you can't go without? One thing. That's it. One. Other than your pew pew. We're not going to count the pew pew. You got to have your pew pew. If you don't have one and you got a Swiss Army knife, good luck. But Three Musketeers bar? David, you like the Three Musketeers. You brought them up a lot recently. They must be some good gentlemen. Because you bring them up often. I bet you, me personally, I personally would call ice on them. Wait, no, that's the Three Amigos. Never mind. That's the Three Amigos. I would definitely call ice on them. Yeah. If the Three Amigos showed up, I would call ice for sure. I would definitely let them know. That would be funny. That would be hilarious. Chilling, Friday the 13th. Compact filter like a Sawyer mini water. Oh yeah, those straws. That's a good idea. The straws, that's a good one. David said he has like some radiation pills. Do you think those will really be necessary, or do you think by that point you're already done anyways? I feel like it's a wrap anyways. It don't really matter. David, unless you survive it and then you want to I don't know. I don't know how those would even do you any good for real. Yeah, I don't have too much ranting to do today. I didn't have too much ranting. All my ranting would have been at the beginning. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're right. It's a wrap already. You don't even need that stuff. Where'd Keeks go? Keeks, did you leave? You leave me? The thyroid is the entry point for radiation fallout. We watched that show. Me and Ryan did. That's scary, David. That's scary, bro. I normally don't stick around when there's only hey, bro, the 80 people that stuck around, thanks for sticking around. Hit the like if you did it. We got a low amount of likes today, but I didn't ask not one time for real. Maybe like 3 times the whole show. Ryan did his thing. Thank you, Ryan. You did your thing. Yeah, I guess it's better than nothing. Just like Katie Straw, I think Katie Straw would probably be a little more, what's it called? Helpful. Ryan, did you watch the Cavs game, or were you? It was cool because I was gonna get off for it, and I turned it on. I have this big TV in front of me, so I had it on while I was live, and we were up by 20 from the very beginning, so it wasn't even no point. That was why I wanted to show all the stuff at the end at the beginning, because I was trying to get in and out. And I wasn't trying to just get in for views. I wanted to get the information out and get out. It wasn't about the views. I just wanted y'all to know that there was stuff going on our soil. We all need to be vigilant. We all need to be ready. And no, I don't think I think a lot of it is brewed up by our own people. But at the same time, you can't just, you gotta be ready. Straight up, we knew this was coming. This is why people hate, people want to say, oh, I hate Trump, or I hate Trump supporters, more or less. It's really not Trump. Bro, we're ready for this. Like, dude, come on. It just doesn't make no sense. Need to be prepared. I'm kind of losing my point. Time to rock. Sinister is a good flick. I don't want to watch Sinister. I seen Sinister, first off. That's with the black dude from the black guy from Black Panther. No, not Black Panther. Michael B. Jordan. I've seen it. I had a bug out. Look up Patterson, New Jersey. Why? I don't want to look it up. Tell me about it, and I'll tell you if I want to. I'm getting grouchy. Tell me why. Otherwise, there's no damn point. Dude, my mom's got one in her trunk. She's got a bug out bag in her trunk that's got everything that you mentioned, Katie. Her bug out, she's got multiple bug outs everywhere. She's got plans. My mom's on it more than me. More than I am. She's on her A game. But all right, y'all. I'm like getting yeah, can you tell I'm thinking of getting out? I got guilty. Oh yeah, you do. You got one of those, dude. You should send I wish I had a picture of it. David's got one of those like Moss guilty. What is it? A guilty suit? Dude, David's put it on. I've seen David in his guilty suit before. He's got a guilty suit with a musket, bro. You ain't effing with him. He's going old school on you. Straight up. He's going old school. Gilly, why'd you put guilty? Ethan Hawke is in Sinister. How did Ethan Hawke get? He's been getting brought up a lot, and I just roasted somebody named Ethan today. I'm glad you brought that up, because whoever Ethan was, I've never met an Ethan that's not a drug addict, drunk, or just a stupid. Every Ethan, does anybody know a cool Ethan? Let me know. I've never met one cool Ethan in my whole life. Every one of them suck. All of them. I think your name fits your personality fits your name real well. Like really, dude. You got a specific name like Karen, dude. There's a reason why Karens are called Karen. Just the name, the way it just rolls off your tongue, Karen. You know what I'm saying? Karen. Spider-Man. What do you mean Spider-Man? What you talking about? Spider-Man. If I was David, it'd be like, Spider-Man jumped in my car. I got my car going and Spider-Man came in and jumped in my car. He said, I'm crazy. Crazy Joe. By the way, he does have a YouTube channel. Go look at his YouTube channel. He puts out funny shorts. Go check him out, David. He's in the chat. Just click on his name. He puts out funny shorts. You never know what you're going to get. But either way, Ethan is still a suspect name. You better hide your bike if Ethan's around. That's all I know. Oh, Ethan Hawke is Sperm Man? Oh, Spider-Man. I thought you said Ethan Hawke had a whole lot of sperm in him. I was like, oh, he's Spider-Man. Thought he was Sperm Man. Ethan Hawke got Sperm Man. David, he's got you. I just made New Jersey. Dude, his neighbors are... Dude, David's got sleeper cells across the street from him. Hey, David's got sleeper cells, so don't say they're not real. He's got one right across the street. He's gonna make a show about it, to be honest. Anything else? Is there anything else I can enlighten y'all with? Because now I'm just over here just BSing. Is that okay? Like, I haven't done this in a while. Where's my Don't you think that's a good picture to use? It's either this one, because it talks about exactly what it was, or do I use this one? Oh, that one's even better. Oops. What did I just do? Oopsie. Okay. That one or the other one? Chat. Help me out. No, I didn't ask you to laugh. No laughing right now. So no laughing matter. We need answers. Airplane, this picture, that picture. That's not a bad one. Because this one, you don't really know what it is. It doesn't say. But this one actually says Columbus Airman unalived in the Middle East plane crash. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. What do you guys think? Is that one better? Right. David, Katie, who's left in this mug? All right, I guess nobody wants the answer. You like the airplane? Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Ryan, don't hit me with that like and share crap. But see, I don't know if the airplane really says enough. I kind of like it showing how, like, the young man, bro. I want him to get his props. Nah, I need him to get his props. I need him to get his props. He's a young man, and he gets his day. That's just that. I know. But there is a description on this picture. This one has a description on it. This one says Columbus Airman unalived in the Middle East. Okay. Yep. May he rest in peace, y'all. May they all rest in peace. I just wanted them to have their faces be shown. Because when you watch mainstream media, man, like, they're talking about everybody as just, it's so big that the people seem so small. But when you look local and you actually look at their face and you see the families, it really gives you a better understanding of what's going on and how war is just not good. So anybody that thinks that war is good, you got something wrong with you, dude. and I pray for you, honestly. But I'm getting out of here. I love you guys. It was a damn good day. I hope y'all have a blessed day, blessed whatever. Stay safe out there. Stay vigilant. And let's see the poll. I'm going to close the poll. I never close it no more. Let me close the poll too real fast. Hold on. Did we get 5,000? That's how you know today was like a real weird day because we didn't even hit 5,000, I don't think. We were 75 and it was split 50-50 right down the middle. We were 75 votes from 5,000. 50-50 divided, just like America. We'll leave it at that. 50-50, 5,000 votes. Huh. I'm going to ask that question again next 2 times I go live. Let's see if we get the same answers. I bet you they're skewed, if not 50-50 every time. But that being said, man, much love, y'all. God bless. Ryan, thanks for your help, bub. I love you. Everybody else, thanks for popping in. Ryan, Katie, Kiki's. Everybody else in the chat, who else ever popped in? What was your name, man? You were cool too, bro. Ann, God bless you. And anybody I missed, God bless you, yo. For real, for real. Stay safe out there, man. We're living in a wild world, as you know. So